Chapter 4139. Generally speaking, it was the rule of all the younger generation in the immortal world that people of the same generation were not allowed to use immortal artifacts when sparring. This was because it would not show the difference in strength at all. However, Long Yang shamelessly used it, and he used more than one at a time. He used 2 immortal artifacts before his opponent could even react. Under such circumstances, even if you were really very powerful, it was absolutely inevitable that you would be tricked. After all, in this day and age, if you didn't expect your opponent to use a celestial artifact and he really used it, it would become a battle that was close to unequal. This was the main reason why many experts below the stage began to curse together. In the first battle, this brat had taken them by surprise and used the most unexpected and shameless sneak attack to win the battle. In the second battle, he announced before the start that he was going to use his real strength, causing everyone to stop for a while. Even the sword immortal began to wait solemnly. You broke the rules again and directly used an immortal artifact. How could an immortal be so shameless? How could such a person be favored by the higher-ups? Was there any justice in this world? Get off the stage, get off. You are not worthy of sparring with us. Get lost. Purple Cloud City does not welcome you. After the sword immortal fell, countless curses began to emerge one after another. But even so, there were very few people who actually went forward to challenge him. What a joke. No matter how strong this guy was, with 2 immortal artifacts, he was not someone that ordinary young geniuses could contend against. Unless one had a tyrannical background and an immortal artifact to protect themselves, only then would they barely dare to go forward to fight. Moreover, it was not easy to say who would win or lose. What was the so-called rule of not using immortal tools in a spar? Now it seemed that in Long Yang's eyes, it was worthless fart. If you expect him to abide by the rules, you might as well hope the heavens open their eyes and strike this shameless man to death. This is really an unexpected ending. The corner of Mo Qingqing's mouth twitched. Now she could clearly see how shameless this guy was. After trapping the opponent with a Kuan clue, he went forward to beat him up. Even an ordinary demon would find it difficult to do such a thing, right? However, this guy did it without any psychological pressure, as if this kind of unfair victory was what he was most passionate about. Brother Mo Fan. I'll have to trouble you to go up and teach this kid a lesson no matter what. Otherwise, I won't be able to vent my anger. Mo Qingqing, whose anger had risen to the extreme, lowered her head and said. From the looks of it, Long Yang would not let this matter rest. She even began to give orders to her cousin without hesitation. In the Purple Cloud Python clan, his father's bloodline was the main branch. Everyone else was just a branch. This Mo Fan could be considered the most talented youth in the entire Purple Cloud Python clan. At the mere age of 23, not only did he possess an early earthly immortal realm cultivation, he even possessed an endless amount of abilities and treasures. Perhaps she and her brother wouldn't be any weaker than Mo Fan at the age of 23, but Mo Fan would be considered the strongest existence in the entire Purple Cloud Python clan. This brat has been an eyesore for a long time. Leave him to me. The noble youth of the Purple Cloud Python clan took a step forward and walked up to the arena. From the beginning to the end, this guy had an expressionless face, as if nothing in this world could arouse his interest. But even so, Long Yang, who was originally sloppy and wanted to say a few arrogant words, suddenly became rather quiet. Long Yang's brows slightly furrowed, but from the beginning to the end, there was no change in his expression. Since this person dared to come, it meant that he must have the strength that he was proud of. It seemed that it would be very difficult for him to use the immortal tool to bluff his way through. Swoosh swoosh. A long sword and a hammer appeared in Mo Fan's hands out of thin air. The ripples from them gave off a very strong feeling. These were also immortal tools. This Mo Fan actually had 2 immortal tools on him. This was going to be fun. I can see that you are still not familiar with the usage of immortal artifacts. As for me, I have been cultivating these two immortal artifacts since I was young. In terms of proficiency and understanding of immortal artifacts, you are inferior compared to me. So, no matter how many immortal tools you have, they are all useless against me. Fight me with your own strength. As he spoke, Mo Fan's face was still expressionless, as if he already had the situation under control. As expected, the previously unruly Long Yang began to turn silent. He knew that everything Mo Fan said was the truth. If they really fought, he would use immortal tools, and his opponent would also use immortal tools. Even if he had hundreds of immortal tools in his hands, he would not be a match for Mo Fan, who was extremely familiar with immortal tools and could control them with ease. This way, he would be forced to fight with his own strength. Moreover, Mo Fan, who had firmly grasped the initiative from the beginning, was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Don't try to play any tricks. In essence, tricks are the hardest to use in a spar or a battle. Seeing Mo Fan put away the immortal tools in his hand, he knew that what he did was effective. In the next second, without waiting for Mo Fan to answer, he closed his eyes. Do you look down on me that much? Long Yang smiled bitterly. At this moment, he did not say anything else. In the next second, a golden light flashed, and he rushed towards his opponent like a meteor. His tyrannical ability and speed were so fast that no one could see him clearly. The whole arena began to erupt with the impact that Long Yang had displayed. Unbeatable. Although it wasn't as easy as it seemed, at the very least, many immortals felt the same way at this moment. Iron Head Art. When Long Yang appeared in front of Mo Fan, traces of marks appeared on this guy's head. It was still the same strange yellow talisman, and it was at an extremely ingenious angle. At this moment, his cultivation of the mid-stage human immortal stage was completely unleashed. Boom! Waves of air fluctuations began to spread out in all directions. Those lines were like ripples of water that had an impact force. The immortals at the front subconsciously began to stop in place to avoid being knocked down by this impact. Stunned. Disbelief. Countless emotions erupted at this moment. Was this the true form of Yang? So it turns out that this shameless person isn't an idiot. Standing below the stage, Mo Qingqing muttered to herself. Chapter 4140. No matter how one looked at it, the current Long Yang was very different from his previous unscrupulous state. Many immortals seemed to have an illusion at this moment. It turned out that this so-called guest chamberlain wasn't completely useless. Even though he was a bit shameless, he had real ability. Just one move was enough to give people such an impression. It had to be said that this was something Long Yang could be proud of. Of course, Long Yang didn't have time to show off at this moment. The Mo Fan in front of him was very strong, so strong that even if he used his full strength, he might not be Mo Fan's opponent. If he didn't want to be looked down upon, if he didn't want to be beaten up, he had to display his absolute strength in battle. This was very necessary. At this time, thinking about other things was no longer mainstream. In his eyes, after this battle, he believed that no one would think about defeating him. This was what he really needed to do. Interesting. Mo Fan could clearly feel a powerful force coming at him. In an instant, he could even feel the pain in his chest. If it was an ordinary person, they would have made all the preparations at this moment, and it wasn't impossible for them to fly into a rage. After all, if they really wanted to pursue the matter, Long Yang's attack this time was still considered a sneak attack. However, Mo Fan didn't care about it at this moment. In his eyes, as long as it was a battle, all these methods could be considered normal. After all, whether it was a spar or a battle to the death, the real goal of this kind of thing was to win. In order to win, using any means was not against the principles. Although this Long Yang in front of him was indeed a bit shameless. Infinite universe. With a push of his hand, a majestic energy surged into Mo Fan's hand at this moment. At this moment, his entire body seemed to be surrounded by a whirlpool that began to spin bit by bit. As a result, Long Yang's tyrannical power began to dissipate bit by bit in an instant. In such a situation, his whole body felt like it was hitting cotton. Naturally, Long Yang was somewhat unwilling to accept it. After all, no matter what, this was one of his trump cards. In such a situation, if he couldn't even gain the slightest advantage, the final result of this spar could be imagined. "Break for me," he shouted in his heart. At that moment, the immortal qi gathered in Long Yang's dantian and the golden strength qi in his bloodline began to converge together in an instant. This was just a little bit of golden qi that leaked out from the loosening of the seal. However, it was Long Yang's last trump card in his body. If he was still unable to take on Mo Fan with the combination and all his strength, there was no point for him to continue fighting. It was only natural that he would end up being tortured. Some golden threads began to appear on his arms, and in the next second, Long Yang's strength began to rise rapidly. The sticky whirlpool seemed to show signs of collapsing at this moment. As a matter of fact, even though Mo Fan had displayed outstanding strength at the start of the battle, he was still from the younger generation, after all. It went without saying how strong he was. However, he had used most of his strength to finish the battle as soon as possible. He originally thought that with his own strength and the boundless heaven and earth divine ability, it would not be a fantasy to directly defeat Long Yang, and that it would be as easy as taking something from his pocket. However, he didn't expect that he had underestimated the strength of the person in front of him. The impact of the instantaneous increase in strength, even if it was him, was beginning to show signs of being unstoppable. Indeed, such an impact, when caught off guard, was difficult to give a very strong signal in a short period of time. And now, Long Yang's own operation and the increase in his combat strength had displayed absolute power. Whoosh! Mo Fan's entire body began to retreat. His chest felt as if it was blocked, and the huge pressure caused a trace of redness to appear in his eyes. His originally somewhat arrogant expression began to turn serious at this moment. His intense fighting spirit soared. In this second, he no longer thought of holding back. Go to hell. With a wave of his hand, a strong storm formed a handprint in that instant. With a loud bang, it began to expand, and in an instant, it completely enlarged to the size of Long Yang's entire body. Attack, bombardment, hit in an instant. The whole process could be said to be done in one go. Long Yang wanted to start resisting at that moment, and even mobilized the immortal energy to escape. However, it was still too late. Boom! At that moment, his mind began to blank, and intense pain spread from every corner of his body. Dust flew everywhere. Behind him, the wall had already caved in with a huge handprint. As for himself, he subconsciously rolled his eyes, as if he had fainted. My strength is still too weak. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. No matter what he had awakened or what was seeping out of the seal. For the current him, it was really not enough. It was completely meaningless, and he couldn't be considered a genius of his generation. The fate of being bullied still couldn't be changed. Defying the heavens and changing fate, this sounds very easy, but how difficult is it? However, I'm definitely not in this. In this second, his muddle-headed state became clear. Long Yang, whose body had begun to bleed, did not immediately return to his body. On the contrary, when he raised his head, the veins on his head began to bulge. He wanted strength, he wanted tyrannical strength. No matter what the situation, no matter who he was facing, if they wanted to bully him, they would have to pay the price. The violent golden threads had completely spread to Long Yang's forehead. At that moment, everyone could clearly see that there was a bulge on his forehead. It seemed to be a bone, but also something else. But no matter what it wasn't important at this moment. What was important was that Long Yang, who was standing here, had completely changed his temperament and condition. There was no longer any trace of the shameless look from before. Under the golden light, he looked like a god descending. Middle stage human immortal. Middle stage peak. Late stage peak. Late stage peak. The terrifying immortal energy seemed to be verifying the golden energy in his meridians. In just a few blinks of an eye, it suddenly increased. Long Yang, who was originally only a middle-stage human immortal, was forcibly raised to the peak late-stage human immortal. Chapter 41-41. Heaven and Earth. With a flip of his hand, a huge palm once again formed in the sky. This time, it just happened to appear in the sky above Long Yang. It was as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky, descending without any warning. Boom! At the same time that the handprint descended, Long Yang punched the sky. The small fist swung at the huge handprint. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, only Long Yang's body did not move at all. The handprint that was supposed to fall to the ground stopped on top of Long Yang's fist, unable to move even an inch. Creak. Cracks began to spread around Long Yang's fist, and cracks began to appear on the huge handprint at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! In the next second, the handprint collapsed in front of everyone. The power and terror of this immortal energy mixed with the golden energy was something that even Long Yang himself did not expect. Poochie! A strong backlash finally began to spread to Mo Fan's body. He clutched his chest. His face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with absolute disbelief. Until now, he didn't dare to imagine what kind of person could feel such a great threat during a battle with him and make a breakthrough in the midst of battle. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. After enduring such pressure, he didn't faint, he didn't lose his ability to fight, but in that instant, it was as if he had become a completely different person. This time, he had lost. From being crushed by himself to being killed by the other party, even though he still had the strength to fight, he didn't have the face to continue fighting. Is this the guest elder that uncle is so fond of? He really has a way, although it's a bit shameless. It's over just like that. Long Yang looked at his bleeding fist and subconsciously wanted to rush forward. However, he still stopped his body. His previous plan wasn't like this. Even if his strength wasn't good enough, when the other party came into contact with him, he still had a way to regain some face, or rather, to trick the other party. Who would have thought that he would successfully break through in the midst of battle? This was an extravagant hope that even he didn't dare to think about before. Now, it had become a counterattack, and seeing that this guy was not seriously injured and still had the strength to fight, the idea of taking advantage of his illness to kill him was instantly erased from Long Yang's heart. Are you kidding me? Although I'm not an arrow at the end of its flight, I'm almost there. I'll thank the heavens if I can successfully act like an idiot. He had just broken through this limit in the midst of battle. If he still recklessly tried to cause any trouble, he would probably end up embarrassing himself. Not bad, not bad. With your strength, you can indeed fight me to your heart's content. Moreover, it's not that you can't beat me, it's just that it's relatively small. But this is just a spar. There's no need for that. Let's stop now and make peace. He wiped the blood off his face with his sleeve. A signature smile appeared on Long Yang's face. He didn't have an arrogant expression, but at this time, his expression and tone caused everyone in the area to have an illusion. It was as if this kid had the upper hand in the battle just now, and was in a state where he was crushing his opponent. Do you even have a little bit of face? If it wasn't for your good luck and your sudden increase in strength when you broke through in the midst of battle, catching young Master Mo Fan off guard, I'm afraid you would have already been beaten to the ground by now, right? Look at your shameless and victorious attitude. Just who did you have blood with? Mo Fan, who wasn't good with words, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was too infuriating. He couldn't give this guy even the slightest bit of recognition or a good face. Otherwise, he would definitely take advantage of him and announce it to the whole world. Goodbye. He really couldn't lose face. If he were to spit out a mouthful of blood at this time, who knew how this guy would ridicule him? With a turn of his body, Mo Fan walked out of the area. In any case, he had already lost a lot of face today. If he continued to stay here, it wouldn't be beneficial for Mo Fan at all. The surroundings of the challenge ring sank into an extreme silence. Almost everyone started to look at Long Yang, who was covered in blood from head to toe. Everyone knew that his injuries weren't actually that serious. It just looked a little scary. However, in the truest sense, if they wanted to teach him a lesson at this time, most likely no one would step forward, right? Who else? Subconsciously, a thunderous voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone who was still in a daze looked towards the direction of the voice. They only saw that Long Yang, at this time, had a finger pointing to the sky and struck a very eye-catching pose. He was looking up at the clouds and calling out to the great god. F***ck. Why didn't you send down a bolt of lightning to strike this retard to death? In the hearts of countless people, such a thought began to emerge. Mo Wen held his forehead with one hand. Now, he was really regretting not handing this kid over to the Snake Clan. If he continued to interact with this guy in the future, would he be like him, turning into a Chinibyu youth who could change the world in a second? Or even that kind of extremely shameless Chinibyu youth? Do I, Mo Wen, still want my reputation? Stay away from him. You must stay away from him. If I get infected, I won't be able to get married for the rest of my life. Mo Qingqing also rolled her eyes and swore to herself in her heart. Young swordsman Yang, you should go back and rest early. You are covered in blood. Even if you want to spar again, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Image is important, an immortal said tearlessly. He finally understood that this guy had no bottom line most of the time. However, strictly speaking, he was also a retard who had no bottom line. If he continued to cause trouble like this, the younger generation of Purple Cloud City would lose all face. Call me honorable guest. Do you still have some eyesight? I am so eye-catching. Don't tell me that I don't deserve such a title. He turned his head with a fierce expression. At this moment, he looked like he was about to start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Honorable guest. Countless people looked at this clown speechlessly and said in unison. That's more like it. Flicking his sleeves, Long Yang struck a pose that he thought was very handsome. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he disappeared around the challenge ring. Phew. F***ck, that scared me to death. Luckily, that group of guys didn't challenge me. Otherwise, this old life of mine might really be lost here today. Ouch, 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 ouch. Once he reached a place where there was no one around, this guy started to twist violently. His injury was indeed not serious, but it was extremely painful. If he continued, he was afraid that he would lose his image in the challenge ring. Chapter 41-42. Inside the room, Long Yang was wholeheartedly playing with his new mystic ability. It was a golden thread that looked like silk. It was very smooth and delicate, and he could change it into any state of mind. Each strand was as thin as a strand of hair, but it shone with a faint golden light. To be honest, even now, he still didn't understand how he managed to completely create this thing. He was only trying to combine his golden chi with the immortal chi and release it. He didn't expect that this thing would flow through his tendons and arms without the slightest discomfort. Moreover, under such control, he could change his form at will. This could be said to be a huge increase in his combat strength. Is a mystic ability that I created not a mystic ability? I really didn't expect that my luck would turn for the better in such a bad situation. In his heart, he more or less began to feel proud. The demonic immortal island seemed to be the most unsuitable place for him. For more than a decade, he had been ridiculed there, but his strength, talent, and bloodline hadn't shown any signs of improvement. As soon as he arrived at demonic Snake Island, he discovered the seal in his body, which proved that his bloodline was not simple. Although there were still countless mysteries waiting for him to unravel, no matter what, a complete increase in strength was something that had never happened before on demonic immortal island. It's still not enough. I'm afraid that I can only protect myself in front of the younger generation. If I want to soar to the sky or even stay alive, this little bit of strength is still too far away. Many times, he actually had the urge to leave the Purple Cloud Python clan. After all, no matter how courteous they were to him, it was only because they fancied something of his. Rather than saying that they were cooperating, it was better to say that they controlled him in disguise. However, they did it much better than the Snake Clan. Long Yang naturally yearned for freedom and hated being restricted. However, there were some things that he really couldn't decide. For example, if he really left the Purple Cloud Python clan, would there still be a chance for him to survive on demonic Snake Island? Therefore, he urgently wanted to improve his strength, even if this idea was a bit of a fantasy in the eyes of others. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. It's better to give this mystique a name. No matter what, it's another divine ability that I created on my own, apart from the Iron Head technique that doesn't require any technique at all. What should I call it? Right, let's call it the Golden Cloud Exploring Hand. With this divine ability, I don't believe that Imo Chingching will be able to bully me. He was very satisfied with the name he came up with. Long Yang turned around and lay down on the bed in the room. He was so tired and bored. Should he go out and find some fun? The other side. City Lord Imo Sun's study. His son and daughter were sitting next to him helplessly. Seeing Imo Sun flipping through the unknown book over and over again, Imo Sun was so curious that he wanted to stick his head out to take a look. Paw! Caught off guard, Imo Sun slapped him on the head and he retracted his head dispiritedly. Imo Chingching was denouncing the evil deeds of a certain guest elder. In the past few days, she had witnessed the extent of that shameless person's shamelessness. Not only did he want to eat and drink as a guest in public, but he also shamelessly came to their family's banquets to join in the fun and even claimed that he wanted to get closer to them. It was obvious that he had nothing better to do. Look at the delicacies of their family's banquets, and he just smelled the aroma. Father. If we let that brat continue messing around, our city lord's manor might be torn down by him one day. Can you do something about it? Imo Chingching angrily looked at her father, who was so focused. She couldn't understand why her father was so lenient with this B*TCH. Are you done talking? Little one, what do you think? Imo Sun didn't even lift his eyelids as he asked faintly. Ah. I feel that the brat is rather genuine. At least, if it were me, I would be willing to make friends with such a brat. As long as I can control myself and not be led astray by him, it's fine. Imo Sun scratched his head awkwardly. After a while, Imo Sun finally recovered from his shock. His father was not just an ordinary kind of nature-defying person. How could he have read such a book in front of his children? It was something he had escaped from. Looking at the pages of the book, not only were there no words, but there were also pictures of various poses. This was good stuff. Why hadn't he found it before? You guys. You have all underestimated that brat, Imo Sun said as he closed the book and glared at his son. Ha! Imo Sun couldn't care less about the seemingly incredible secret that he had discovered earlier. He looked at his father in a daze, truly unable to understand what his father meant. Not simple, not simple. Perhaps, this time, that group of arrogant fellows from the Snake clan might really suffer a setback due to this brat's tricks. It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting brat. Mo Sun had the demeanor of an otherworldly expert. He was completely unaware of the fact that his son had discovered that he had been secretly reading some book. Father. What do you mean by that? Could it be that there is something special about that brat? Other than the treasure-seeking talent that has always been passed down and cannot be proven, I really haven't discovered any strong points about him, Mo Qingqing asked, her face full of doubt. She had hidden this doubt in her heart for a long time. It wasn't that she was not knowledgeable enough, but that brat's behavior was really too different from that of an average young person. If one were to say that he was low-key, when he could be in the limelight, he would be more active than anyone else. If one were to say that he was high-profile. However, he did not care about his image at all. In front of everyone, he was unscrupulous and shameless. If one were to insist that such a person had any strong points, sorry, Mo Qingqing really hadn't discovered them. I just received news that there is an abnormal fluctuation of immortal soul qi in the area of the Wind God Crossing. The two of you, take him and form a small team to investigate. In the end, whether this treasure-seeking talent is real or not, this time should be able to prove it. Mo Sun threw the message letter to his son and daughter. Mo Sun didn't explain why he said that about Long Yang. He waved his hand and let them leave. Most of the time, there were many things that he couldn't explain to the young people immediately. Some things still needed to be discovered by them themselves and come into contact with them in order to fully understand. As their father, it was impossible for him to teach them word for word. Chapter 41-43. As a deserted place, the Wind God Crossing rarely attracted the attention of Snake Island's immortals. It had been an inland crossing that led to the endless sea a few thousand years ago. Back then, many immortals who didn't have flying boats had set off from there to other islands in the endless sea. But now, because the number of crossings near the sea had increased, these inland crossings had gradually been abandoned. The Wind God Crossing was one of them, and it was now extremely desolate. Because of this, a place that was essentially uninhabited suddenly had countless immortals appear. At that instant, Feng Shendu felt like he was out of place. The more intense that feeling became, the more unbelievable the things that were displayed at such a time. By the time Long Yang's team arrived, the real Wind God Crossing was already surrounded by tents and palaces. Countless immortals of the younger generation came here in search of treasures. Although there was only an ordinary leakage of immortal qi, there was a high chance that there were treasures and inheritances here. After all, this had once been a prosperous place, hadn't it? As for whether there were treasures or not, no one dared to guarantee it. But as long as there was a sliver of a possibility, it was only logical that everyone would come. After all, the current world of immortals had vast and abundant resources, but those resources were still in the hands of a very small number of immortals. The immortals and immortal clans living in the lower levels didn't even dare to waste a low-grade immortal stone. Therefore, a place like this where legacies could be found naturally became a place that countless immortals flocked to. There really are a lot of people here. I didn't think that a tiny Snake Island would have such a large number of young elite immortals, Long Yang mused to himself. Inheritances weren't something every immortal had the right to enter. Most of those who came here were young immortals. There were very few older immortals who were over 100 years old. They didn't care to fight for such a small possibility. Among the younger generation, however, those who came here were the elites of Snake Island. In the truest sense, they were elites with tyrannical battle prowess. Ordinary immortals and young immortals weren't something they could be sure of, even if they wanted to. Was it really that easy to pass the inheritance? In fact, once legacies were discovered, it was normal for more than half of these young and elite immortals to die. If you don't have that kind of strength, coming here is equivalent to courting death. Compared to death, those so-called treasures and riches are likely not that important. Of course. There are more than 100 million immortals on Snake Island, and more than 5 million in the younger generation. There are at least a few 100,000 young immortals who can be called elites. Only a small portion of the people who came to the Wind God crossing this time around, less than 100,000. Speaking of the younger generation of Demon Snake Island, Mo Chingching was very proud. With such quantity and quality, even in the Endless Sea realm, they could be considered above average. One should know that the status and strength of the Snake tribe in the Endless Sea region were not considered high. In fact, they were not considered to be part of the Snake tribe. Speaking of the younger generation, Mo Chingching could already imagine the rise of the Snake clan in the coming years. Naturally, this was something she was proud of. Long Yang really wanted to attack her, but he didn't say anything at this time. What kind of joke was this? This was a female T-Rex. Once she lost her temper, she wouldn't care where they were. If there was internal strife at this time, they might as well just kill themselves. Purple Cloud Python Clan. Just as the few of them were still talking about the Wind God crossing, a voice came from behind them. Mo Chingching, Mo1, Mo Fan, I didn't expect you to take this so seriously this time. The three of you actually came together. Everyone turned around and saw a youth in navy blue attire walking towards them step by step. This youth seemed to be very proud of being a member of the Snake Demon clan. The scales below his neck had not transformed. Such a method and such an attitude towards oneself were rarely seen, apart from people who were very arrogant towards their own kind. Looking at the dense navy blue scales below his neck, Long Yang's mind flashed with a hint of nervousness. For some reason, his sudden appearance caused Long Yang, who always liked to show off, to not say a word at this moment. Tsung Tianyang. I didn't expect to see you here. It seems that this time, your Jade Water Snake clan is very confident in the Wind God crossing. Once she saw the man, Mo Chingching subconsciously shrunk her head. Luckily, Mo1 didn't back down at this time. He stood up straight and smiled at her. I heard that you came into contact with that person previously. I wonder if you will have the chance to see him this time. You guys are really bold. You even dare to meddle in the affairs of the Green Snake clan. That smile was incomparably sinister in Long Yang's eyes. He didn't say anything, but his whole body was very uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about our affairs. You better prepare for this operation properly. Who will emerge victorious has yet to be decided. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Although Mo1 was usually very unreliable, at critical moments, he was still very responsible. After saying this, he led the few of them out of the guy's sight. Zhang Tianyang looked at the disappearing small team, and a sinister look appeared on his face. Long Yang. Isn't it that yellow dog? A second-grade immortal weapon. Uncle Qing is bleeding a lot this time. I want to see if you three siblings can protect him. That sinister look became more and more intense. This youth called Zhang Tianyang suddenly had a hint of killing intent. Who is that person? You seem to be very afraid of him. Long Yang asked impatiently as soon as they parted. He could see that the youth called Zhang Tianyang had been staring at him from the corner of his eyes. That feeling of discomfort had appeared at that moment. Subconsciously, Long Yang was shocked. He was sure that this person was not simple. However, he really wanted to know the inside story. He is one of the heirs of the Jade Water Snake clan. He has always coveted the sister of the dead Qing Maoan. Not only is he at the beginning stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, his combat ability is also 3 times higher than my cousin. But don't worry. Since we brought you here, protecting you is also part of our responsibility. Mo1's eyes were a little serious, but in the blink of an eye, he became joking again. Oh. So he is that Qing Maoan's future brother-in-law. Interesting. With a mysterious smile, Long Yang put on an unfathomable posture. Get lost. Chapter 41-44. It's here. Among the endless sea of people, Long Yang could feel an extreme aura beginning to spread out. He was originally carefree, but at this moment, he began to behave extremely solemnly. After investigating for a while, he told the three siblings that the inheritance here was most likely very ancient, and there was a lot of treasure aura inside. This was confirmed after his treasure hunting innate skill had probed for a long time. Not to mention, in the state of having a very sensitive dog nose, this was also a very special skill for Long Yang. Before he had awakened this treasure hunting innate skill, it could be said that he was the most unknown type of immortal in the entire Demon Immortal Island. He did not have any outstanding talents, nor did he have a high-class bloodline. Even if he worked hard to cultivate, he would still be at the bottom of the immortals. Perhaps, at that time, there would be a lot of mockery directed at him. After all, he was the godson of the sacred king. However, it was just mockery. In fact, no one would even attack him because they were completely disdainful. However, ever since he had this kind of talent, he had become a target that many people wanted to rope in or destroy. It was not because that kind of talent was too heaven-defying, but because he more or less had some ability that matched his status. Long Yang was not sure how many people he could threaten with that. However, all along, this fellow had also regarded this kind of talent as a burden. An ordinary man is not guilty, but it is a crime to have a treasure. However, after coming to Demon Snake Island, he did not continue to be so stubborn. This was because he was very clear that even if he was stubborn about this kind of thing, it would be useless. He might as well make use of this point to get some benefits for himself, or in other words, to be used by himself. Are you sure that this is not a simple inheritance, or that there is nothing in it at all? At this time, when saying this, Mo1 was rarely serious. The only advantage of bringing Long Yang here was that he could know these things in advance. After entering, he could also know the location of the so-called treasure and inheritance in advance. If not for this, the Purple Cloud Python clan would not have valued Long Yang so much. However, looking at it now, there were many things that he had to face. In the end, whether he could really be completely clear step by step, and whether he really had such an ability, all these were still up for discussion. No matter what, in his heart, he was actually willing, or should it be said that he believed in Long Yang. However, this matter was of great importance. Regardless of what the possibility was, it was not rare. Thus, it was unavoidable to be cautious. I can only guarantee that there are treasures inside, and the danger is also very intense. As for what kind of inheritance it is, what kind of treasure it is, and how powerful it is, I do not dare to guarantee any of that. I might know a rough location, but if you were to ask me for the specific location, I do not know. It was rare that Long Yang didn't make a fool of himself. At this moment, he knew very well what they would face once they entered. He was becoming less and less concerned about danger, but was this what he wanted to see? Well, even if he himself had such thoughts, he shouldn't show it at this time. After Long Yang's words fell, the whistling storm started to sweep up bit by bit. Such a storm couldn't hurt anyone, not even immortals. Most people didn't pay much attention to this place. After all, even if there was some so-called unforeseen event here, they wouldn't be able to sense such a small change. Long Yang and the others, on the other hand, started to act as if they were facing a great enemy, as if the appearance of this storm was the appearance of the inheritance. As a result, many people who were paying attention to them and knew the inside story also started to prepare in their hearts. No matter what, it was always better to be prepared. The increasingly intense storm in the center of the Wind God Crossing began to form what seemed like an array formation of immortal spiritual energy. In the next second, everyone's attention was on this barrier. Perhaps there would have been people who didn't care before, or even thought of looking at it. But now, not a single one of those people would show such a reaction. Go in. Just as the barrier was completely formed and looked unstable, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Long Yang shouted in a low voice. In an instant, this small team of 7 or 8 people started to fly in without hesitation. Whether it was Mo Wen, Mo Fan, or Mo Qingqing, they all knew very well that since they had chosen to believe in Long Yang, they had to trust him to the end. Even if they still had doubts in their hearts, and even felt that it was a little dangerous, they didn't hesitate when Long Yang said it directly. When the many experts saw a few flashes of light heading straight for the array formation, they were subconsciously stunned. What's going on? Is there really someone who doesn't want to live? It was almost a subconscious thought, but when they came to their senses and looked again, some of the experts from the other clans also discovered it without hesitation, and they immediately felt that they had missed a good opportunity. They subconsciously got up, and countless immortals transformed into countless streams of light, flying towards the array formation. In an instant, an extremely spectacular scene began to appear on the wind god crossing. It was as if meteors were lining up to die, streaking across the sky. Once they came into contact with the array formation barrier, they disappeared without a trace. The feeling of passing through water ripples appeared on Long Yang and the others' bodies. Subconsciously, Long Yang only felt his vision blur, and then the situation of another world appeared in front of him. Here, there was no extreme darkness at the bottom of the water, no antique scenery, and even a shipwreck-like wonder of the world. Instead, it seemed like an oasis in another world. There was a sky, a ground, vegetation, and even a dense immortal qi. But the only thing, there was no sign of life, not even the slightest sign of life. However, once he entered, Long Yang frowned. Perhaps he had already pictured the interior of the world in his heart, but the scene in front of him now was completely different from the world he had pictured in his heart. It was like a paradise on earth. Would there really be a legacy in this place? Even if Long Yang had a certain level of confidence in his judgment, premonition, and treasure-hunting talent, at this moment, he couldn't help but have some doubts. That kind of doubt was instinctive. Chapter 41-45. What a beautiful independent space. A young man from the Purple Cloud Python clan subconsciously began to lament, if I could have such a space and build a mansion in it, then that would be the real life of a deity. This is not a good place. If I were you, I would rather build a mansion in the deep mountains and wilderness than in such a barren place. Long Yang smiled. His despicable look made people want to slap him. Barren mountains and wilderness. At this time, even Mo Wen was curious. Look at this lush green grass. Who knows how many seniors' souls are buried underneath? These are not illusions. However, the things hidden underneath are definitely terrifying. After he finished speaking, he said, all of you, look at this lush green grass right now. Long Yang soared up and put his hands behind his back. He landed on the green grass like an otherworldly expert. Feeling it carefully, it is really like that. Is it the tearing of the souls? Why do I feel that apart from these, there is a hint of killing intent? Mo Wen, who had also descended, frowned. He could not believe the beautiful scenery in front of him. What a joke, beautiful scenery could only be enjoyed if one was alive. Looking at it now, he was afraid that the horror contained in it was something that he had never encountered before. There are tearing souls, but this killing intent is not emitted by them. Come out. With my strong sense of perception, even the slightest sound can't escape. Assassination, you are really an amateur. With a fierce wave of his hand, Long Yang's hand emitted the qi of celestial qi. Boom! The qi of celestial qi exploded on the grass. Ah! There was no sign of life at all. However, about 100 feet away, a figure appeared. This person was dressed in a black robe, and even his face was covered. However, those pitch-black eyes gave off a dangerous feeling to the majority of the existences present. Long Yang raised his hand, but did not put it down. A drop of cold sweat fell from his temple. Ah! He failed to pretend again. Which direction should it be? Why was there such a big deviation? Mo Qingqing and the others were nervous at first, but they could not help but prepare for battle. However, when they saw the scene, they subconsciously froze, and the 3 black lines on their heads fell again. Why couldn't this guy change his habit of always pretending and getting slapped in the face most of the time? You obviously don't have that ability, but you always act like you're number 1 in the world. There really isn't such a pretentious person like you. Isn't this indirectly lowering the level of their team? Mistake, this is definitely a mistake. Hey. You. Can you hide it again? I promise I can find it this time. Scratching his head, Long Yang smiled and subconsciously wanted to prove himself. Mo immediately turned his head away, pondering how he could get rid of this retard without anyone noticing. It was embarrassing. A good tense situation was instantly destroyed by this brat. It had to be said that a retard who could do this was really king genius. At this moment, the man in black began to doubt his life. This is my goal. Are you sure that this retard is as stupid as the intelligence reports say? He killed that idiot. Why did it feel like this guy was even more retarded than him? Fine, I'm going to kill anyway. I don't care if you are really retarded or pretending to be retarded. Subconsciously, the man in black unleashed a burst of extreme speed. Assassins, most of the time, caught people off guard. Even if they exposed themselves and used their strongest speed during the assassination, ending the battle in an instant was also the most basic quality of an assassin. An assassin who has already shown himself is no longer a threat to me. With a turn of his hand, Long Yang's lips curled into a smile. To be honest, before this, he was just acting with the attitude of, if there were dates available. Who knew where the owner of this killing intent was hiding? If an assassin's perfect disguise could be so easily discovered by an immortal who was not even an earth immortal, then that would be the biggest joke in the world. He directly attacked with his aura to suppress it, and then blew it up. If the assassin's brain had short-circuited, it was very likely that he would have shown himself subconsciously. Even Long Yang himself did not expect that things would actually go so smoothly. However, if one were to talk about mental retardation, then this assassin was the one who was downright retarded. Go! The lightning-fast assassin was clearly in front of him, but he only saw Long Yang's body shining. In the next moment, a yellow dog appeared, and with its sharp teeth, it was directly behind him. This bite was heart-wrenching. Without hesitation, he revealed his true body and bit down without hesitation. In addition, his true body was already faster than his transformed body. Under this unexpected situation, Long Yang's entire movement did not even have a trace of delay. Blood began to flow from his waist under the teeth that were accompanied by celestial spiritual power. Long Yang did not let go. Instead, he began to inject more celestial spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, the assassin's waist began to swell, showing signs that it could explode at any time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The assassin began to swing his blade. Bursts of saber radiance interweaved in every corner of this place like a powerful chi. They formed a huge grid, heading straight for the weak yellow dog. Iron head art. An explosive sound began to be heard. Long Yang's ears were already dripping with blood. But looking at the assassin in black, he was looking at him in disbelief. There was a huge pit in his chest. His ribs were broken, and even his internal organs were pierced. There was a huge pit in his chest. His ribs were broken, and some of his internal organs had been pierced. The wound on his back exploded at the same time. Subconsciously, he fell down. His entire body could no longer support his own weight. During this series of actions, Long Yang had only suffered some minor injuries from beginning to end after transforming into his true form. Under the dense blade light, he did not even hesitate to choose the method that would cause the least damage to him. The execution of the Iron Head art had caused the assassin in black to lose more than half of his combat power. Even an immortal soldier that had been on the battlefield for a long time would find it difficult to make such a choice during a battle, right? You. At this time, the assassin in black finally reacted. Whether it was the exposure of his ambush or the subsequent battle, everything seemed to be under the control of the yellow dog. Did he see through all of his actions? How was this possible? What kind of immortal could have such insight and judgment? Using a state that was almost like a clown, he ruthlessly tricked himself, using the smallest amount of damage in exchange for the greatest loss of his combat power. The more he thought about it, the more cold sweat dripped down his back. The world fell into silence once again. After the transformation, Long Yang covered his forehead. He casually pulled off his sleeve and wrapped it around his forehead. He looked like an old farmer who had just returned from the field. Chapter 41-46. If you don't say that, I'll admit that you're a little biased. Mo Qingqing, who had cursed Long Yang countless times in her heart, thought to herself. However, the operation just now had really stunned her. Only now did she know that there was such a way of fighting in this world. Not only did he deceive her, but he also succeeded. Instinctively, Mo Qingqing ignored Long Yang's sudden burst of judgment at the most critical moment. It was typical of him not to hesitate. Immortals, or creatures with high spiritual intelligence, had a very strong instinct to seek good fortune and avoid danger. When the other party began to burst out with fighting power and wanted to kill you, you would subconsciously make a reaction to avoid it. This was an instinct and also a physiological reaction. There was no way to avoid it, but it was this instinct that could sometimes take your life in a battle. Why? Because when you clearly couldn't avoid that kind of damage, you would also have this instinct in an instant. Once you really followed that instinct, it was very likely that you would pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelons. At the moment when Xiao Shang dodged, he was hit with a fatal blow. But Long Yang, without any fancy movements, dodged almost mechanically. In an instant, he knew that he would be hit, so he began to use that instinct to collide with the saber light without hesitation, hoping to receive the least amount of damage. This kind of tenacity was sometimes even more terrifying than fighting wisdom. Trap, this must be a trap. Subconsciously, the assassin weighed in his heart. Long Yang, who was right in front of him, was obviously defenseless. It was as if at this moment, as long as he made a move, he would definitely be able to seriously injure him. However, combined with the previous performance, the assassin was sure that this must be a trap. A guy who was so smart in fighting, and even had so many tricks up his sleeves, would be waiting for him to attack at this time. In his mind, he even had the image of being trapped the moment he attacked. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. At this time, the man in black didn't even dare to move, for fear that if he reacted, he would not only completely lose the target in front of him, but also lose his life. Logically speaking, assassins like them would never be afraid of death when carrying out a mission. However, this didn't mean that they were willing to die at any time. After all, even if it was death, it also depended on whether it was meaningful or not. But now, failure and death were meaningless in the eyes of the assassin. Not only did he fail to complete the task assigned to him by his superiors, he didn't even manage to gather any intelligence. This kind of complete failure was something he would never allow. Are you not going to make a move? I thought you would fight to the death. With a flip of his hand, an immortal binding lock appeared in Long Yang's hand. This thing was the lowest grade of celestial artifact, but no matter what, it was more than enough to stop this killer from breaking free. Under everyone's dumbfounded expressions, they watched as Long Yang controlled the immortal binding lock and swaggered around to tie up the other party. Mo1, who had been dumbfounded by Long Yang's godly maneuvers, felt like crying now. Is this even possible? You clearly still have the strength to fight. At the very least, you still have the possibility of fighting with your life on the line. You're giving up just like that. You're a killer, not a weakling. At this moment, he really wanted to howl to the heavens. What kind of idiot had he encountered? How could Long Yang do such a thing? He didn't play by the rules at all. For God's sake. Who asked you to assassinate me? Who asked you to act smart? Damn it, I'm standing in front of you, but you don't even have a hint of defense. How much do you look down on me? You actually gave up on the chance to strike the last blow. Today, I'll let you know what it means to have a flower so red. For God's sake. How dare you look down on me? At this moment, the world seemed to stop spinning. At this moment, everyone seemed to see crows cawing in the sky. At this moment, no one could bear to see Long Yang torture the killer. Crystal tears fell from the corner of the killer's eyes. Under the intense pain, he actually started wailing loudly. Sob, sob, sob. I shouldn't have come. I'm the biggest fool in the world. In my whole life, the mistakes I've done are not as many as today. His words were slurred. Long Yang, this bastard, had tormented a killer who was unafraid of death to tears. Devil. This guy was even scarier than a devil. After a while, Long Yang finally stopped punching and kicking. He was panting heavily, but his expression still showed that he had not had enough. He turned around and looked at his teammates. Subconsciously, even Mo Chingching's shout made Mo Wen take a step back and shrink his neck. Now, they finally understood what their father had said before. How was this a retard? Have you ever seen a retard who could play with a killer who was unafraid of death like he was playing with a little kid? Have you ever seen a retard who could take the initiative in a battle of life and death from start to finish? If he was a retard, then there would be no one in the world with a normal IQ. Subconsciously, Mo Chingching began to recall the details of everything Long Yang had done before. It would have been better if she didn't think about it. Once she thought about it, her whole body broke out in a cold sweat. Never, ever have any conflict with this person in the future. Never ever try to cheat this person. This was Mo Chingching's advice to herself. It was also the most profound sentence that she felt she should hide in her heart and never forget. No matter what, he is a member of your snake clan. I don't want his life. As for how to deal with him, you guys decide. Done, let's continue the treasure hunt. Long Yang finally stopped pretending as he shook his sore hand from beating the man. Immediately, a cold light flashed in Mo Fan's eyes. He was ready to take the life of the killer. Suicide. Just as he arrived in front of the man, he realized that the man in black had long lost his breath. After checking, he found that the man had crushed the wax seal in his teeth. Only then did he stand up. This is a mental breakdown. He doesn't even care about the mission anymore, Mo Fan muttered. He didn't know why, but the current Mo Fan gradually began to admire Long Yang, this seemingly reckless guy. At first glance, this person looked reckless, but after some contact, he felt that he was a retard and maybe *tch. Only now did he really start to take Long Yang seriously. Why did he realize that the more time he spent with him, the more he couldn't see through this guy? How strange. Let's go, what are you waiting for? Don't tell me you don't want the inheritance. A voice came from afar. Chapter 41-47. For a normal person, once something was engraved in one's heart, it would be impossible to erase it from one's mind. Even if one consciously tried to do so, one would painfully realize that it was impossible. However, in this world, there would always be a group of people who only had the memories of the goldfish, such as Mo Wen. After a very short period of shock, this guy completely ignored this scary guy and would poke him whenever he had nothing to do. His masochistic skill points were simply full. Mo Fan and Mo Qingqing, who were watching from behind, felt their hearts skip a beat. They were afraid that Long Yang would suddenly attack and directly finish them off. Alright, did Long Yang need a reason to trick people? He didn't, right? Once they understood this point, Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan finally stopped being conflicted. Indeed, if you really treated him with this attitude, would he not trick you? How was that possible? This was a guy who would not feel comfortable if he did not seek death. He could find 10,000 reasons to abuse others and himself without a reason. After fooling around along the way, they finally arrived at the place where Long Yang had sensed that there was a high possibility of an inheritance. This place was beside a very inconspicuous pool in the oasis. On the whole, it looked no different from the scenery from before. In such a huge space, there were tens of thousands of elites, but they had not met many. What did this mean? It meant that almost all the teams here had been scattered. Hence, the possibility of an opponent appearing in such an inconspicuous place was very, very small. As a result, the hearts of the few people at this moment were slightly calmer. One had to know that in the outside world, everyone was from the Snake Demon clan. Everyone was good to each other. However, in this kind of inheritance space, whether it was still the same was uncertain. Putting aside the fact that one might know a person's face but not his heart, the Snake Demon clan was also divided into factions, and within them, there was mutual hatred. Here, without the supervision from the outside, the so-called killing each other could be said to be repeated despite repeated prohibitions. They were basically not restricted by the clan at all. Under such circumstances, even if one did not have the intention to kill, one had to have the intention to guard against others. Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen felt that they would try their best to avoid meeting opponents if they could. This was the greatest fortune that Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen felt. In this case, Long Yang had indeed found a good place for them. Sacrificial altar. It's made of stones. It looks like it's been here for a long time, right? It's at least 1,000 years old. Squatting down, they began to study the formation formed by the stones. Mo Wen's first reaction was the altar, because there seemed to be items used to worship the deities. Generally speaking, most of these places were filled with opportunities. Therefore, when he saw this situation, his heart was filled with joy. Didn't they come to this godforsaken place for these fortunes and inheritances? As long as they could discover it, it would be considered as their victory in the truest sense of the word. One had to know that 99% of the young elites who had entered this time around would definitely return empty-handed. To be precise, it's a divine altar. In the immortal world, divine beings are existences that only exist in fantasy. However, you cannot deny the possibility of their existence. There's a deity's altar here. Could it be some great fortune? Mo Fan was slightly older than the others, so he was a lot more knowledgeable. He thought of this possibility in an instant. When he said it, the corners of his mouth were trembling. He was so excited that it was a world of difference from his previous calm demeanor. Chapter 41-48. For most immortals, finding the so-called land of inheritance was one thing, but whether or not they could open it was another matter. They would never believe that an altar, especially an altar of the so-called ancient gods, did not contain any treasures or inheritances. Moreover, this was in another independent space. In this case, their best choice was to mark this place. They were not in a hurry to explore and search for treasures. They would wait until a certain time to ensure that nothing would go wrong before opening it. Who would have thought that Long Yang would unwittingly activate the inheritance just like that? No matter what this black air current was, it was enough for them to face it seriously. After all, there would be a large number of fortunes and inheritances in this space. This was something that they were already aware of. Generally speaking, the more powerful the inheritance and fortune, the more dangerous it would be. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder that they were so nervous. F***ck. There's actually such pressure. It seems like we've run into a ghost. He immediately took out the weapons hidden in his ring. Mo Fan was speechless. In this day and age, those who did not have a certain understanding of their own strength could not survive. He clearly knew that with the strength of his team, they might not be able to complete the test of such a huge aura. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives here. That would not be fun. Everyone, get ready. One look and you can tell that this is not something good. Be careful, don't fail miserably. Mo Qingqing still had a confident look on her face. Well, in her eyes, there was no such thing as failure. Wasn't it the same when she tortured Long Yang? Even if she failed in the end, it would not be a big blow to her. This girl seemed to be born with an emotional filter. She never knew what fear was, and she never knew where she would go if she failed. Mo Fan was speechless as he looked at this pair of siblings. From a battle point of view, these two siblings were really two extremes. Mo Wen was extraordinarily cautious, but lacked the ability to explore. As for Mo Qingqing, she was a typical naive warrior. Mo Fan did not have the time to stop her before he could figure out the situation. Mo Qingqing rushed out like an old bull. She looked like she did not care about the consequences and would fight first. How did your sister manage to survive until now? Long Yang was speechless. I swear, I really don't understand his operation. Mo Wen shook his head. Even though he had been following behind his sister for so many years, he still couldn't imagine how heaven-defying one's luck could be. It was because of this that he was able to survive to this day after going into battle so recklessly. This was a combination that did not conform to the norm. Just like what Mo Fan had seen before, the black qi was incredibly strong, and any immortals who came into contact with it would at least be injured. After being struck by Mo Qingqing, it actually dissipated just like that. Yes, you're right. It was forcibly broken up by her. Of course, this was not the end of the danger. In fact, it would be even more terrifying in the future. However, it was just a simple charge. There was nothing fancy about it. In fact, no one knew how she had done it. With such luck, how the hell did he end up encountering Long Yang? Mo Fan couldn't bear to watch any longer and couldn't help but complain. Long Yang was furious. Damn it. What do you mean? You're clearly saying that I'm that firewood girl's nightmare. However, looking at the three of them, it was obvious that no one would stand on his side. Long Yang was speechless and didn't say anything else. The matter at hand was the most important. The so-called power had already appeared. They couldn't really rely on Mo Qingqing's luck to crush it, right? Mo Fan and Mo Wen wouldn't do such a thing. Even the unreliable Long Yang wouldn't make such a decision. Dazzling immortal qi was emitted from Mo Fan and Mo Wen's bodies. A strong storm subconsciously began to emerge. In the next second, the black stream of air converged again, forming a violent and seemingly enormous shadow. The black stream of air, which was as enormous as a long whip, descended with a diameter of about. It was as if this black qi could sweep everything away as soon as it landed on the ground. Even Long Yang's expression turned a little serious when he saw this. That kind of performance, this kind of seemingly invincible situation, no matter what kind of situation it was enough to attract the attention of the entire team. Just as Long Yang was about to make a move and the four of them joined forces to resist the black qi, Mo Wen and Mo Fan didn't give him such a chance. Mo Wen and Mo Fan didn't give him such a chance. One on the left and one on the right, they directly interrupted Long Yang's attack. At this moment, they were displaying a strong battle intent and formation. It was something that Long Yang couldn't interfere with. Yes, this wasn't to say that Long Yang's strength was insufficient. It was just that they were practicing the same martial arts method and had the same battle formation. Under such a formation, if Long Yang really joined in, not only would he not increase his strength, it was very likely that he would break the formation and cause it to be unable to display its intended effect. If it was someone with a fiery temper, they would probably start cursing and swearing. However, to Long Yang, it was a happy and relaxed thing. You guys have your own abilities, so you don't need me to interfere. This is still better. Who would be so bored as to seek abuse? Even if right now, who was the one torturing who? He still didn't know. However, he wasn't very interested in this kind of so-called battle. If he was really an extremely hot-blooded guy, then he definitely wouldn't have done it in the previous few challenges. No matter what, sparring and challenging each other was a good opportunity for him to improve himself. However, in his eyes, the so-called things here were all cheap and cheap. Anyway, even if he didn't have a lot of actual combat experience in the end, as long as he won, who cared whether he had actual combat experience or not? A wretched battle style and a shameless personality were what Long Yang felt the most carefree about. Because of this, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and directly watched the show. He didn't care whether these three people could really withstand it or not. Anyway, as long as they didn't ask for help, he wouldn't care about this matter. He didn't have that much spare time to care about such things. If he had that time, it would be better to just cut his nails obediently than to fight. That thing required a lot of energy, okay? Chapter 41-49. Actually, to Long Yang, once there was danger, the first thing that came to his mind was definitely not loyalty. This was inevitable. After all, he might have owed the people of the Mo clan some favors, but this favor was definitely not enough for him to sacrifice his life to save them. Sometimes, people could not help but be realistic. Even if this happened to Long Yang, it was still normal. In other words, if this was really his brother, how could he escape if he really encountered danger? To put it bluntly, their relationship had not reached that stage yet. If they really encountered danger, even if Long Yang ran away, the three siblings would feel that it was normal. After all, Long Yang had already brought them here, which was equivalent to completing the mission. What else did they want him to do? However, the three of them, at least until now, were still full of confidence. Moreover, the triangular formation was not at all messed up. The one at the front was Mo Qingqing, who had a petite figure. She looked so serious, and the two tall youths standing behind her did not seem out of place at all. I always felt that other than her fiery temper, this girl would not have much of a style. Why does it feel different now? Long Yang, who was sitting and watching the show, expressed that he could not understand this configuration. Shouldn't it be Mo Fan, who had the strongest cultivation and ability, charging in front, with Mo Qingqing and Mo uncovering the back? Why did it seem like this was not the case at all? Moreover, this kind of situation, even Long Yang himself was also dumbfounded. You guys guard the surroundings, then support the flanks. I will go and meet this guy. The god of luck was indeed the god of luck. At this time, Mo Qingqing did not have the slightest bit of her petite appearance from before. Her whole body was emitting a battle-hungry aura, so much so that even Long Yang, who was sitting upright, was momentarily stunned. Is this guy from a Sichuan opera? She changed her face just like that. If she had appeared like this when she first saw him, even if he was beaten to death, he would not have dared to take advantage of her. Yes, regarding that misunderstanding, I really did not do it on purpose. The good feeling was also not on purpose. Immediately after, a jade green light began to emit from her hand. In the next second, a battle knife appeared in Mo Qingqing's hand. What? For God's sake. I definitely can't provoke this firewood girl in the future. Long Yang's eyes were as wide as saucers, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Even though he hadn't made a move yet and still looked like he was watching a good show, this situation was more or less an act. No matter how one looked at it, this saber weighed at least a few hundred kilograms. The huge blade was almost as tall as Mo Qingqing. A firewood girl like her had actually pulled out such a long machete. That kind of incongruous feeling, that kind of visual impact that would make even you feel afraid. If Long Yang wasn't experienced and knowledgeable, he might have fainted from the shock. One had to know that there was a deep enmity between him and firewood. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, he had taken advantage of her. This was undeniable. If she also used such a long machete to chop at him. Damn it, I better not think about it. Slitting my throat seems like a good choice. Let's see how many times you can condense again. With a dash, the super long opening bloomed with a ray of light. Even though Mo Qingqing was a member of the Python clan, whether it was her movement speed, ability, or even the flexibility of her body, she was not inferior to the Snake clan. That extreme waist twisting, coupled with this chop, caused the ground to tremble. The trembling ground began to sway. Long Yang could clearly feel the power that was close to the limit. You have already crushed them like this, do you have any professional ethics? Kill them and get it over with. Why are you so slow? Long Yang, who had stood up, lost interest in watching the show. Before the three of them could speak, he started cursing. Chapter 4150. The three of them, who couldn't wait to attack, were still speechless. The black shadow that had just been dispersed began to condense again. The situation seemed as if it would never stop. As a result, Mo Qingqing began to doubt herself when she saw this scene. Since when did his attack power become so weak? Once again, she swept her saber horizontally. Wherever the long saber pointed, she even began to stimulate her own potential. Purple dragon light. The fierce shout caused Long Yang, who was watching the battle at the side, to quiver. Indeed, even if he was watching the battle, he couldn't completely look like he was watching a good show. Such an explosive shout coming from the mouth of a little firewood girl was simply unimaginable. However, the blinding purple light that followed still gave Long Yang a sense of clarity like a shot in the arm. Yes, this was not a little girl who looked like on the surface. Not to mention the kind of method and such strong brute force, even her own strength was now beyond Long Yang's imagination. Such an existence, such a method that even he himself felt was somewhat inconceivable, no matter when or what kind of situation he appeared in, he was afraid that it would not even cause a disturbance. This was also impossible. Moreover, the current Long Yang, even his own strength could be said to be not weak. Under such a situation, naturally he could clearly see the opponent's method and path. The purple light was like a giant python, soaring and attacking. The entire surroundings were shrouded in such a dazzling light and celestial chi. In an instant, the black chi that had already been successfully condensed began to be devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the black chi that had been successfully condensed began to be devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just the appearance of the saber light, which had transformed into the purple cloud, already possessed such a strong power. In the next second, when Long Yang looked at Mo Qingqing, he only saw that her originally not very tall body had been completely exhausted, and there was not a trace of blood on her entire face. This was a remarkable ability that could only be displayed at her limit. Even Mo Fan and Mo Wen, who were previously in charge of mobilizing the celestial chi, also looked exhausted at this time. It could be seen that this kind of saber light consumed their energy intensely and unbelievably. At this time, Long Yang finally stood up. To be honest, he wanted to leave. After all, if he couldn't get rid of this thing, he might really die here if he didn't escape. Even the formation formed by the three of them was no match for the Black Shadow. If they wanted to succeed in the battle, it would be impossible for them to win just by relying on themselves. However, he didn't even need to think to know that he couldn't escape. If they really died here, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to escape. The only thing he could do was to fight. At the very least, he could not leave until they had completely recovered. He had to buy time for them. The golden light began to shine, and he immediately mobilized all his spiritual power from the red bracelet in his dantian. Perhaps Long Yang didn't know how to use such a powerful technique, but it didn't mean that he didn't stand a chance against this black shadow. That kind of golden radiance really made him seem like a so-called peerless expert. However, no matter how strong this layer of faint golden light was, he was only at the peak of the later stage of the human immortal realm. It was impossible for him to really enter a higher realm and have a stronger combat power. However, at this time, he had the courage to stand up and even prepare for battle. This in itself was already a rare choice. I don't believe that this black illusory figure can be reformed indefinitely. A shadow gradually appeared on his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. This was a technique he learned from the Iron Head technique. Although it wasn't as strong as the impact of the Iron Head technique, it completely gathered all the strength in his body and the golden energy in his left hand. This attack power was still not to be underestimated. What a joke! If he didn't do this, would he use his head to fight with others in the future? Although it was indeed fine under the premise that he returned to his original body. However, if it was still like this after transforming into a human, this battle would seem a little too ridiculous. Although this guy was really shameless during the battle, it didn't match his glorious and tall image. This guy. They didn't know why this guy came up to take advantage of the situation. This was clearly the most common battle tactic. Even for Mo1, if it were him, he would also know that this was the most normal choice. But why did it seem like he was taking advantage of the situation when it came to him? It really wasn't that they didn't respect this guy. It was really that this guy's face was so despicable that it made the three of them speechless. They really wanted to rush up and give him a punch. No matter what, he should at least beat that face up to vent his anger, right? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Maniacal laughter rose and fell. The three of them, who were originally extremely depressed, saw that the black shadow that had been completely swallowed showed no signs of condensing again. That kind of pride and that kind of carefree feeling was even more than when the three of them had worked together to defeat this black shadow. It was really hard to imagine whether Long Yang, who had the idea of taking advantage of the situation, would be depressed when he saw this scene. He couldn't die, but if he went crazy, this was the result that these guys would be happy to see. As expected, Long Yang's figure froze. Looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief, his entire expression began to freeze. This. I have already prepared the final blow, and you didn't even appear. Can't you give me some face? Now that I can't advance or retreat, don't you, this shadow, look at me, doesn't look awkward? Alright, now this shadow had completely disappeared. Even if it was awkward, this was something that Long Yang couldn't feel at all. At a time like this, even he had fallen into a short period of depression. Winning without doing anything seems to be not bad. I say, if there is such a situation in the future, you should still fight like before. Unless it's absolutely necessary, you shouldn't count on me. After all, such flashy things should always be done at the most dangerous time. Long Yang's depression only lasted for a moment. Then, he said something. Following that, the three of them who were laughing wildly stopped, their faces instantly darkening with question marks. This can be reversed. Chapter 41-51. The three of them already had a very direct experience of Long Yang's shamelessness, but they never thought that they would still underestimate the extent of this brat's shamelessness. However, even so, their relieved expressions couldn't be faked. After all, as long as they could solve the problem, it didn't matter whether Long Yang made a move or not. When they could solve the problem, they would naturally solve it themselves. And these three fellows had never hidden the power of their stratagem. It's finally over. If it had continued like this, who knows how many times we would have died in here. Owen let out a huge sigh of relief. Among the three of them, his cultivation and ability were the weakest. Many times, even when they were in stratagems, he was the one with the most difficulty. If he had persisted, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to hold on before his sister and cousin could react. If that was the case, wouldn't he be laughed at by Long Yang? He didn't know why. At this moment, Owen probably didn't care about other people's mockery, but he was afraid that Long Yang would show off in front of him. It was because of this that he encouraged and supported him. Fortunately, all of this was no longer a problem. Standing up, Mo Qingqing's face showed some excitement. She glanced at Long Yang, who had just finished fooling around, and rolled her eyes. That meant, see, if you have the ability, you can act cheap in the future. See how I deal with you. Good fellow, just like that, I have become their public enemy. Long Yang expressed his confusion. Although he wasn't loved by everyone, he was still a very handsome man. His original body was a little lacking, but in the end, he should have a large group of people chasing after him. Why did it become like this in front of the siblings? This isn't my way of opening. I am the one who wants to destroy the heavens. Sorry. Let me interrupt. Although we have gotten rid of the Black Chi flow just now, I still feel that the danger in here has not completely disappeared. Before Mo Qingqing could be complacent, she heard Mo Fan say this in a very serious tone. Even though it seemed like they had completely succeeded and even solved that seemingly impossible problem, they still couldn't help but feel that they had succeeded. But was it really completely safe? Or perhaps, with things having developed to this extent, were you really confident that you had complete control over the entire situation? If there was, one wouldn't be surprised at all. But if there wasn't, even the slightest hint of a premonition would cause one to be cautious and nervous. Mo Fan was the oldest among them, and the one with the most experience. If it was someone else who said this, they might not think much of it, but since it was Mo Fan who said it, the outcome would be completely different. As expected, both Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen frowned subconsciously when they heard this. They didn't make any movements, but from their expressions, it was obvious that they wouldn't have noticed it if they hadn't been reminded before, but now that they were reminded, they all had the same feeling. After a long time, Mo Qingqing finally said, "Aren't you being too paranoid?" It wasn't that she didn't believe her cousin's words, but she still couldn't find any clues after careful investigation. In such a situation, it would be unrealistic to say that he didn't have any doubts in his heart. However, there were still some doubts. B*TCH. You say it. Mo Qingqing turned her head and shifted her gaze to Long Yang. Don't think that he was a B*TCH, but his perceptual ability was better than anyone else's. Whether it was his perception of the so-called inheritance or his perception of danger, it was the same. Generally speaking, things that they couldn't perceive could be produced by Long Yang without any problems. This was also the reason why they had brought Long Yang here. Of course, now, whether or not this brat's judgment was correct every time, these people didn't have absolute confidence in their hearts. However, in the end, his ability in this area was much higher than theirs. There was no doubt about this. There might not be any danger, but this place is definitely not simple. It's better for us to be careful. Long Yang didn't show off at this moment. Instead, he furrowed his brows and pondered for a while. Goodness, it was fine if he didn't say it, but the moment he said it, the three of them immediately started to feel nervous. For them, whether it was dangerous or not, they had already mentally prepared themselves before coming here. However, if they really encountered something that they couldn't handle, how would they deal with it? Right now, they were all still of the younger generation. If any accidents were to occur, it wouldn't be a big deal if they were to perish. However, if they were to implicate their own race or cause some huge trouble, This meant that he wouldn't even have the most basic of chances anymore. He turned and walked forward. Long Yang wasn't modest at this moment. Anyway, he wasn't a modest person. He was somewhat puzzled as he probed the stone that had been opened by him before. Some doubts appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. What came into view was a very strange-looking rune that looked like an eye. There were no ancient text annotations on it, but at a glance, it gave him a completely different feeling. It was as if this eye-like rune had instantly begun to absorb everything around it like a black hole. That kind of dizziness, that kind of devouring power that made him feel a little unbelievable. What was this thing? Could it be that everything that happened before was caused by this strange eye? Or could it be that the black shadow that they had experienced and slashed before was simply an illusion that had no origin? At a glance, Long Yang even had a feeling that he had been here for many years. That kind of illusion, that kind of situation that even he couldn't explain. No matter what kind of inheritance it appeared in, to Long Yang, it was something that was worth showing off. However, this time, he was only eager to know the truth. As for everything else, it seemed to have become unimportant the moment he saw the eye. This moment was so strange that even Long Yang, who had an extremely strong perception, didn't know how to describe it at this moment. He shrugged his nose. He started to try to smell it, but still couldn't find anything. Chapter 41-52. Looking at his expression, could there really be some information that we haven't discovered? Is it really a legacy? Or is it dangerous? Mo Qingqing finally began to doubt her own judgment. It was because Long Yang's gaze was really scary at this time. It was hard to imagine that a guy who had always been very carefree would show such an expression. What kind of major event had he encountered? If Mo Qingqing hadn't thought that she understood Long Yang and knew that this guy was a little pretentious sometimes, her worry and discomfort would have been even more intense. After all, this guy's acting, or rather, his ability to tease people was too common. However, now it seemed that his acting skills had already reached such a level. Well, she wasn't sure what was going on. After all, there were many things here that she might not be able to discover even if it was handed over to her. If it was really dangerous, how could she treat it as a very simple matter and skim over it? I'll go and ask. Mo Wen stepped forward. After all, his relationship with Long Yang was considered the best. At this time, he would naturally be the one to stand up for Long Yang. However, just when he saw the runes, his entire expression was exactly the same as Long Yang's. His eyes gradually began to lose focus, and his entire expression even began to become a little sluggish at that moment. Such a method, such an indulgence that even he himself found unbelievable, caused Mo Wen's entire person to sink into that state. So much so that even when Long Yang himself began to wake up and wanted to tell them, it was already too late. What exactly is it? The most anxious person was actually Mo Qingqing. No matter what, such a situation was something that she had never experienced before. And under such a situation, it was also very difficult to determine what kind of impact that kind of thing would have on you. If their small team suddenly lost Long Yang and Mo Wen, what would happen next? Or rather, how would she make a decision? These were all facts that even she did not dare to think about. Now, all of this made her extremely anxious. If Long Yang had not turned back now, she was afraid that she would have already started to rush forward. You two, don't come over first. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a legacy. Moreover, it's an exclusive legacy of your snake race. It is not an easy task for the inheritance to succeed. However, Mo Wen should have the potential to do so. He fell into that illusion the moment he came into contact with it. After you're ready, you can also give it a try. If you can successfully enter that kind of illusion, you might be able to obtain some inheritance, but if you fail, you must not be obsessed. Long Yang changed his usual style. At this time, his serious expression was enough to explain everything. He had tried, but he couldn't enter it. Even the eye rune itself had excluded him. Forcibly barging in was not an option. However, when he saw that One could enter with just a glance, Long Yang immediately dismissed the idea. Everyone had their own good fortune, and they weren't irreconcilable enemies. Long Yang couldn't do something like snatching good fortune from his teammates. In the eyes of others, he was an extremely shameless existence. Inheritance. How did you find out? Is it very difficult? At this moment, Mo Fan also started to become extremely serious. No matter what, this was a good thing for them. There was no doubt about that. However, sometimes, good things could also turn into bad things. Especially in a situation like this, if he wasn't careful and lost a brother, it would be a blow that he couldn't bear. Even though these people had mentally prepared themselves for danger before they came, they still hadn't mentally prepared themselves to face death. A person who was alive and kicking in front of you just moments ago had become a corpse with no consciousness, and even his soul had been shattered. Perhaps it would be difficult for any young person to remain emotionless. Ha! From the looks of it now, Long Yang was completely different from them. Normally, this fellow was always extremely shameless and had a cheerful look on his face. Every step he took was calculated. His level of shamelessness and his shameless methods would probably annoy any normal person. However, from the looks of it now, this might be what Long Yang was showing on the surface. Looking at his expression and the so-called emotions he was showing, Yi Zichen could not help but wonder. In the next second, Mo Fan suddenly realized that this guy's character wasn't what he showed on the surface. A very uncomfortable cold-blooded feeling emerged from Mo Fan's body for some reason. Just a thought made him break out in a cold sweat. What was going on? Could it be that Long Yang was actually a cold-blooded person in his bones, an existence that didn't even put his life in his eyes? If that was really the case, then what had this guy experienced before? It was only at this time that Mo Fan truly began to think about Long Yang. He began to show a strong curiosity toward him. After all, not everyone in this world could be so cold-blooded. This wasn't as simple as being cold-blooded to the people around him. He could even see that Long Yang was cold-blooded to himself. Such a person, once he was in a real battle, even in a battle of life and death, would become extremely calm. Once an unexpected situation occurred, he could deal with it immediately. He could even use some ridiculous methods to achieve his own goals. Could it be that under such circumstances, there would still be people who would laugh at him? Alright, a superficial existence would definitely be like that. However, he didn't care. It was as if, to him, survival was the most important thing. For this point of judgment, he could even abandon everything else. What an enigmatic idiot, Mo Fan murmured to himself. In the blink of an eye, he made a decision. He didn't go forward to touch the so-called inheritance. Instead, he sat beside Mo Wen and began to protect him. The inheritance was indeed tempting. Even Mo Wen at this moment coveted it. However, compared to the inheritance, their safety, or the safety of his cousin, was the most important. Chapter 41-53. Looking at the attitudes of the two of them, Long Yang felt a slight warmth in his heart. Perhaps this was the relationship between brothers and sisters? He was very glad that he had met members of the Purple Cloud Python clan, because at least they were not existences that could give up everything for benefits. On this point, no matter what they did, no matter how much they argued with each other, Long Yang could see it clearly. Unfortunately, he did not have a group of such brothers and sisters. He only had Meng Ji, a Meng Ji that he could give up everything to protect. I wonder how that little girl is doing now. Finally, a trace of tenderness appeared in his eyes. To be honest, he would only feel that kind of tenderness when he really thought about it. The real world was always full of powerful schemes. Most of the time, he also did not dare to trust others in the truest sense of the word. People who could give their true feelings, at least for a certain period of time, could be trusted. Unknowingly, although Long Yang had not been assimilated by the three siblings, the distrust in his heart had lessened by a lot. Forget it. This is my mission anyway. It's better to complete it. Long Yang cracked a smile. Actually, at this moment, he did not know what kind of mentality he was in. Logically speaking, there were some things in his heart that he still had doubts about. At least, he did not completely trust their kindness. However, in this demon snake island, how many of them were truly worthy of his trust? Relatively speaking, the purple cloud python was still much better. On this point, he naturally did not mind cooperating with them, or rather, he was willing to be used by them. Many people are right. I am a cheap person. Sometimes, even I can't change this cheap person's temper. Squatting down, he also prepared to meditate and protect Mo1. However, at this moment, Mo Chingching, who had just sat down cross-legged, shouted. Mo Fan opened his eyes. A wave of killing intent began to fill their eyes. At the same time, Long Yang was the first to stand. His body emitted some golden light, ready for battle. In the distance, a group of people who were not dressed luxuriously, and were even a little simple, walked over step by step. These fellows were also of the younger generation, but all of them were very pretentious, showing off a tyrannical appearance. At the forefront was a young man who looked to be in his 20s and had a very long scar on his face. At first glance, the young man gave off a feeling that his entire body was valiant, as if he was going to kill with a single move. However, just by looking at him, Long Yang's heart was filled with extreme discomfort. Who is this guy? Why am I able to sense killing intent from his eyes? And he didn't even try to hide his hostility towards me. Thinking of this, Long Yang was more or less dumbfounded. Logically speaking, he had a lot of enemies on this demon snake island. It would not be strange for him to meet someone who wanted to get rid of him. But, he had only just entered, and there was already someone who came forth. Furthermore, the person was so hostile towards him. This was not normal at all. Unless someone wanted to target him or even kill him, such a situation would definitely not occur. Could it be that the Qing clan wants to take my life? And you've already made substantial plans and actions. Long Yang's brain immediately started working again. That was the only possibility that he could think of. He had killed a young master of the Wen clan and so many Earth Immortal soldiers. No one would believe that they would not seek revenge. However, he now had the support of the Mo clan and the Purple Cloud Python clan. Would they dare to kill him openly? Logically speaking, Long Yang felt that the possibility of this was not high. He could already tell from the behavior of the Snake Demon clan. However, the current situation was completely different. These few people might not have shown any relationship with the Wen clan, but their overall killing intent was extremely obvious. Moreover, it was directed at him. Could it be because of the inheritance? Alright, after thinking for a long time, Long Yang still could not figure it out. Even Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan couldn't help but feel a little uneasy as they watched the group of people walk forward one step at a time. They were all members of the Snake Demon clan. In the outside world, no matter what happened, at least on the surface, everyone was still united and friendly. However, in a world that could not be detected by the outside world, how many conflicts between the Snake clan would break out? How many killings would be committed by their own clansmen? They knew this very well, and they also knew that no one could guarantee that they would not be killed by their own clansmen after entering this place. This dog is quite capable. It's only been less than a day, and he even found the inheritance. Now, I don't even want to kill you anymore. As he walked forward, the man played with the dagger in his hand. Behind him, many members of the Snake clan looked at them with a faint smile. Indeed, such a person, no matter where he went, would be highly sought after. At the very least, he would be of great value. Logically speaking, even if they killed Mo Qingqing and the others, they would still spare Long Yang's life in order to find more valuable inheritances and treasures. However, they had received a completely different order. Kill him and completely destroy his soul. Even if they did not fully understand this order, it was a death order that could not be refuted or discounted. The Green Snake Clan. You think too highly of me, don't you? With such a small squad, they can even easily kill an expert above the earthly immortal intermediate stage, but they actually came here to take the life of a weak brat like me. Long Yang smiled. He wasn't trying to be calm. Since he was already here, he would take things as they came. Even if danger came, he would not allow himself to make a wrong judgment in a moment of panic. The only member of the Snake Demon clan who had an irreconcilable hatred with him was the Green Snake clan. Under such circumstances, the intention of this group of people was very obvious. You have good eyesight. However, you still have to die. He laughed grimly as he moved his fingers. In the next second, the leader of the group charged forward like a rocket. Stop him! Mo Qingqing shouted. At this time, she temporarily put aside her prejudice against Long Yang. With a flash of light, a huge long saber appeared in front of them. Chapter 41-54. When the grudges between the teams were put on the table, it was actually not difficult to think about it. However, even if you had such an idea in your heart, there were not many opportunities to put it into practice. But now, it was different. Everything was justifiable. The inheritance was right in front of them. Even if they wiped out the entire team and obtained the inheritance, it would be considered as a matter of course. After all, even if many things could not be put on the table, it was still better to have a possibility than nothing. Seeing those people rushing forward, Long Yang knew that this time it was going to be a tough battle. Regardless of whether this team was really strong or not, it was impossible for them to slack off like before. Moreover, Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen had already started to attack. They did not even block his position in the team. Was Long Yang unhappy? In fact, it was not the case. He had a somewhat lazy personality. He wished that everything could be solved without him doing anything. However, according to the current situation, without his participation, the possibility of winning was very small. So, even if he still had the urge to slack off, he still had to do what he had to do. In the face of a disaster, it was indeed right to go their separate ways. However, it also depended on the situation. Sometimes, even if you wanted to run, you might not really be able to. Moreover, he also saw the indifference in the eyes of the leader towards him. Obviously, even if this person did not completely come for him, he at least had a certain level of understanding of him. Under such circumstances, there would definitely be brave people who would be able to get rid of him in passing. Hence, he would definitely not let him go. So, if he still did not attack, the result would be obvious. Strong celestial qi completely erupted from Long Yang's elixir field at such a time. Up until now, Long Yang had not planned to fight with his life on the line. However, he was focused on fighting and chasing away this group of people in front of him, or even killing them. This was what Long Yang felt that he had to do now. At the same time, seeing that Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan had already started to attack, he naturally could not lose his composure no matter what. The extreme collision, coupled with the iron head technique that had already been fully prepared, caused the moment both sides intersected, the whole body began to tremble. It was truly a terrifying attack that caused people to have a lingering fear in their hearts. Even the leader was stunned. They had a lot of information on Long Yang, and they also knew that he had a lot of attacks and methods. However, even though he was already mentally prepared, when he truly endured the Dragon Sun Metal Head technique, he still began to retreat hurriedly. The shock on his face was not concealed at all. Didn't they say that this fellow's methods were indeed very strong and he had to be careful, but his cultivation wasn't that high and he could even crush him? Logically speaking, as long as he had the upper hand in terms of cultivation base, the battle itself would definitely be a one-sided one. Whether it was in terms of confidence or foundation, he was much stronger than this yellow dog. Under such circumstances, he had a clear instruction to kill him. The so-called bounty, in his eyes, was as simple as reaching out and grabbing it. Because of this, when Long Yang displayed his formidable combat power, he was subconsciously surprised and even felt that the information he received was wrong. There were some things that, even if he was mentally prepared for, he could only wait for everything to be displayed in the real sense before he would be shocked. Hee. Long Yang laughed. His opponent clearly hadn't displayed his combat power yet, but to him, all of this wasn't too bad. As long as he fully exerted his strength and maintained this advantage, everything would go according to his rhythm. In that case, would it really matter whether his opponent displayed his strongest combat power or not? The display of strength at this moment could solve many problems in a real sense, but had Long Yang's current strength really been stimulated to the limit? It wasn't difficult for him to think, but the smile on his face made the other party feel that he was looking down on him. At such a time, the leader naturally wasn't in a good mood. His anger, coupled with his previous shock, made the leader almost speechless. Anger rushed to his head. Regardless of whether there was any danger around him, his body flashed and he began to attack. Under that light, a sharp, cold light flashed. The appearance of the long sword was overwhelming. No matter what the circumstances were, it was enough to make people pay attention to it. Once the suppression of absolute strength was formed, no matter how one's rhythm was, it would be very difficult for one to display their abilities and methods under such conditions. Once the truth really happened, what kind of judgment and choice would one make? Long Yang might have already had a so-called plan in mind, but when he saw the long sword and countless immortal lights surging around him, he couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, his strength was far inferior to that group of so-called geniuses. If he made a certain choice at such a time, if he made the wrong choice, the final outcome would very likely be death. He wasn't afraid of death, but even if it wasn't a pity for a yellow dog to die in such a place, it still wasn't worth it. He couldn't display such an attitude in a complete sense, but he was still able to think about his own speed and strength even though he wasn't confident in himself. Let's see if your sword is faster or my sword is sharper. He didn't use his own cultivation base to resist, because he knew very well that it wouldn't have any effect. He opened his hand and a wide sword body began to appear. It looked like a dilapidated sword, and even the blade had some rust on it. However, the moment it appeared, it gave off a cold feeling, as if it had drunk a lot of blood. The remnant soul seemed to be venting its unwillingness to die. The strong smell of blood was completely revealed at that moment, so much so that even Long Yang's eyes gradually began to turn red. Was this an immortal artifact that could affect one's mind? Or was there some unknown secret? The moment it was released, Long Yang guessed in his heart. If it was any other time, he would have immediately sat down cross-legged to investigate. However, at this moment, he didn't have the slightest chance. He opened his mouth and began to sprint. In the next second, he felt an extremely strong speed, which was even faster than before. Slash. He spat out this word subconsciously. At this time, why did such a definition and result appear? If it was anyone else, it would probably be very difficult for them to give a very accurate answer at this moment, right? Mo Qingqing, who was smiling faintly, showed such a strong signal at this moment. Because of this, Long Yang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, could finally be at ease. He had already signaled with his eyes before. It was very obvious that if he faced the opponent head-on, even with the help of the broken sword in his hand, the possibility of what would happen next was not very high. However, at that moment, he had no choice. It was already very difficult to fight head-on. If he wanted to fight back, would it be possible? Perhaps in other situations, he would really put on a brave front, but in a battle, with his character, he would definitely not make any wrong judgments. Taking advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, and it was Mo Qingqing, who had the strongest attack power. Alright, if that was really the case, it was indeed despicable. However, in a battle of life and death, what was despicable, what was it really important to Long Yang? It was not important at all. Even though he was the captain of the small team, he still couldn't figure out the situation in the face of such a situation. Didn't the purple cloud python race always claim to be open and aboveboard? Even in battle, sneak attacks were rare. Why was it completely different when it came to him? Not only would they launch a sneak attack, but they would also launch a sneak attack at the most unlikely moment. Even he had never thought that such a joint operation would appear, right? The truth was always more complicated than one thought. Looking at Long Yang's slightly injured smile, coupled with this kind of expression, for some reason, Long Yang, who would normally be extremely angry in such a situation, actually didn't feel angry at this moment. It was as if everything had become very normal at this moment. Yes, this was a guy who was full of tricks in battle. This was already reflected in the intelligence reports. In such a situation, you weren't even the slightest bit careful before, and you even looked down on him. Can you really blame others for your current predicament? He was the one who had lost his mind first. In such a situation, even if he were to lose his life now, he would have to accept it. Only in this way could his current expression be considered a normal state. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. You guys actually joined forces under such circumstances. You didn't even give me the slightest chance to resist. The captain's tone suddenly became stern and cold. The blood on his lower abdomen actually started to coagulate. He stood up, and an orange aura started to spread. He walked forward step by step, and the members of the small team behind him started to tremble. Finally showing your true abilities. Awesome! See, I told you there would be an effect, right? Long Yang flattered himself with a flattering face. Chapter 4156. No matter how one looked at it, Long Yang's side was actually at a disadvantage. After all, be it in terms of overall numbers or strength, the other party was much stronger than them, especially the squad leader. Although he didn't look very strong, it was hard to tell whether his actual strength was that strong. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to tell. Under such circumstances, even if one had extremely strong combat power, one would still have to be careful, let alone under the premise that one's own strength was insufficient. However, Long Yang was not born with the kind of strength that defied the natural order. It was normal for him to play some tricks during a battle. At this stage, it was normal for him to say some fallacies. It could even be said that it was an inevitable situation in a battle. However, even Long Yang himself didn't expect that Mo Qingqing, the fierce girl who had always believed in being open and aboveboard, would actually choose to cooperate with him at that crucial moment without hesitation. Even after they succeeded, her expression didn't change at all. It was as if she didn't hate this kind of fighting style at all, causing Long Yang to be in a trance for a moment. Be careful, I can feel that this guy's strength should be very strong. Even if you and I join forces and catch him off guard, we might not be able to defeat him successfully, Mo Qingqing said softly. At this moment, she and Mo Fan were already waiting solemnly. Unfortunately, Mo Wen was still receiving the inheritance, so it was impossible for him to stand up and form a stratagem with them. Otherwise, even if he couldn't completely crush them, he could at least be on par with them. Unfortunately, this kind of stratagem couldn't be counted on now, so much so that Long Yang even had the thought of risking his life. However, with this thought in mind, he was still trying his best to think of ways to take advantage of the loopholes. What kind of wicked ideas are you thinking now? I'll tell you the truth. In my current state, even if you come up with endless wicked ideas, it will be completely useless. In the face of absolute power, all schemes will be useless. The black-clothed man at this moment, with his condition, indeed had the capital to look down on all the heroes. Gritting her teeth, Mo Qingqing wanted to go forward again, but at this moment, she was stopped by Long Yang. At this moment, Long Yang was still very calm on the surface, and even had a smile on his face. However, his thoughts were starting to become serious. He took a step forward and began to inject the so-called immortal qi into the broken sword. At the same time, the golden qi also began to spread into his tendons and meridians. At this moment, Long Yang was very clear that once the opponent started to attack, or even prepared to fight to determine the outcome, he might not even have the most basic leeway to resist. In a situation like this, your desire to win must be completely aroused from the bottom of your heart. Under his frivolous appearance, what kind of obsession was hidden in Long Yang's heart? Perhaps it was only at this moment that he could fully express himself. Break. Another all-out attack. At this moment, even Long Yang's own defense began to completely disappear. He gathered all the power in his body and turned it into a sword light. At this moment, it was like a huge dragon that started to sweep through the surroundings. At this moment, even Long Yang himself didn't know what kind of shocking combat power he would explode with. However, he knew that if he didn't fight with his life on the line, he wouldn't even have a chance. At the very least, he had to be able to hold on during this period of time. This was the minimum requirement he had for himself. Even if he knew that this so-called minimum requirement was extremely difficult to achieve, he still couldn't deny it. But the truth was right in front of him, and he couldn't deny it, or rather, he couldn't think about anything else. This so-called battle, the war, it was the most basic thing for him to do, and it was also what he had to do the most. Once these things started to become out of his control, many of the meanings of the battle itself and the results that he saw might be rewritten. The dragon soars to the 9 heavens. At this moment, Long Yang's combat power far exceeded his own, but not many people were completely shocked. He only looked at him contemptuously, and the expression of the black-clothed man didn't change at all. In the next moment, the attitude and everything that he showed that in front of him, even if Long Yang tried his best, it would be impossible for him to completely gain the upper hand. At that moment, the orange airflow on his body turned into a giant python. He just flicked his finger at Long Yang's sword light. The sword light that was clearly like a golden dragon began to crack and collapse the moment it touched the giant python. It didn't give him any chance to react at all. What kind of strength was this? How could such strength appear here? Only when one's true strength was displayed, that extreme madness, coupled with the disparity in combat strength, would be fully reflected. Long Yang was very clear that his strength was insufficient, otherwise he wouldn't have been so pretentious before, and even tried his best to play dirty in the battle. If he really had absolute strength, to the extent that he could crush all the members of the younger generation, then why did he have to do all that? Who didn't want to fight fair and square, and use the simplest and most effective way to do things? Unfortunately, he didn't have that kind of strength, so he had always tried his best to hide, use schemes, or even play dirty in the battle. However, it was different now. He could clearly feel that the other party's strength was crushing him. In such a situation, acting cheap and saying that he was going to cause some trouble was really not very useful. I finally know who you are. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. He had thought that this person would appear, and even from the beginning, he already had such a guess. But in the end, Long Yang still didn't dare to believe it. Even at this moment, even if he had to admit it, this kind of ending was probably what he didn't want to see the most, but he still had to be mentally prepared. Such silence, or rather, unwillingness, perhaps only at a critical moment like this could he completely fill his heart and try his best to find a way to break it. Chapter 4157. Tsang Tianyang was about to vomit blood. No matter what, he was the true pride of the entire snake clan. He would be respected wherever he went. It could be said that such a glorious existence, no matter where he was, would not change his desire to perform. But this time, he masked his face and even did those things that he thought were shameful. In such a situation, he was actually holding his breath. If he continued to act like that, it would be fine if he achieved his goal, but if he failed, it might even lead to a mental breakdown. But the fact was that he did not want to do as he wished. It was not easy for him to make all the preparations, thinking that he could obtain the so-called inheritance here and kill the members who opposed his master. However, he did not expect that whether it was Long Yang or the two guys from the Mo clan, they all showed strength that was completely different from what was reported in the intelligence. All of them had displayed strength that was completely different from what was reported in the intelligence reports. In fact, with such strength, even he had no choice but to unlock the shackles that he had always been unwilling to unlock. Well, the orange power was a kind of shackle on his body. Once it was unlocked, it would cause a certain degree of harm to his strength. It could even be said that after the end, his own combat power would be greatly reduced. In such a situation, naturally, for Tsang Tianyang, he would not unlock the shackles if he could. However, the bad guy did not play any tricks this time. Although it was a sneak attack, on the whole, he was using his own strength and the immortal weapon to fight. This made it almost impossible for Tsang Tianyang to seize the opportunity to deal a fatal blow. That kind of grievance and Long Yang's methods that did not follow the intelligence report really caught him off guard. Because of this, the crazy Tsang Tianyang completely calmed down because he knew very well in his heart that if he lost his mind at that time, he was afraid that he would have lost. The super experts on the heaven list of the entire snake demon clan actually lost in such a situation. This was a fact that no one dared to believe, but it really happened in front of him. What would happen? Would he really lose his way in the true sense? What was going on in the current situation? He could obviously crush them, but the three guys in front of him were as slippery as loaches. Even if you really had that kind of thought, what kind of substantive action would you take to make that choice? Tsang Tianyang's mentality returned to its previous state when he saw the opponent's golden sword light being defeated in an instant. Yes, for them, he was an existence that could be crushed. Once he found the right opportunity, he could take advantage of the situation to completely kill them. If that was the case, then why did he have that faint premonition that he might fail? Now that things had gotten to this point, let alone the fact that he had the strength to do it. At the very least, this kind of suppression would continue. However, the more time passed, the more uneasy he felt. It was as if everything had come to this point, and he was starting to lose control of his own strength. Under such circumstances, could it be that there would be more obvious changes waiting for him? On the other side, Long Yang was fighting with him with a serious expression. Even if there were countless injuries on his body, he did not stop at all. Tsang Tianyang really began to calculate in his heart. What kind of power and reliance could make him not give up until now? Tsang Tianyang, it should be him. However, this kind of strength is terrifying, but it is not to the point where I will definitely die. The severe pain in his body constantly reminded Long Yang that this battle was a real battle of life and death for him. All means, playing dirty, or taking advantage of loopholes, were of little use at this time. So in such a situation, what kind of result would there be? In fact, Long Yang himself had already figured out his own meaning. Under the premise that he did not have that kind of strength and ability, being an assistant or buying time was the most sensible thing he needed to do. Now that things had developed to this point, even though face and whatnot were important, their lives were more important. even if Long Yang's own emotions were confused most of the time. Condense. Song Tianyang also lost his patience, and the magical seal on his hand descended. Extreme celestial chi gathered in his hand from all around. At that moment, the giant python once again emerged on his arm, and it looked like a small snake. However, the overall feeling of ferocity and destructive power was much greater than before. At that moment, Long Yang felt that it was different, but at this moment, he could not make the slightest choice, and could only watch helplessly as the long worm came. He closed his eyes and felt his own state. He did not have much confidence, but at this moment, he still had a clearer choice. The celestial chi on the broken sword had completely erupted, and the golden chi all over his body was frantically circulating at this moment. No matter whether he succeeded or not, no matter what the outcome was. Now that things had developed to this stage, they had to fight head-on. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted forward. Whether it was Mo Qingqing or Mo1, who was behind him, seeing this posture, they were stunned at first. Obviously, they really did not expect that Long Yang, who had always been so despicable during the battle, would actually rush forward at this critical moment. One had to know that they had never expected that Long Yang would really stay and fight with them when the disaster was imminent. Such a situation, the level that he had shown now, had completely exceeded the results that they had previously imagined. This Long Yang, not only did he directly start to attack, but he even rushed to the front. Could it be that this guy had taken the wrong medicine? At this moment, if Long Yang could clearly hear what they were thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes. I am also protecting myself, okay? Don't tell me you guys didn't notice that this guy is coming for me. At this point, if I escape, it is very likely that I will bring this team with me. At that time, I will not even have a helper. Wouldn't that be even worse? Not to mention calculating, at least in Long Yang's heart, at this time, it was the best choice to erupt with the strongest combat power and cooperate with Mo Qingqing and Mo1. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would probably die without even knowing how. That would be a true tragedy. Chapter 41-58. He gritted his teeth and persevered. There was not a single piece of uninjured flesh on his body. In such a situation, what kind of combat power would he display? Was his ability really enough? In fact, it was enough to squeeze a person's limits. But at this time, if he really wanted to resist or turn defeat into victory, the possibility of success was extremely low. Once he was beaten up, many things would change in essence, especially his own strength. Whether he could make further progress or not would almost become a matter of suspense. Even if he still had some skills, it was impossible for him to make any significant improvements at this point in time, even if he still had some skills. This was the thing that Long Yang didn't want to face the most right now. But sometimes, could some so-called abilities really not change anything? It was indeed extremely difficult to do it well. Hold on, I must hold on. I don't believe that I can really die here this time. He was not strong enough. With Long Yang's attitude and methods, it would be difficult for him to give a perfect answer. Feeling the incomparable pain from the injuries on his body, coupled with his current level, he was in great pain. His heart was very unbearable. It had been a long time since he had received such an intense attack. Even when he was facing the forest and being chased by countless immortals, he had never felt such despair. The guy in front of him might not be too terrifying in essence, but when he fully erupted, he felt like he was no match for him at all. Under such a feeling, even if he wanted to continue resisting, there was still the thought of giving up in his subconscious. Moreover, that thought was very strong, so strong that even if he really wanted to save himself, there was no good way at this moment. At such a level, even if one was unwilling to face it, under the endless despair, one would still subconsciously do what one had to face and what one had to resist. This was a battle of life and death. I want to see how long you can hold on, kid. The giant python had completely wrapped around Long Yang's body. At this moment, the almost extreme power gave Zhang Tianyang a strong sense of confidence. Indeed, the truth was right in front of him. With that kind of extreme performance, the measures that he had to take were already completely clear. Was it really that difficult to change the so-called results of the battle? Long Yang might have had a certain amount of confidence before, but now that he was in a daze, he really didn't have that kind of confidence anymore. The feeling of being on the verge of passing out, coupled with the fact that his current condition had yet to improve, the feeling of despair still lingered in his heart no matter what happened. Is this level really something that I can't reach? Looking at Imo Qingqing and Imo Wan, they both had anxious looks on their faces. In addition, this feeling had completely manifested itself now. Long Yang knew very well that if he really went all out, he would most likely die in the end. He didn't know when he had started to not care about his own life. Of course, now that he was thinking about the source of all these problems, whether it would really develop according to what he thought, he himself wasn't sure. Some meanings and some facts, once they were completely clear to you, the inherent means and the helplessness that you saw would become even more cruel. No, I can't go on like this. Even if I really fail, I must bite off a piece of this fellow's flesh. Long Yang clenched his teeth. He was no longer as smug as he was before. In his heart, he had already determined that the results of such a battle might not be very satisfactory to him. However, once the truth really started to change, the firm confidence that you needed would definitely have a very difficult manifestation. Such a disposition, such a feeling of helplessness, if it really appeared, your own sense of powerlessness would also become more and more intense. Sometimes, even if you really had a firm will, the many levels of your body and the feelings that you gave out would have a direction that was difficult to explain. Break. The brandishing of the broken sword had already displayed its true extreme power at this moment. That terrifying sword light was so dazzling that it was even more intense than any of Long Yang's previous battles. Even now, he couldn't guarantee that all of this would be clearly displayed in front of him. However, once the facts were completely defined by him, whether he would still have that kind of thoughts at this time, no one dared to guarantee this in their hearts. Go all out, this was the final thought that Long Yang had at this moment. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed. Many times, once this kind of desperate stance was displayed, the so-called result would definitely be endless. Could that kind of attack really have any effect at this moment? He saw a flash of light, and it disappeared in an instant. When he looked at Zhang Tianyang again, there was finally an additional bloodstain on his arm. At this time, that kind of extreme attack could actually have a certain effect. Long Yang began to be stunned. He was fighting with his life on the line, and at least intended to stall for time. He was not prepared for this last attack to really directly hurt the other party. However, things still went against his wishes at this time. The attack hit, and the other party subconsciously did not even resist. There was actually an additional bloody wound on his lower arm, so deep that the bone could be seen. Although this sort of injury wasn't much for an immortal, and he could recover with just a slight pause, it was still a great humiliation to the other party. His face suddenly changed from the previous seriousness to extreme anger. Zhang Tianyang roared, "I will tear you into pieces." In the next second, the terrifying power was even more intense than before. As soon as he looked up, the atmosphere became even more terrifying than before. Ha! Ha 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 ha! I have succeeded. I have successfully been reborn. Long Yang, you son of a bitch, let's see if you still dare to show off in front of me this time. Today, I will let you lie down in front of me and sing that you have conquered me. Suddenly, a voice came out. But it suddenly disrupted the overall rhythm of the battle. Long Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After persisting for so long, all you get in exchange is to sing that you have conquered me. Chapter 4159. Owen had never been so arrogant since he was young. That smug look was as if he had eaten a few kilograms of beef feces at home and wanted to show off but had nowhere to show off. With his mouth wide open, he basically couldn't listen to any explanation from others. Both his hands were on his waist, and his nose was almost pointing at the clouds in the sky. Long Yang, who had a head full of black lines, had an urge to cry but couldn't. How could he have met such an idiot so easily? Initially, they thought that if this guy really succeeded, he would definitely descend with the attitude of an absolute powerhouse. In an instant, he would completely crush their opponents like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. After that, he would retreat successfully and not even look at the existences that he defeated. This was the attitude that an expert should have. Look at this guy's situation now. It was obvious that he was running away. He was just short of a super expert to directly kill him and show an expression of enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan were about to cry. What sins had they committed in their past lives? They had actually met such a younger brother. Beating one's own younger brother to death shouldn't be punished by heaven, right? Mo Qingqing now had the urge to instantly go up and hammer this younger brother to death who had abandoned his family. What are you spacing out for? F*CKU, hurry up and help. That brat can't hold on any longer. If you continue to stare blankly, all of us will die in his hands. Mo Qingqing couldn't help but curse. She really didn't have the face to look at his expression. Sister. I'm not a gay man. I think it's better to leave this brat to you, she muttered. Mo Wen's hands didn't stop. With a turn of his body, a strong storm emerged from his hands. In a flash, his whole body received all the attacks from Zhang Tianyang, who was still attacking. Once again, he opened his mouth wide and smiled. Looking at Zhang Tianyang, he said, "Hey. Isn't this big brother Zhang? Why do you have the time to come here? I'm sorry, the inheritance here has already been taken by me. Today, you are destined to return empty-handed." As he said that, his hands didn't stop. Under Mo Wen's attack, his strong fist was like a mountain, smashing towards the other party's chest. If this fellow wasn't too talkative, he would definitely be considered as a decent member of the younger generation. It could even be said that after receiving the inheritance, it wouldn't be impossible for him to compete for the so-called heavenly list of the demonic snake clan. Unfortunately, this guy's character is very bad. Just like Long Yang, he belongs to the type that makes people feel annoyed just by looking at him. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be so compatible with Long Yang's temper. He was so happy to swindle people. I want to cry. Zhang Tianyang finally knew what kind of weirdo he had encountered. Under his words, he was distracted for a moment, and this guy's fist had already rushed over. Logically speaking, with this kid's strength, even if he really took this punch, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, he was just a youth. But right now, things were different. This fella had just received the legacy. While his strength didn't seem to have changed much, be it in terms of strength, speed, or other aspects, they were all much higher than before. This fist bombarded Zhang Tianyang's chest, and in the next second, Zhang Tianyang was sent flying. Before he could figure out how powerful the opponent's fist was, a terrifying force came, and his body was sent flying. That kind of power that had almost shattered his chest was released in an instant, and his whole body was sent flying. It was simply unbelievable. His whole expression was so shocked that he didn't dare to imagine it. But in front of reality, it was so real. His eyes were full of shock, and he didn't even try to hide it. Zhang Tianyang didn't dare to imagine how a guy, who he didn't even care about before, could actually have such power at this moment. What kind of ability did you inherit? He looked at Mo Wen in disbelief. Even now, he still had a feeling that it was very difficult for him to think. How much truth, after knowing it, would be extremely cruel. Could his own mental fortitude be able to truly stabilize it? These things, at this moment, seemed to have become unimportant. What was important was that the guy in front of him didn't seem to have reached his limit, but he had already exerted himself to his limit. Together with the dogskin plaster Long Yang, Zhang Tianyang didn't think that he still had the strength to fight. He also didn't think that there was any possibility of accomplishing his previous goal. It was only at such a time that Zhang Tianyang could calm down. He was originally not a calm person, and he had always been famous for his fiery temper. Most of the time, once he was angered, he would definitely suffer crazy revenge. And when he was taking revenge, his temperament was also not tenacious. It was also because of this that one could determine his own state. Perhaps, when facing a strong practitioner who wasn't that outstanding, he could just crush them. Even if he was facing an immortal like Long Yang, it would still be a piece of cake. But if he really met an expert, then the situation would definitely be reversed. Such an outcome was logical. I'll see how you dodge. Mo1, who was grimacing, didn't even look for his elder brother and sister. He punched again, and then another. The feeling of power all over his body was stunning. This kind of crushing was something that he had wanted for many years, but he couldn't get it. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch landed. Mo1 was like a boxer, using his fists to serve him. He didn't use his own remarkable talents, and he didn't even use the so-called immortal techniques. Just by relying on his flesh and his own strength, a few ribs would be broken with a punch. This kind of battle is what a so-called heaven son of heaven like me should try to fight. At this moment, Mo1 had already regarded this Zhang Tianyang in front of him as the Long Yang who had beaten him up previously. Although, with his current ability, if he really served Long Yang like this, he reckoned that Long Yang wouldn't be able to take it. But it was not easy to find a way to vent his anger, so how could he have any leeway to hold back? That guy had beaten him up to his heart's content, so much so that at this moment, Zhang Tianyang subconsciously wanted to resist, but he didn't have the slightest ability to do so. He couldn't even cry if he wanted to. Please, I'm begging you. Even if I'm going to die, can't you give me a quick death? Isn't this a little too indecent? At this moment, Zhang Tianyang had completely forgotten how indecent he had been previously. This person. It was only at such a time that he could truly understand how miserable the so-called battle and the so-called torture was. Chapter 4160. Long Yang was panting heavily. This time, Long Yang could finally relax completely. If one's ability was insufficient, then one had to find one's own position. This could be said to be a wise saying. Putting on a brave front was definitely a huge pit for Long Yang. Even though he had jumped into it, his body was still filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. The actual situation, coupled with his current emotions, caused him to feel a sense of lingering fear after he had suddenly relaxed. Fortunately, he still had some ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted that long and he would have died. That would have been really embarrassing, alright. There were some things that you didn't cherish when they were right in front of you. Once you lost them, your entire person's essence, chi, and spirit would also completely disappear. At such a time, how many people could truly have a sense of balance in their hearts? At the moment, Mo1 and Mo Fan's ability were much stronger than his. This was a fact in Long Yang's heart, a fact that could not be refuted. Naturally, at this time, he didn't pretend to be a big shot and just went up to fight. This was the best choice. But no matter what, he felt aggrieved in his heart. How could you expect a teenager to have such willpower? Increase my ability. I must increase my ability properly. Otherwise, that brat Mo1 will definitely bully me in the future. That fat hammer from before, not to mention him, even I still remember it clearly. Long Yang started to plan in his heart. It was really because he seemed to have been a little too smug before. This group of people, no matter what, were the direct disciples of the Purple Cloud Python clan. Their bloodline and talents were not to be underestimated. How could he expect them to stay at their previous level of ability and wait for him to bully them? Although a certain yellow dog also had bloodline inheritance and had talents, in the end, everything was still unknown to him. Under the circumstances where he still didn't know what ability he had and what methods he would use to bully Mon, wasn't this clearly looking for stimulation for himself in the future? At this moment, Long Yang finally understood. Sometimes, even if he wanted to be smug, he couldn't completely do it according to his own thoughts. Unless he was the so-called #1 heaven's pride in the world, otherwise, there would always be the possibility of failing miserably. Moreover, looking at his opponent, who he had been persisting bitterly but was still being suppressed, simply crumbling in Mon's hands, that feeling, needless to say, even if Long Yang knew the result, he could not help but feel a little jealous. Before this, the difference in ability between him and Mon was not huge. Even if he really wanted to oppress Mon, it would not be a very difficult task. A fat beating is the proof, okay? But in the blink of an eye, the situation had undergone an earth-shattering change. Was he shocked? He was not surprised. However, it was impossible to say that he didn't have any emotions at all. But now, he was more or less balanced in his heart. No matter what, he still had room for growth. Moreover, he had already reached his limit in this battle. There was no point in thinking about other useless things. Sometimes, people had to learn to be balanced, especially in their hearts. Every time they saw a young man who was stronger than them, it would be hard for them to accept it. With that kind of psychological endurance, they would probably not have any great prospects in their lifetime. And the bird. Smugly turning his head back, Mon only stopped when he was completely sure that Sang Tianyang did not have any combat power. No matter what, this time's matter was also a great capital for him to show off. In the end, the inheritance was obtained by him. Long Yang, that fellow, was the first to discover it, but he did not have the slightest possibility of inheriting it. Although in his heart, he already knew what was going on, in general, that sense of superiority still emerged. In this day and age, there would always be something that you couldn't do that you could do. For this fellow who was being beaten up, this was definitely something that he could hold his head high and be proud of for a period of time. Sigh. Stupid dog. Do you want to have a match now? I realize that no matter who I fight with or learn from each other, it is not as satisfying as fighting with you. Mon grinned evilly. Right now, he really wanted to vent his anger. Long Yang rolled his eyes at him. *CK, I thought I was despicable enough, but I didn't expect to meet this fellow who was even more despicable than me. Wanting to learn from each other at this time, wasn't it obvious that he wanted to torture me to death? Even if I were a fool, I wouldn't agree to it, right? At this moment, Long Yang really had some understanding of Mon's shamelessness. This fellow was not only a chatterbox, but he was also a fellow that made people angry. You should save this ability that you have just obtained to deal with others. This place is far from being at peace, he said helplessly. With Long Yang's perceptive ability, he had already scouted all the places in the surroundings. Although sometimes people didn't need to be so cautious, what kind of place was this? This was the true land of inheritance of the Wind God Crossing. Who knew how many masters and heroes were searching for opportunities inside? They were just a part of this multitude of living beings, and the slightest carelessness could lead to their deaths. Under such circumstances, even Long Yang, who always liked to act despicably, had to be more cautious. His perceptive ability to sense danger was much stronger than that of this group of Snake Clan. Similarly, the detection of the so-called treasures, commonly known as a dog's nose, was naturally much more sensitive. It was also because of this that he was able to detect treasures and danger at the first instance. But now, he didn't feel that this place was peaceful. He had long sensed that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at them, and the person's ability was most likely even stronger than that of Zhang Tianyang. Up until now, he actually hadn't made a move. What was going on? Thinking of this, Long Yang himself began to be a little curious. Forcing him out was something that Long Yang felt he had to do now. Even if it was really said, it was actually very difficult to give an explanation for this kind of situation. But if they continued to ignore it, who knew what the hidden eyes had planned? At that time, what kind of passive position would they be in? There's someone else. Owen immediately began to sense, but he didn't find the slightest abnormality. Immediately, he looked at Long Yang suspiciously. Brother. Come out. Could it be that you still want to be a coward and keep following us? Long Yang didn't answer Wen's question. At this moment, he used his actions to prove his guess. Chapter 4161. Should I say that you really live up to your reputation? The man in white walked up to them with a warm smile on his face. Up until now, this person had not shown even the slightest bit of hostility or threat. But even so, Long Yang was still very calm at this moment, or perhaps it could be said that he was very vigilant. The more harmless a person seemed on the surface, the more dangerous it would be once they made a move. Even Zhang Tianyang had fallen into their hands, but this did not mean that they could rest easy. This man in white, even the simplest frown and smile could be said to be like a spring breeze, but the feeling that seeped out from his bones made Long Yang very uncomfortable. Yes, it was a kind of indescribable discomfort. If it was not so, he would not have felt the danger. Such a concealment, I'm afraid it is not something that an ordinary person can do, right? Who are you exactly? Long Yang did not show any loss of composure, but Mo Wen, Mo Qingqing and the others behind him acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Similarly, even though they were all from the Snake Demon clan, they still did not recognize this man in white in front of them. The more it was like this, the more they felt that this matter was abnormal and scary. Sometimes, seeing as believing is indeed important, but what was more important was the premonition that made you feel uneasy. Just like now, generally speaking, this guy Long Yang was usually carefree and would be the first to show himself if there was a chance. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not appear so serious. However, from the moment this young man appeared, Long Yang's expression had never changed. Not only did he look like he was facing a formidable enemy, but he also had a subconscious illusion of danger. Once that feeling was expressed, it became more and more intense. So, even if Long Yang did not express it himself, the people beside him could also feel it clearly. Mo Qingqing trusted Long Yang more. After all, this guy's ability to find treasures and his ability to sense things ahead of time were indeed much stronger than them. But even so, he still had some doubts in his heart, and they were all very strong. This youth in white was so handsome no matter how she looked at him. If it was not for the fact that she was facing a formidable enemy and the fact that she knew the current dangerous situation, she would most likely be infatuated with him. Looks were justice. At this moment, Mo Qingqing even subconsciously wanted to stand on the side of the man in white. In this day and age, being good-looking was the true definition of strength, okay? He looked at the people on his side. 2 younger brothers. I can't tell what's nice about it at all. Maybe it's because I'm used to it since I was young. As for Long Yang, this guy is also a little handsome, but only a little handsome, okay? In terms of personality and temperament, he was far inferior to the handsome man in front of him. Especially his personality. That guy is a typical incurable lunatic. He doesn't seem to be moved at all when he sees me. Unreasonable, unreasonable. I hate guys who are more handsome than me the most. I'll go first. See if I don't smash that face of yours. Mo pursed his lips. He knew that he was the strongest right now, so he couldn't count on anyone else. After saying that, he clenched his iron fist and prepared to attack. Bang! The ferocious impact brought with it a powerful destructive force. When it was displayed in Mo's hands, it started to become like a mountain. That force was originally a method that could crush a Heaven List member like Zhang Tianyang. Even if he didn't use any of his own strength, such a horrifying attack power was definitely not something that an average person could completely resist. Of course, Mo's current ability was tyrannical. This was a fact that Long Yang and the others were very clear about. Once such an explosion was fully displayed, there were really not many people in the younger generation who could resist it. Because of this, Long Yang and Mo Qingqing were actually still curious about what kind of inheritance this was. It was actually so ferocious. Could it be one of the main inheritances of the wind god fairy? However, the following scene completely shattered their previous so-called fantasies and guesses. They only saw this powerful fist punch down. It felt like it could even shatter a huge rock, but it was so easily caught by the youth in white. Yes, there was nothing fancy, and there was also no situation of the so-called celestial soul power exploding. He just caught it so easily. It was as if an adult had caught a child's fist. It was so unreasonable that even Long Yang's eyes widened. He didn't dare to believe that everything in front of him was the truth. Everything that he had seen with his own eyes was really happening. Didn't they say that Mo's current ability was so ferocious that even he could completely crush him? An existence like Zhang Tianyang only needed a few punches to finish him off. From the looks of it now, this ability had not reached the most terrifying level. It was simply unimaginable that it had been caught so easily by someone. We're done for. Why did such a demon appear? Long Yang covered his forehead. Even he was a little speechless at that kind of feeling. In all honesty, before this, he didn't think that Mo would crush him in this battle. He was even prepared for everyone to attack together. After all, the appearance of this youth in white was too strange. His own ability completely didn't give them a sense of security. However, such a complete crush was something that he had never thought of. After all, the crushing feeling that Mo had given them previously was too unbelievable. Because of this, everyone still had confidence in Mo's ability. However, confidence was confidence. The fact that it wasn't so was another matter. Moreover, looking at the scene in front of them, and even being crushed instead, it was a shock that they had never experienced before. That unimaginable level would become something that they would never be able to forget in the future. F***ck. Your head is quite hard. So easy. Then let's see if you really have such ability. Mo was furious. He had already thought that he was invincible, but he had lost face at this moment. He didn't care about preserving his ability and quietly observed the situation. He clenched his fist, and green veins started to appear on every corner of his arm. Crackle. There were bursts of explosions in the air. It was as if the chi of immortal chi couldn't withstand the intense pressure and exploded. In the next second, Mo's entire body revealed unprecedented tendons and veins. His entire person seemed to have sublimated once again in this extreme state. Rumble. The feeling of the earth quaking and the mountains shaking came. Before Long Yang knew what was happening, his body shook violently. Chapter 4162. Go. Still don't go. At this moment, Long Yang was really in a dilemma. It was not because he had not made up his mind, but because he clearly knew that this time, even if he went up, the final result would just be one more corpse. Long Yang himself was not clear about how strong Mo Wen's ability was, but one thing was clear: Mo Wen was stronger than him, or even much stronger. Such an expert was being crushed at such a time. How strong was the combat ability of this youth in white? There was no need to guess, right? Unfortunately, things had developed to this stage. Even if you really wanted to do something, or really wanted to escape alone, it had become an impossible thing. If you braced yourself and went up, you would die even faster. If you didn't go up, the final result would be death. This was the thing that Long Yang felt the most hopeless about now. Was there really any meaning in continuing this kind of battle that was almost certain death? Even if there was no meaning, could it be that he was really going to wait for death at this time? Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan gave him an answer, which was to go up. Even if he clearly knew that the road ahead was not going to be easy and he would definitely die, he could not have the slightest hesitation when it was time to go up. If he gave it his all, there was still a possibility of success, even if the possibility was slim. However, if he really gave up without a fight, there would not even be the slightest possibility. This was not in line with the ideals that they had been instilled with. Even if they were to die, they had to die standing, and die with dignity. To put it bluntly, Long Yang's death was not an honorable one. However, being infected by such a situation, his heart also began to fill with hot blood. Since he was still alive, he could not have the slightest thought of giving up. Long Yang was infected by such a situation, and his heart also began to be filled with a strong feeling. Fight! Even if I die, I will have no regrets. In his heart, he forcefully instilled such thoughts into himself. In the next second, his body began to shine with a golden light. At this moment, the formation formed by the three of them could barely delay the opponent's footsteps. Although the white-robed man still seemed to be at ease, the situation had not developed in the worst direction yet. Damn it, I've just come out of seclusion and I've already encountered such a troublesome fellow. What kind of sin did I commit in my previous life? Mo Wen gritted his teeth, expressing that he was truly speechless. Even with such an extreme eruption of power, coupled with the fact that there were two experts guarding the formation behind him, he was only barely able to withstand the white-robed man's attack. Every punch and kick caused great turbulence, so much so that even if he wanted to do something or turn defeat into victory, it would be almost impossible. Now that things had developed to this point, even though they weren't willing to accept the final outcome, they could more or less see it. Under such circumstances, failure was almost a certainty. Was he unwilling to accept it? He was really unwilling. His ability had just increased greatly, but even if he was unwilling, what could he do? Moreover, the terrain of the oasis had begun to change. One could imagine how intense the change in ability was. It was only at such a time that Mo Wen could be completely clear-headed. Regardless of whether it was from discovering or accepting the so-called inheritance, it could be said to have been incomparably smooth. If this hadn't happened, he would have really thought that he was the so-called one chosen by heaven. Who could have had such good luck, especially after getting to know but face Long Yang? However, the current situation was like falling straight from heaven to hell. That's right, no matter how strong his luck was, he was still an ordinary immortal of the younger generation. If his ability was sufficient but his foundation was insufficient, he would still be killed by others. If he didn't change his arrogant attitude and correct it, he would definitely fall under such circumstances sooner or later. Now, after seeing his own ability in true colors, Mo Wen was no longer as aloof and arrogant as before. His eyes were filled with seriousness, and his own cautiousness when he attacked had begun to gradually straighten out the scales of the battle. Damn it, it's time for me to show my skills. He subconsciously dashed forward. It was the invincible iron head technique again. This time, Long Yang seemed to want to undo the seal on his body. The sudden tug didn't produce the slightest reaction. As a result, in the next second, his entire head began to feel an intense pain. It wasn't just because he wanted to rip apart the unknown seal, but also because his iron head technique had directly collided with the body of the youth in white. Although this fellow had been using the iron head technique previously and had always appeared to be invincible, it didn't mean that he would still be invincible when he encountered an absolute strong opponent who could crush his existence. At such a time, his attack had already caused such a problem. Alright, Long Yang himself began to feel extremely wronged. At a time like this, he had just launched an attack, yet something like this had already happened. Alright, Long Yang started to feel extremely wronged. Since when did I reach this point? I haven't even used some of my so-called tricks yet. Am I going to die here? When he felt the mountain-like collision happening once again, this time caused by his iron head technique, he felt an endless sense of despair engulf him. In this day and age, not everyone could successfully become a powerhouse. The seal that he tore apart could be said to be the last crucial step, but he had failed completely. Even now, he had no confidence in the upcoming battle. Was this a joke? If something were to happen at this time, would he really be able to prepare for everything? Don't think about those so-called problems anymore. For some things, even if you already have the answer in your heart, at the most crucial moment, it's hard to meet the basic conditions. That moment is extremely important to you. Mother. Once again, he saw that familiar figure. Although it disappeared in a flash like before, in the next second, Long Yang's entire body was filled with ecstasy. In the next moment, the golden energy, coupled with the strong immortal chi that had gathered in the surroundings, began to gather on his body the moment the seal loosened. The power that flowed through his tendons and meridians, as well as the unimaginable methods, were completely reflected in his eyes. The reddish-gold light gradually turned scarlet. When Long Yang opened his eyes, they were filled with an ancient vicissitude. Earth immortal. Chapter 4163. It was only when one was truly faced with an absolute crisis that everything that one thought and saw became clear. Just like Long Yang now, it seemed that he really didn't have much of a chance. It could even be said that if he participated in the battle, he would be the first person to be killed. However, under such an extreme state, any choice that he made would help him improve. On the surface, all of this seemed to be formed in a completely accidental state, but was that really the case? To be honest, even Long Yang himself felt that at that moment, the possibility of coincidence was higher. However, in general, most of the time, he still couldn't imagine it in his heart. After all, there were too many things that could change once they happened, even if one didn't understand what was going on. Was all of this really predestined by the unseen forces? Long Yang himself couldn't guarantee it. Naturally, at this moment, his thoughts also changed to a certain extent. Did he have doubts? Of course he did, especially at that critical moment when his mother's shadow appeared without warning. It would be impossible if there weren't many secrets or other things in it. However, it was just doubts. Long Yang himself couldn't go forward to investigate anything, and it was even more impossible for him to show such an intense situation at this moment. There were some things that couldn't be explored and the secret could not be found just because one had a doubt in one's heart. Once one really found the answer and the truth, it might be something that one couldn't accept. Moreover, the most important thing now was other things. The battle and the situation in front of him hadn't changed, and the so-called life-threatening danger was even more intense in an instant. The man in white had always been in a meditative state, and no matter how one fought, he would remain motionless. However, after sensing the scarlet light, his whole body began to change very uneasily. It was as if even the joint formation of the three Mo siblings couldn't threaten his strength, and might be broken at this moment. A trace of uncertainty flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously stretched out his hand, and white light began to emerge from his body. In that instant, the change in her expression was caught by Long Yang. Reaching out with his paw, he had already transformed into his original form. The sharp claws began to shine like divine weapons. There wasn't much dazzling light, but this extreme performance gave people a feeling of danger that would never disappear. Is this the power of the yellow dog's main body? The white-robed youth's heart was in turmoil. To be honest, he didn't think much of Long Yang and the three Mo siblings. What super experts? What heirs of the Purple Cloud Python clan? All of this was nothing in front of a true young heaven's prideling. He had the strength to look down on everyone, and he also had the confidence to do so. He gritted his teeth and tried to persevere, but at this moment, he realized that if he continued to fight, he might not be able to remain calm. Thinking about it, he rolled his eyes and hurriedly retreated. I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. There will be a day when we meet again. At that time, don't forget how you all joined forces to stop me today. With that, a white light flashed, and just like when he appeared, he disappeared without a sound. Ha! This? What happened? Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't even have time to recall what had happened. The appearance and disappearance of the white-robed man was like a dream. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem like reality. What kind of demon is he? Owen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. At this moment, even his mind was starting to become muddled. A person had suddenly appeared and crushed him, forcing out Long Yang's potential and raising him to the earth immortal realm. Then, he disappeared just like that. He disappeared without any warning. How scary was that? I'm guessing that he is probably someone who came to test our strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought us for a while and then left. But who is testing us? Testing us? What is his purpose? Even after the white-robed man had left, Mo Qingqing still had a serious expression. Who cares what his purpose is? Once I have completely integrated this inheritance, even if he is very powerful, I will still be able to fight him. Mo Wen stood there proudly. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all. After all, his definition of himself was a brute. Things like using his brain should be left to people with brains. Mo1. Didn't you just say that you wanted to fight with me? It just so happens that we're free now. Damn it, come on, let me teach you a lesson. A discordant voice rang out. Just as Mo1 was still showing off and displaying a strong desire to show off, everyone turned their heads one by one. Seeing that this fellow was starting to show off again, they were speechless. Long Yang, oh Long Yang, we just had a better impression of you. How could you change it completely in an instant? Yes, these words were spoken by Long Yang, who had just stopped. That smug expression was exactly the same as when Mo1 had returned from the inheritance. Ugh! Why was this fellow like Mo1? No wonder they were a match made in heaven. Why do I feel that my younger brother has been talking about me and him just to cover up this gay relationship? These two fellows, why do they seem more and more compatible? Oh! Tui 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 tui. Mo clan is still counting on this fellow to carry on the family line. He mustn't turn gay. They are such a good match. I can't help but think about what will happen next. Mo Qingqing's eyes almost sparkled with stars. These two fellows were indeed exactly the same. Naturally, it was impossible for them to fight. Not in this lifetime. Who knew who would get back at who the next time? When exactly would it end? A war of words and a quarrel would be over. However, Mo1, who had been immersed in this happy atmosphere, noticed that Long Yang's expression was somewhat strange. It wasn't that his lively personality had changed, but it was as if he was hiding something in his heart and didn't want to say it. However, it was more or less reflected on his face. Hey! I say! Even if I didn't ask you to beat me up, you wouldn't be like this, right? Your F***king expression makes it seem as if everyone here owes you $800. Are you really that depressed? Mo1, who was licking his face, expressed that he really couldn't understand. However, in the next moment, he seemed to understand something. Up to this point, Long Yang had only said one sentence. I have reached the earth immortal realm. My perception has increased by more than twofold. Chapter 4164. You know everything. It was a very ethereal sentence. Mo1 seemed to be talking to himself, but it also seemed like he was asking a question. At the same time, Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan were dumbfounded. They had no idea what Mo1 was up to at the moment. Such a serious expression did not suit him. Why did it seem like he was blaming him for abandoning him? I wasn't sure before. I was just a little suspicious. However, looking at your expression and state now, it should be right. I didn't expect that the Green Snake clan and your Purple Cloud Python clan would have such a deep relationship. I'm afraid it's not just an ordinary clan war, right? Long Yang did not question Mo1. There was no use in looking like he had been cheated, right? Sometimes, some things still needed to be handled calmly, especially at such a crucial moment that concerned one's own fate. Once you made a wrong choice or made a wrong judgment, the result might be something you couldn't bear. To be honest, the current Long Yang could only stick to his heart. Some things, even if he knew clearly, he could only choose to find out the truth before it was made public. After the truth was clear, he would make his own decision. This was how a wise person should behave. Even though Long Yang himself didn't want to be such a wise man, he didn't want to be a wise man. Don't you have anything to say to me? If you don't want to say it, then forget it. However, if you really want to say it, I only want to hear the truth. Actually, Long Yang was also very conflicted. After all, after these days of getting along, he really did not want to be enemies with Mo1. Although the relationship between the two of them was not purely brotherly, at least they could be considered to have fought side by side for a long time. The word friend was still acceptable. However, when you suddenly found out that your so-called friend had always been pretending to cater to you, or that everything was just an act, the anger and sadness would also be very disheartening. Could it be that in this immortal realm, it was really impossible to make so-called friends? Could there not be true sincerity and sincerity? He did not want to be alone forever, especially after leaving demonic Immortal Island. The feeling of loneliness had become even stronger. Mo1 was his first true friend. He did not want to lose him, and he was also very sad. Was he sincere? Even though Mo1 would give an explanation now, if it was not the truth and he did not have the courage to tell the truth, he would definitely not believe the sincerity in it. Even if they would still have dealings with each other in the future, there would probably still be a knot between them. This was a crack that was very difficult to repair. Could it be that Mo1 didn't know this? In fact, he also knew this in his heart. However, even if he knew, he couldn't do anything about it. Some things were already done. No matter how much one regretted it or had other thoughts, there was no turning back. There are countless connections between the entire snake race. For example, our Violet Cloud Python clan and the Green Snake clan. On the surface, it seems like there isn't much interaction between the two sides. In fact, we can even be said to be enemies with each other. However, if we were to separate ourselves, 1,000 years ago, we were one race. The Green Snake clan is nothing more than a branch of the Purple Cloud Python clan. Even the current Purple Cloud Python clan doesn't know about the relationship between the two clans unless they are the true successors. Because of this layer of relationship, there will definitely be something that can be controlled. For example, Qing Mo1 from before. It was a method of control. Mo1 was very honest. It was because he knew in his heart that there was no point in not being honest in such a situation. Similarly, he didn't want to lose a friend like Long Yang. This was extremely sincere. No matter how angry Long Yang was, he could feel it. Moreover, he was able to reveal the secret behind all of this at such a time. To be honest, even Long Yang had nothing to say about this. Some people always liked to think that they were smart. However, if one really thought about it, could it be that everyone in this world was a fool? There were many things that would hurt one's feelings once they reached that stage. This applied to existences like them as well. Hence, Long Yang had said it straight from the start, and Mo had also revealed the truth without hesitation at this moment. So, is Qing Mo a real person or a fake? Long Yang had actually already figured it out. Right now, he was very anxious to know what was going on. Previously, his perception told him that there was definitely a relationship between Mo and Qing Mo. And this kind of relationship, in fact, if one really wanted to think about it, one could figure it out from their names. However, previously, he didn't think too much about it. After knowing Mo's name, he was slightly stunned. Now, if the two of them had no relationship at all, it would be an insult to his intelligence. However, what kind of relationship did they have with each other, and what kind of truth will there be? These are the things that Long Yang must explore now. It's very simple. It's just a clone of mine. Even the father of the clone of the Green Snake clan doesn't know the secret behind it. As for the problem of the name, it was given to me by my father when he passed away. Of course, this clone, until its death, I have never truly used it, Mo said with a bitter smile. Could it be that he, the original body, didn't know what the clone was doing? Obviously, this was an impossible thing. However, at that time, he didn't stop it. On this point, if it was really said, Mo had indeed let Long Yang down. After all, he was living well on Demon Snake Island. Suddenly, someone appeared and kidnapped him. If it wasn't for the sake of treasure hunting, he would have killed him long ago. With such an encounter, if one were to talk about hatred, it could be said that it was not fake at all. However, could it be that the Mo after that really had no sincerity at all? Now, he really treated Long Yang as a friend. If he didn't give him an explanation for what had happened before, he was afraid that the relationship between them would never be able to be mended. So, after that, you found me. This was not a coincidence. You sensed the death of the clone and also sensed the aura of your clone on me. So, you found me so accurately. Only now did Long Yang understand the inside story. No wonder once he left the forest, Mo could find him. Most likely, at that time, his plan was to imprison him, right? However, after being beaten up by him, he was confused, so he chose another path. Chapter 4165. As you said. It was not easy for him to be serious for such a long time, but it was because of Long Yang's problem. Mo himself was depressed enough. After all, if he had known that he would have such a friendship with Long Yang in the future, he probably would not have had such a plan. But could he really blame his doppelganger? The doppelganger had its own consciousness. Even if everything it did was completely clear to the original body, it was not controlled by the original body. At most, it could be said that it was being restrained by the original body. At that time, he and Long Yang did not know each other at all. Doing things that were slightly out of line was a very normal situation. The immortal world was essentially a cruel world. You couldn't expect everyone to respect you, or even act like good brothers. On this point, Long Yang himself was very clear about it. But I can guarantee that ever since I came into contact with you, I no longer have any bad intentions towards you. I've even sent an order to the Green Snake clan, telling them not to target you in the future. This sounded like an explanation. But Long Yang was very clear that the other party wanted to redeem their friendship. Since when had he become so important? To be honest, after hearing this, Long Yang instinctively started to be a little stunned. Yes, if the previous matter was really said, Mon's actions were indeed out of line, but in essence, they were all for the benefit of the Snake Demon clan. If there was a clan behind him that needed him to do that, he would most likely not hesitate. After knowing him and wanting to be friends with him, he was at least more sincere. He was not completely honest, but at least, he did not have any bad intentions towards him. Was this enough? Long Yang might still not be able to accept it at the moment, but in his heart, he had already determined the overall situation of this matter. Silence. A very long silence appeared in this small team. Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan did not say a word at the side, because they were very clear that no matter what, whether or not they would still be friends in the future was a choice that Long Yang and Mo Wen had to make. At this time, no one could give any advice to Long Yang or Mo Wen. Sometimes, humans, or rather, immortals, were indeed so conflicted. Even if you were prepared for everything, the so-called trouble would still slowly come to you. After a long period of silence, Long Yang finally said, "After this treasure hunt is over, we will no longer have a subordinate relationship. If we are friends, we will meet again in the future. If we have nothing to do with each other after this, then let nature take its course." He knew very well that Mo Wen did not have any ill intentions towards him now. However, the one who had kidnapped him was his doppelganger. This could be said to be a real thorn in his heart. Even though he knew that this couldn't be blamed on Mo Wen, Long Yang still couldn't make him and Mo Wen go back to how they used to be. It was better not to see each other. Perhaps this was the feeling of two lovers who loved each other, but at this moment, Long Yang had this kind of feeling towards a man, a friend that he had almost recognized. Was it sad? It was indeed a little sad. At least, from his point of view, he would rather not know about this kind of thing. Unfortunately, he was also a person who would get to the bottom of things. If he really had doubts about some things, then he would definitely get to the bottom of it. Alright, now I understand everything. I just made myself feel a little uncomfortable for no reason. But what could he do? For some things, even if he still had other ideas in his heart, the result would still be the same in essence. How could there be so many things in this world that could be done as one pleased? In the Jianghu, one had no choice. Perhaps sometimes it was a strong restraint to oneself, but it was also the true bottom line that one had to stick to. Long Yang. This was the first time Mo Qingqing had called Long Yang's name. Previously, it had always been Yellow Dog calling him Yellow Dog. She was also a little reluctant to part with him, not because she liked this dog, but because she truly knew his character and way of doing things. She also knew that this fellow was a person who valued relationships and righteousness. In the eyes of many, such a friend, no matter where it was, could be made. She didn't want to lose such a friend, but she wanted to persuade him, but she didn't know where to start. "Sister. You don't have to say any more. He has his own choice. Moreover, this is also the best choice for us. Otherwise, I'm afraid we can't even be friends in the future." Mo Wen said immediately. He was very clear that this matter had developed to this point. If both sides were still like this, then the final situation would definitely be very difficult to resolve. Actually, it wasn't that Long Yang couldn't stay. He could even go with them to do more things, and he would still be the guest of the entire Purple Cloud Python clan. But if that was the case, both sides would most likely only have a subordinate relationship. It would be fine if they each took what they needed, or if they had their eyes on the so-called benefits. In a situation where there was a knot in their hearts, it would be almost impossible for them to work together and work together. Under such a reality, what other choice could there be? Mo Wen could choose the benefits and still tie Long Yang to the Purple Cloud Python clan. In this way, Long Yang probably wouldn't say too many unbearable things. However, was this really interesting? The Purple Cloud Python clan and the Green Snake clan were fundamentally different. The Purple Cloud Python clan valued friendship more. If both sides really only had a cooperative relationship left, then it was better not to have it. Comparing such a relationship with the so-called wealth, in Mo Wen's heart, continuing to be friends with Long Yang was the best outcome. Since there was a choice, there had to be a decision. He made such a decision because he was the heir of the clan leader. Even if he returned to the Purple Cloud Python clan, the existence in the clan wouldn't say anything. Moreover, the biggest contributor to this so-called treasure hunt was Long Yang. It could be said that Long Yang had done this, which was already considered to be extremely benevolent. And for Mo Wen to make such a decision at this moment, similarly, was also considered to be benevolent. I hope that when we meet in the future, we can still be friends. Long Yang cracked a smile. Actually, at this moment, Long Yang's smile was somewhat forced. However, this situation was already the best possible outcome. There was actually no need to think about other things. Chapter 4166. Now that things had come to this, both Long Yang and Mo Wen had no other choice. In comparison, perhaps the Purple Cloud Python race would be dissatisfied, but in the end, Long Yang still had his own value. If they were to really weigh the pros and cons, letting Long Yang go would be the best choice. After all, the reason why Long Yang was not valued in the demonic immortal island and was ridiculed by countless people was that he had no talent for cultivation and was a yellow dog. The son of the sacred king was actually such a useless person. Even if he was an adopted son, how many people would be embarrassed by him? However, if Long Yang could really cultivate and possessed extraordinary talent, the result would most likely be reversed, wouldn't it? Now, if he really returned to the demonic immortal island, he would still be in danger, but compared to before, it would definitely be a lot better, and he would definitely have followers. In that case, what kind of conflict would there be between the two of them if they went against his wishes and kept him on the Snake Demon Island? Don't bully the young for being poor. This saying might be just a joke in the eyes of some big shots, but it could be said to be a wise saying in front of the existence of the strong and powerful. Because it was impossible to judge whether Long Yang would really have a more powerful identity and status in the future, and even more unimaginable strength. What if this kid really succeeded? What would happen to the Snake Demon clan in the future? The Snake Demon clan was just an ordinary clan in the Endless Sea realm. Not to mention the demonic immortal island, even some of the big demonic immortal clans could destroy them with a flick of a finger. Moreover, they had also heard some so-called rumors that although Long Yang had no talent, he was deeply loved by the Sacred King, and the Sacred King doted on him like his own son. Now that there was no news of Long Yang, it was fine. If they really knew that it was the Snake Demon clan who had done this, they were afraid that the Sacred King would be furious. They couldn't kill him, and they couldn't imprison him. The Purple Cloud Python clan, who had a hard time getting off, had chosen to make friends with him. Under such circumstances, if Long Yang wanted to break off contact with them, even if they were helpless, they could not do anything about it. Using force was indeed useful when one didn't know the truth, but once one knew some things, using force was probably the most foolish decision one could make. In this day and age, who didn't have some thoughts? No one was really an idiot. In the following period of time, there weren't many accidents happening. Regardless of whether it was Long Yang or Mo Wen, they spoke less. After all, there was more or less an awkward feeling in their interactions. This was unavoidable. However, even so, Long Yang was still very responsible. Whenever he came across a so-called inheritance or treasure, he would immediately report it to Long Yang. Similarly, the guy did not show any sign of standing by the side when they were in danger. Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan were more or less impressed by the guy's determination. After all, being able to put aside the grudges and honor the promise was an extremely rare thing in and of itself. At the very least, they asked themselves honestly. If it were them, they might not be able to do it either. It was a pity that they couldn't keep such a person by their side. Although Mon was the youngest of the three in the team, no matter how one looked at it, Mon's status was the noblest. He was the heir of the Purple Cloud Python clan. Apart from the current clan leader, he was the existence with the highest status in the entire clan. This was something that could not be refuted. Once they were in a dangerous or serious situation, Mon's orders were orders and could not be disregarded. Of course, Mo Fan and Mo Qingqing had their own thoughts. However, under such circumstances, compared to Long Yang and Mo Wen's open and above-board relationship, they didn't have the mood to do anything else. They found a few more inheritances. Although they weren't as intense and terrifying as the one Mo Wen had found before, it was only half a month. However, in just half a month's time, they had all greatly improved their strength and battle prowess in the Wind God Crossing. Now, other than the guy Long Yang who had entered the Earth Immortal Realm, Mo Fan and Mo Qingqing had also entered the Earth Immortal Realm. Although they still needed some time to consolidate their abilities and combat abilities in such a realm, such an improvement was still very gratifying. It should be known that on this Demon Snake Island, the most basic requirement for the youths to be called Heaven's favorites was the cultivation of the Earth Immortal Realm. With such a cultivation base and the corresponding strength, it would not be too difficult for him to enter the Heaven ranking. However, if one did not have such cultivation, wanting to enter the Heaven list would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. As for Mo1, this guy's cultivation was still half a step to the Earth Immortal Realm. There were no signs of a breakthrough. However, in terms of combat abilities, whether it was Mo Qingqing or Mo Fan, who was the oldest, they were no longer his match. Even if the two of them joined forces, he could still hold them off for a while. Such terrifying combat abilities were simply unimaginable. It could be said that almost everyone in the team had obtained what they wanted. Even Long Yang had not come in vain this time. They had obtained quite a lot of immortal stones. Now, if they were to really look at the storage ring, this guy's wealth of a few thousand lower-grade spiritual stones was definitely one of the best among the youths. In addition to those who knew how many immortal weapons, Long Yang was now a walking cash carrier. Of course, compared to the other three's harvest this time, it was still a lot less. After all, the improvement of abilities was the most fundamental. Long Yang did not obtain the so-called inheritance in the Wind God Crossing. It was just that the seal had mysteriously loosened a little again. For us, this time's harvest is considered enough. Should we go back? Mo said in a very serious tone on the last day. If it was his previous temperament, he definitely wouldn't have done this. After all, the three of them had each received an inheritance. Although they had found other cultivation methods and whatnot, the three of them didn't have the ability to do so. But in general, who would complain about having more inheritances? However, at the same time, he was also very clear that it was already very shocking for them to be able to do this in a large-scale land of inheritance. If they continued, not only would they be incompatible with the heavenly path, they would most likely attract even more intense disasters. We will listen to you. Actually, it is indeed time to get rid of them. Mo Qingqing was very straightforward. After all, she had obtained what she wanted. Mo Fan nodded his head. In an instant, everyone's gaze was on Long Yang. Chapter 4167. Outside Purple Cloud City. Because nothing unexpected had happened, the four members of the small team had returned here without any danger. Just as Mo1 was about to let everyone in and get ready to rest in the city for a period of time, he heard Long Yang's farewell. No matter what, even if Long Yang was at the later stage of the Wind God Crossing and had a tacit understanding with them, he still wouldn't stay when it was time to leave. This was because he was very clear that some of these things couldn't be completely ignored just because you didn't say it. After all, the hardest thing to understand in this world was the human heart. Many a time, even if you were unwilling to do something in the sect, your rationality would still tell you that it had to be done. How many times had Long Yang mocked himself in his heart when he was alone? In the past, he had a younger sister and adoptive parents, but the days of separation had never changed. After all, a true holy king and holy mother of the demonic immortal clan, as well as the current saintess, there were too many things they needed to do. As for Long Yang's identity, no matter how much they didn't care about it, it was impossible to change the days where they spent less time together than apart. It was the same this time. After much difficulty, he had become friends with these few fellows, but because of some accident or rationality, Long Yang had no choice but to leave. He was very clear that he could stay, but if he really did that, this so-called friendship would slowly fade away. He treasured this friendship very much, so no matter what, he wouldn't stay. Mo1, Mo Qingqing, and the others could be considered to have understood the outcome. Hence, even though they were a little reluctant, they still appeared to be rather open-minded. No matter what, this stinky yellow dog's decision couldn't be changed. Since that was the case, they might as well let nature take its course. Whether it was Mo1 or Mo Qingqing, at this moment, they actually believed in their hearts that they would still have the opportunity to meet Long Yang again. Although things might remain the same, but people might not be the same, this good karma, this friendship, would definitely be maintained with Long Yang's departure. Take care. Mo1 looked at his friend very seriously, and finally forced out these words. I'm still waiting for my strength to increase exponentially, so that I can properly beat you up into a pig's head. Before you get beaten up by me, you brat, don't prepare to be beaten up by others. Alright, the trace of sadness that Long Yang had just brewed disappeared in an instant. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but at the same time, he felt a little gratified. Yes, this so-called friendship could only last after he left. Since everyone was very clear about this, there was no point in continuing to be entangled with each other. He might as well enjoy himself. Don't worry, the next time we meet, you will still go crazy. When that time comes, don't cry. Long Yang smiled, cupped his hands towards the three of them, and prepared to leave. Wait! Suddenly, just as Long Yang turned around and was about to leave, a familiar voice came from behind. The few of them were stunned. Immediately after, Mo1's expression became somewhat anxious. Dad? You won't. At the same time, Long Yang also felt a little serious at this moment. From their point of view, this was all to maintain their friendship in the future, which was why they had come this far. But whether or not the Violet Cloud Python race would be as magnanimous, that was hard to say. In the Wind God Crossing, he, Long Yang, had already fully demonstrated his usefulness and talent. Although such a person couldn't be considered an ultimate weapon, his usefulness was extremely huge. No matter where he went, his ability to find treasures would definitely cause some disturbances. Fortunately, Long Yang didn't have a very bad impression of him, so this kind of thing could be carried out. Chapter 4168. 3 people, 3 pieces of inheritance. For a small team to be able to have such gains, you have contributed a lot. To be honest, even someone like Mo Sun could not bear to part with Long Yang. This was definitely a mascot-like existence. Although the ability to find treasures was only a so-so, if a true super expert really wanted to comprehend it, it would not be difficult for them to do so. However, this guy's luck was almost invincible. Under such circumstances, who would not hope that they could also have good luck? Combined with his various situations before, first, his life was threatened. Then, he was searching for treasures and even fighting. At that time, this guy's luck was extremely bad. The chosen one. Those who were slightly more superstitious would probably think of these 4 words at the first moment. However, this guy was a complete B** start. After obtaining certain benefits, not many people even paid attention to him. If such an existence were to join one's own camp, it would be impossible not to like it. Somewhat helplessly, the result was not satisfactory. After all, such a reality had long been predestined. It had been predestined from the moment they had captured this guy. How could he, Mo Sun, not know about that matter? Even Mo1 knew very clearly what the outcome was. It would be strange if he, the father, did not know what was going on. However, just like his son, at that time, how could he have known that Long Yang was such a heaven-defying existence? As a result, after knowing some of this guy's abilities and character, he had already started to make preparations to remedy the situation. We're just taking what we need. Long Yang curled his lips. Even though this guy acted like he didn't care about it on the surface, in fact, he was more or less uncomfortable in his heart. In front of his friends, he naturally would not show such emotions. However, in front of this senior, or rather the person who had planned all this, it would be strange if Long Yang could completely hide it. He had never been a person who would consider others and make sacrifices for himself. Most of the time, he was a very self-centered guy. Under such circumstances, he rarely cared about the feelings of others. Of course, if he could help others, he would always be the first to do so. As expected, Mo Sun was a little speechless. This guy was really not someone who made friends. He didn't know what was wrong with his son to actually become friends with him. If there was no such thing as a friend, he would be able to keep him, wouldn't he? At that time, he believed that Long Yang would not object. After all, sometimes there was a knot in one's heart. This was against friends. But if there was no friendship, then everything would be based on interests. I have something here. Treat it as your reward for this operation. As for whether you go or not, that is your own business. However, let me say this first, Mo1 may also go there. After saying this, Mo Sun directly threw the item to Long Yang. He was actually here to deliver this thing. How could he not know that if this group of people really fought side by side all the time, this knot would not disappear at all? No one knew what would happen to his friends in the end. However, friends couldn't not see each other every day, especially with such a relationship. The best way to keep in touch with Long Yang was to arrange a place for him to go. Perhaps he would feel more at ease if he wasn't part of the Purple Cloud Python clan. Only without a subordinate relationship could they truly be friends. As for this old guy's own plans, he naturally would not tell Long Yang. However, if he really wanted to, it was very simple. Wasn't it just to not cut off contact with him and to always maintain a friendly relationship in the future? Obviously, this was the most beneficial thing for him, or rather, for the Purple Cloud Python clan. After all, in Mo Sun's opinion, a guy like Long Yang was destined to soar to the sky. He had methods, he was scheming, and his bloodline and cultivation talent were definitely not bad. In addition to his shameless personality, he was destined to be a big shot with strong potential competition. It was definitely a good thing to invest in such a person in the early stages. Even if he failed and died in the end, he would not lose too much. What is this? Long Yang opened his palm and looked at the thing that Mo Sun gave him. He fell into confusion. Immortal Spiritual Pearl. The trial qualification pearl of Cloud Fog Island, one of the 10 great sects of the Endless Sea region. With this, you can go to Cloud Fog Island to participate in the recruitment trial. With your current age and strength, it won't be difficult for you to enter Cloud Fog Island to cultivate the 10 great sects of the Endless Sea region. Long Yang was stunned. He really did not expect to go to such a place. In the Endless Sea region, the 10 great sects were second only to the demonic Immortal Island. They had extremely rich cultivation resources and recruited elites from various clans. If one could really make a contribution to the sect, not only would one be able to learn a large number of divine powers from the 10 great sects for free, but they would also be able to enjoy the benefits of the sect as a disciple. Even if one returned to the clan, the status of a disciple of the 10 great sects would still be there. The status of a disciple was comparable to the status of a true high-ranking member of the demonic Snake Island. Ordinary members of the demonic beast clan would be proud to join the 10 great sects. Of course, if one had connections and could enter the demonic immortal island, which was the center of the endless sea region, the 10 great sects would be nothing. As for Cloud Fog Island, Long Yang had heard of it before. Although it was at the bottom of the 10 great sects, in essence, it was still immeasurably large. If he could obtain this status, it could be said that even if he returned to the demonic immortal island in the future, the extreme ridicule and disdain from before would disappear. Because of this status, he would still be somewhat respected in the demonic immortal island, unless he was a noble of the demonic immortal island and did not have to care about the influence of the 10 great sects. This thing is too precious. Why did you think of giving it to me? Long Yang was a little speechless. The first thing that came to his mind was Mo Sun's intention. However, as soon as he asked this question, he didn't say anything else. I really want it. This is a good karma, or rather, an investment from Mo Sun. A immortal spiritual pearl was enough to offset the so-called humiliation he had suffered when he was kidnapped. At least in Long Yang's opinion, he had profited greatly. Chapter 4169. The boundless sea of clouds was blue and boundless. Next to the skyline ahead, an island gradually appeared in front of Long Yang. Is this the Cloud and Mist Island? Looking at the place shrouded in multicolored light, Long Yang was somewhat looking forward to it. He had seen the demonic immortal island, which was even more prosperous and rich in immortal chi, and he had lived there. However, in the face of such a glowing island, the faint excitement in one's heart was not little. It was very simple, this was his own experience. No matter where he went, no matter what he would encounter, it would be a precious memory. When the huge island began to appear, it gradually turned into a boundless continent. The floating mountains and rivers could be seen, and the island was surrounded by clouds and mist. Long Yang was stunned for a moment. Most of the people on the flying boat were young people who were going to Cloud Island to be apprenticed to a master. Among them, there were very few who had a good background. Most of them were the children of the low-level demonic immortal clan. They rarely left the island that belonged to their clan and rarely saw the outside world. Once they saw such a place that was like a paradise on earth, they couldn't suppress their excitement. Although the Cloud Mist Island was just an island, its entire surface area was already considered a huge continent. Here, there were mountains and plains, as well as towering stone buildings that reached into the clouds. The sky was full of colorful clouds and the ground was shrouded in mist all year round. Even though there was no fog on the ground, when they finally stepped on this piece of land, the strong sense of comfort still made them enjoy it so much that they forgot to go home. Is this the Cloud Island? If the 9th-ranked sect of the 10 great sects is able to occupy such a treasured land, then the top few sects, or even places like the demonic immortal island, must be extremely beautiful and rich in spiritual energy. Many immortals began to mutter to themselves as soon as they set foot on the land. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the world, but this place was really too beautiful. The demonic immortal island only has rich spiritual power. The most central place occupies an immortal dragon vein. If we really compare beauty, it's really not as good as Cloud Island. Long Yang rolled his eyes. In fact, he was also somewhat shocked. After all, this beautiful place was even more stunning than the demonic immortal island. If he hadn't sensed that the immortal chi here was thinner than the demonic immortal island, he would have wondered why the demonic immortal island was ruled by the endless sea realm. AI. What kind of expression is that? Are you looking down on Misty Island? Looking down on you, yet you still came. In this world, there had never been a lack of bootlickers, just like now. Long Yang didn't show any expression of shock, but the people behind him couldn't stand it anymore. Such a beautiful cloud mist island, it needs to be praised, shocked, and licked, okay? It would have been fine if Long Yang was far away from him, but he was so close, yet he wasn't shocked at all. This made him, a young elite who was not stingy with his praises, lose face. All of a sudden, he placed his palm on Long Yang's shoulder. His strength was enough to split a mountain. He was obviously looking for trouble. Long Yang turned around. He really didn't want to be the main character. This guy didn't even show a shocked expression, yet he could still find trouble with him. It was very annoying, okay? Without even looking at him, he said, I don't have any expression. But you. Why do you have such a big reaction? Could it be that on Misty Island, a compliment can make you an official disciple? These words were rather vicious. In an instant, everyone's gaze shifted to him. Ugh. Seems like I've stirred up trouble again. Long Yang laughed bitterly in his heart. It seemed like he really had to watch his foul mouth in the future. Well, anyway, that guy Mo1 would definitely come in the future. At that time, his mouth wouldn't be so prominent. That guy's talkative manner and vicious mouth were much more powerful than his own. Big Mo1 really didn't expect that he would be schemed against by Long Yang even before he came to this Misty Island. If he had known about this in advance, he reckoned that no matter how outstanding this Misty Island was, he wouldn't have come. With such a friend who was like a sworn enemy, he would have suffered terribly in the future. It was imaginable how dark it would be. You! Where the F***ck did you come from? How dare you spout such nonsense on the sacred Misty Island? Do you believe that I will chase you out on behalf of Misty Island now? This guy, who had lost face, wasn't completely brainless. He immediately caught on to Long Yang's words and started to consider himself as a member of Misty Island. Under such circumstances, even if there was a certain conflict between the two parties, if it was seen by the real Misty Island disciples or stewards, it would be very normal for them to be biased towards him. After all, these days, there were people who flattered others to have a bright future. Moreover, by doing so, he was also protecting himself, pulling most of the people around him to his side. It had to be said that this guy was really not as simple as he looked on the surface. But even so, Long Yang didn't raise his eyelids too high. In his eyes, such a childish thing had already stopped playing when he was still in diapers. Although everyone wanted to save face, even in a place like Cloud Mist Island, if one behaved so childishly, even if some people would help him in the early stages, when things developed to a certain extent, such behavior would definitely remind people of his childishly behavior, causing countless people to think that he was childish. Could such a person really be able to take on such a great responsibility? This Misty Island didn't lack many things, but it didn't lack geniuses and smart people. Little tricks would never amount to much. Long Yang knew this better than anyone else. Representing Misty Island. Your courage is really commendable. A person who I can send flying with one slap dares to represent Misty Island. He stood in front of him without fear. Long Yang actually didn't want to be dazzling, but it was never in his character to keep a low profile. These days, if someone came looking for trouble, he would never be afraid of anything. Since this person had stretched out his face to slap him, then he would never choose to be polite. Paw! Just at the moment when the other party didn't have time to react. Long Yang's slap, which contained a bit of immortal chi and golden strength chi, came down. The other party's face began to distort, and his whole body directly burst out like a meteor. This guy was like an arrow that had been thrown out of a bow and used as a weapon. In an instant, he flew backward and smashed hard on the stone at the edge of the island. A big hole was formed in the boulder. Ah! Chapter 4170. Good steel. Awesome. Arrogant. 2F** King arrogant. Many people around began to point fingers at this moment. They never thought that there could be such a person in this world. They had just arrived at Cloud Mist Island, okay? Here, if you don't just curl up and slap him, who else would it be? Who could accept it in the first place? To be honest, at this point, many people who wanted to vent their anger or were unhappy with Long Yang had begun to hide their heads like turtles. What a joke! Making trouble at this time, no matter which side you stand on, is a bird that sticks out. Once you are really targeted by the masters of Cloud Mist Island, whether you can enter Cloud Mist Island to cultivate or not, I'm afraid that your future will not be good. Who would be willing to joke about their own future in such a situation? But Long Yang dared to do so, and he even took action. After a burst of ridicule, there was a short period of extreme silence. Everyone looked at Long Yang. In the eyes of many people, this immortal was not tall or stalwart. His face was slightly handsome, but after that slap, his handsomeness had turned into ferociousness in the eyes of countless people. This is really a bold person. Many people at this moment held the mentality of watching a good show, waiting to see how the masters of Cloud Mist Island would deal with this bird that sticks out. Do you want to die? This is Cloud Mist Island, a little carelessness, and you won't even know how you die. If something really happens next, you must be the first to admit your mistake. Beside him, a handsome young man whispered to Long Yang. Maybe because both of them are relatively good-looking, that guy should have a good impression of Long Yang. Such a kind reminder is actually a big risk. Long Yang smiled and didn't say anything at this time. He nodded at the other party and didn't say anything. He looked at those who reprimanded him before with a smile that was not a smile. Before coming to Cloud Mist Island, no one has ever taught me how to be a person. You colleagues, do you want to be my teacher? His tone was filled with lust, but in the ears of these people, it sounded like the voice of the devil. He shook his head subconsciously. What kind of joke was this? Coming out to teach this person a lesson at this time. Not to mention whether he really had the strength to do so, even if he really won, he would be the first bird to stick out, and the first bird to stick out miserably, okay? So cowardly. Long Yang's eyes widened. He didn't expect that no one would dare to face him head-on. Could it be that these fellows had eaten a turtle pill? He had already provoked them like this, yet not only did they not appear, but they even attacked together. That didn't require any technique at all. He finally understood. If it was true, then this was how a member of the multitude of living beings behaved. So what if you couldn't stand it? They couldn't change the way they thought in their hearts. There would never be someone who would dare to appear in front of them and not think about messy things. It's just a yellow dog, but it can actually control the situation here. In the past, I always felt that Cloud Mist Island was an absolutely powerful place that was enough to make people yearn for it. I didn't expect that even this kind of dog could sneak in. The appearance of a voice surprised those who didn't dare to move. Damn it, there really was a guy who dared to face him head-on. Once people didn't have the courage, they would subconsciously think that others wouldn't have the same courage. If someone really appeared, the bursts of envy, jealousy, and hatred in their hearts would be simply unbearable. Human nature was the most difficult thing to understand in this world. In fact, it was the same for the demon clan who had transformed into human form. They all made way for a man in a dark green robe. At this moment, he was walking step by step with a face full of anger. Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? Looking at the man's appearance, Long Yang felt very familiar. Looking around, he realized that several familiar faces were starting to come in his direction. There were his opponents in demonic Immortal Island, the geniuses who used to bully him. There were also the so-called geniuses that he had seen on demonic Snake Island. Although he didn't know the person walking in front, he had a sense of familiarity that he had never felt before. He was definitely related to him. Someone from the Qing clan. Subconsciously, he started to guess. He finally understood that this guy was somewhat similar to Qing Maoan, who he had killed previously. Of course, under such circumstances, other than the people from the Qing clan, he really couldn't find a good explanation. Don't think that Qing Maoan was just a clone of Mon. They didn't look similar at all. The people from the Qing clan looked similar, and the people from the Mo clan also looked similar. Regardless of whether it was his aura or other aspects, this person seemed to have a certain relationship with the people from the Qing clan. Although this person was much stronger than the people from the Qing clan that he had met previously, he was still much stronger than them. Qing Su. That person gave a simple answer with one sentence. Of course, at this moment, they were obviously on the opposing side. Don't think that the Green Snake clan was controlled by the Purple Cloud Python clan. However, there were countless people who wanted to get rid of the control and not be bound. In addition, they had started to have their own pride. The matters of the Green Snake clan had always been different from the matters of the Purple Cloud Python clan. From the looks of it now, this place was gradually starting to gather. For Long Yang, this had become a chance to prove himself. No matter what the final result was, it seemed that this so-called battle in front of him had to continue. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. For Long Yang, fighting was something that he had never been afraid of, even if his ability was not considered very strong. However, overall, his intrinsic quality was much stronger than before. In such a situation, how could he admit defeat in the true sense? Big brother. That time, it was really an unintentional mistake on my part. Please have mercy and let me off. In the next second, this guy said directly, I have really been beaten by your Green Snake clan. I promise that I will definitely not provoke your Green Snake clan in the future. Is that okay? Ah. Didn't he say that he wouldn't admit defeat? Why did he admit defeat in the blink of an eye? Even Qing Su, who had just been full of words, was speechless. How am I supposed to continue my speech after this? Should I continue to reprimand him? Or should I just ignore him? Chapter 4171. The people around him were also confused. Wasn't he fighting back just now? He looked like he was going to fight to the death with everyone. Why did he admit defeat in the blink of an eye? What's wrong with this guy? Is he schizophrenic or something? Only Qing Su knew that Long Yang was clearly trying to embarrass him by saying this, putting him in a difficult position. In this situation, should he make a move or not? If he didn't make a move, he would lose all face in the future. But if he made a move, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, he would be known as a bully. It was a sad story. Some people who knew Long Yang were also rolling their eyes at this moment. It didn't matter if Yellow Dog's strength had improved, if it had the potential to fight, or what kind of bloodline it would evolve into. He had completely forgotten the word difficult to deal with. Those who knew his character had a headache. Back in the demonic Immortal Island, the sage Monarch's family rarely stayed with him, but he was still able to live well. That in itself was a kind of ability, wasn't it? Back then, there were countless people who were jealous of him, disliked him, and even thought that he was a piece of trash. But in a real sense, there were very few times when this guy was at a disadvantage. If he didn't have that ability, he probably wouldn't have lived until today. What are you? Qing Su, who was speechless and depressed, was in a very bad mood. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a gust of wind blow in front of him. Good heavens, Just when I was hesitating and even about to give up on attacking, this fellow actually made the first move. F***ck. Shameless. How can there be such a shameless guy in this world? Almost everyone didn't expect that Long Yang would choose to use his fist to serve him at a time like this. Even though the force behind this punch wasn't that great, if it were to land on the other party's face, Ching Su would definitely have no face left to continue living on Cloud Mist Island in the future. What was wrong with this guy's brain? How could he do such a shameless thing at a time like this? That's the yellow dog. Those who knew Long Yang weren't surprised at all. They might not know when and how this fellow would deal with the person in front of them, but there was no doubt that he would make a move. She wasn't a slut who would let herself suffer a little. In a slut's heart, there was no face that she could protect. F***cku. Fortunately, Green Void was not a weakling. He instinctively tried to dodge, but in the end, he still managed to avoid the fist that was about to land on his face. Although, this punch did not miss and hit his shoulder. He was in great pain, but at this moment, Green Void was even more furious. Within the immortal world, there were indeed quite a number of people who did not follow the rules. But, most of the time, the moment someone bumped into them, they would be ganged up on. However, there was really nothing much to say about what this guy did. Who asked him to take the initiative to provoke him? Therefore, even though countless people were unhappy with Long Yang and felt that he was too despicable, no one dared to make a move. Just as Long Yang thought, as long as others didn't provoke him, he would rarely take the initiative to provoke others. This time, it was precisely because of the grudge between him and the Green Snake clan that he went to provoke him. I really can't do that. If you want to, you should go to a brothel. Maybe you can really find a man. Long Yang, who was firmly against it, began to shout loudly. In the next second, the dumbfounded crowd seemed to have heard something. They didn't dare to look directly at Green Void. Could this guy be gay? Mommy, this Cloud Mist Island is too scary. Can I go back? Long Yang didn't stop talking, but his hands weren't idle either. Each of his punches contained his own strength. As a whole, the other party could only block in panic. What a joke. Although he and the Green Snake clan didn't have a death grudge, the hatred between them was definitely not something that could be easily resolved. They didn't give up on killing him. As long as there was even the slightest threat to Long Yang, he wouldn't hesitate to get rid of them. The Green Void in front of him might not be someone he could kill now, but at least he could beat him up so that he wouldn't easily provoke him in the future. This was also a very good choice. Even if he wasn't strong enough to defeat him, even if he just had to use his mouth, he would make sure that Green Void wouldn't easily provoke him in the future. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. He finally understood. This wasn't just an enemy of his clan. He was also an extremely reckless guy. He even dared to say such words in front of so many people. What else could he be afraid of? If I don't kill you today, my surname isn't Green. He swore in his heart. The speed at which he blocked also began to gradually increase. The immortal chi on his body exploded, and the surrounding green mist also began to appear at this moment. He was serious. At such a time, he knew very well that if he didn't fight with all his might, the final result would be that he would embarrass himself to the extreme. In an instant, the green mist permeated the surroundings, and the foul wind began to envelop them. At this moment, Long Yang began to retreat subconsciously. He didn't know why. At this moment, he felt a sense of danger. What the hell was this green mist? How could it have such an ability the moment it appeared? Long Yang was very puzzled. However, in the next second, he understood. This guy was from the Snake Demon clan. Moreover, he was from the Green Snake clan, which was very poisonous. This clan's greatest talent and ability was the use of poison. Previously, when he was fighting Green Void, he didn't feel it. Essentially, it was because Green Void was Mo Wen's doppelganger, so his ability to use poison was not very strong. However, the green snake in front of him was completely different. He could use poison, and his method of using poison was certainly not bad. At this moment, the green air current that exploded out was either poison or something else. What is this? Really? Big brother, I'm really not gay. Even if you use aphrodisiac, it's useless against me. After throwing out a punch, Long Yang didn't forget to disgust his opponent at this moment. Subconsciously, everyone began to shift their gazes to Long Yang. Unknowingly, there was an additional hint of disdain in their eyes. Chapter 4172. Boom. The divine light at the periphery came into contact with the mist. In the next moment, Long Yang felt a sharp pain in his hand. The energy wrapped around his fist began to corrode bit by bit at an extremely fast speed. At that moment, Long Yang even had a very uncomfortable feeling. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, or if it was all true. This poison is so overbearing. He subconsciously made this judgment. However, he didn't lose the will to resist in the next second. His whole body shone with a strong golden light, accompanied by immortal chi, and in the next second, it condensed into the shape of a child's palm. With a thought, the broken sword in his storage ring appeared in the child's palm. His whole body retreated backward, and Long Yang began to make a series of hand seals. Then, the small hand held the broken sword and waved it fiercely into the poisonous mist. In the next second, a faint breeze began to appear around them. It didn't seem to be enough to blow away the poisonous mist, but the light emitted by the long sword was very fierce. I refuse to believe that a mere poison mist control will be able to render me helpless. Long Yang kept thinking of ways to deal with it. For him, this time, it was also a test. He had never come into contact with a poison expert. This Ching Su might not be considered an expert in front of a real genius. But using him as a practice target was undoubtedly the best. This kind of fighting might not be considered open and aboveboard in the eyes of others. It was a move to take advantage of loopholes. But what kind of battle was this? Both sides disliked each other and fought directly. Was there a need to be open and aboveboard? Did the word open and aboveboard exist in Long Yang's dictionary? Ching Su, who was extremely aggrieved, subconsciously wanted to retract his poisonous fog and have a good fight with Long Yang. However, after feeling the terrifying attack power of that guy's immortal weapon, he turned pale with fright and almost fell from the sky. Damn, this guy actually has a second-grade immortal weapon, and he can control it from afar. It was simply unimaginable that this guy, who was regarded as a nobody by the entire Green Snake clan, could display such strength and combat power in just a month. The so-called chosen from the demonic immortal island who knew Long Yang were also astonished. They were all people who knew Long Yang's background. Before the age of 18, this guy had never shown any talent in cultivation. Even though his cultivation had already reached the intermediate human immortal stage, it was still normal for an early human immortal stage cultivator to defeat him in a head-on battle. The only thing he could be proud of was his temperament and shameless face. Usually, he would use his so-called temperament to defeat his opponent. In other words, that mouth and some other disgusting things. Since when could a true earthly immortal expert fight in such a state? After all, based on the current situation, he was still suppressing an earthly immortal realm expert in the truest sense. It's only been a month. How did this guy become so strong? Could it be that the demonic immortal island has a natural suppressive effect on him, causing him to stagnate? He soared to the sky after leaving the demonic immortal island. Many people actually had such a thought in their minds now. Although they were very unfriendly to Long Yang before and even bullied him, this was based on the premise that this guy didn't have much strength. If he really had the strength, coupled with his identity as the adopted son of the Holy King, it would not be impossible for him to do whatever he wanted in the demonic immortal island. Now that they thought about it, many so-called chosen ones who knew him before were really envious and jealous of him. Especially under the premise that Long Yang's strength had improved greatly. After all, as the adopted son of the Holy King on the demonic immortal island, many chosen ones were secretly jealous of this guy. What did a guy with a yellow dog body have to deserve this? Wasn't it just that he was born on the same day as the saintess? It was precisely because of this reason that he became the adopted son of the Holy King. Who would be able to accept this? It should be known that the saint ruler was the true master of the endless sea region. Although there were still some ancestors secretly controlling the situation, the saint ruler was still a saint ruler. However, the power of the Holy King, the respect that the Holy King received in the endless sea, and becoming the adopted son of the Holy King was the dream of many peerless chosen ones. However, it had fallen into the hands of a yellow dog. How could they not be jealous? With such strength in his secret identity, I can imagine that once he returns to the demonic immortal island, it will no longer be peaceful. We must not reveal his identity. Many chosen ones of the demonic immortal island began to silently say at this time. After all, they came from the demonic immortal island. Because of the location, they were superior to others. As long as their cultivation was up to standard, they could enter the Cloud Mist Island to cultivate and become a disciple of the Cloud Mist Island. In this regard, it was indeed unfair, but was there really such a thing as fairness in this world? What kind of place was the demonic immortal island? It was the true center of the entire endless sea. How could it be called a chosen one? How many were willing to leave the demonic immortal island? The group of people who came to the Cloud Mist Island now had no hope in the demonic immortal island, so they were ready to go elsewhere. Even so, the talent and accumulation of these fellows were much stronger than ordinary demon clan disciples. They did not want to see a person like Long Yang soar to the sky, and they did not want to see the guy they looked down upon in the past become a distinguished guest of the Cloud Mist Island. Even if Long Yang had brought such a shock to them today. Stop. The Cloud Mist Island forbids outsiders from fighting. Didn't you find out before coming? Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded in Long Yang's ears. He subconsciously gathered his immortal force to resist. Even so, his chest felt as if it had been hammered by a sledgehammer. It was extremely uncomfortable and he almost fainted. On the other side, his mood was not much better. His whole face turned pale, and the strong green mist that he had just condensed completely dissipated at this moment. He subconsciously wanted to speak, but when the words came to his mouth, they seemed to be blocked by something. Chapter 4173. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. We haven't even ascended the mountain and you're already fighting. If you really become disciples of Cloud Mist Island in the future, won't you all turn the sky upside down? The middle-aged man scolded. He looked like he was heartbroken, but Long Yang felt that things were not so simple. He didn't look like an otherworldly expert at all. Could it be that this guy wasn't a powerful existence of Cloud Mist Island at all, and was just here to make his presence known? Well, Long Yang had always been thinking about things, so it was not unusual for him to think of this at a time like this. Most of them had never been to Cloud Mist Island before, so they lowered their heads at the sight of it. If they were to be honest, they were all geniuses of the Demon Immortal clan. However, geniuses were also divided into different levels. The capital that he was proud of outside was nothing in Cloud and Mist Island, okay? The immortals who entered Cloud Mist Island to cultivate and become its disciples were not geniuses or experts with extraordinary talent. Here, the so-called geniuses were not valuable. Senior. Ching Su raised his head and really wanted to say that the person in front of him was too despicable. Just sneak attack me. But when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say them. After all, he was the one who came looking for trouble. Before coming here, his elder Qian Dingling had instructed him to control his temper when he arrived on Cloud Mist Island and not act like a young master every day. Who here wasn't a young master? However, as soon as he discovered Long Yang, he couldn't control himself. The Green Snake clan was very united. In many cases, it was even more so when it came to enemies. Senior, I was wrong. Before coming here, I was too complacent and didn't ask about the rules of Cloud Mist Island. I've committed such a big mistake. It's infuriating. Please punish me. As long as you don't disqualify me, I'll accept any punishment. Cloud Mist Island has always been a place of cultivation that I've dreamed of. Before Ching Su could even admit his mistake, Ching Su said, before Ching Su could admit his mistake, Long Yang began to cry and admit his mistake. As the saying goes, a crying baby gets milk. This is definitely a wise saying. In the next second, the crowd, who had been quiet just a moment ago, was shocked by Long Yang's shameless words. What was the cause of this? It was this guy who couldn't bear to see others kneeling and licking Cloud Island's boots, okay? Although it was indeed a little unfair that he was targeted because he didn't show any expression of yearning, the difference between what he had just said and what he had just said was like heaven and earth. The Cloud Mist Island has always been your dream place of cultivation, hasn't it? How the hell did he even dare to say such words? They were already shameless enough to be willing to fight for this guy, but they didn't expect that they still underestimated Long Yang's lower limit. There was no one else who had the ability to say the same thing to people and say the same thing to ghosts. Sure enough, the middle-aged man who wanted to show his authority and give them a so-called punishment couldn't say anything at this time. In essence, this was a small matter. The other party had already admitted his mistake, yet he still didn't want to let it go. Wasn't this clearly saying that he didn't have the ability to tolerate others? Turning a big matter into a small matter and a small matter into nothing was the only thing the middle-aged man could do now. After all, the people around him had yet to pass the test and join Cloud Mist Island. Interesting. After taking a closer look at Long Yang, the middle-aged man said with a smile that wasn't a smile. To be able to become the envoy of Cloud Mist Island, who wasn't a smart person? After a short moment of astonishment, he already understood that this guy was clearly doing it to make it difficult for him to back down. I'm also in a difficult position. After all, you guys broke the rules. That's good. The test for you is very simple. Rely on your own cultivation and endurance to walk 500 steps up Cloud Mist Peak. Both of you just need to take 10 more steps than the standard. Consider it a small punishment. What a nice way to put it. Long Yang was stunned. He finally understood what was called being too clever for one's own good. That tearful complaint not only didn't achieve the desired effect, but also made him take 10 more steps. He was no stranger to the test of Cloud Mist Peak. He had heard of it before on demonic Immortal Island. After 500 steps, each step was like ascending to heaven. Although it was only 10 steps, it was a little more difficult than the previous 500 steps. And this was under the premise that the middle-aged man in front of him didn't kill him. If he really dared to take 550 steps, Long Yang would definitely turn around and walk away on the spot. Good Lord, 550 steps, this was almost the limit of an earth immortal. Unless you're really able to attain a cultivation at the peak of the earthly immortal realm before the age of 20 and possess unbelievable endurance, otherwise, it's utterly impossible. Long Yang's face was bitter at this moment, but he didn't know what to say at this moment. The people around him were all gloating. Who asked you to be so smug? I thought you were the only shameless person in the world. See? There are also people on Cloud Mist Island who can also deal with you. Mushroom, blue thin. With a bitter face, Long Yang walked forward step by step, feeling speechless in his heart. In this day and age, were all middle-aged people so shameless? All right. Don't forget why you're here. If you're all prepared, then let's start now. The middle-aged man waved his hand. He was originally here to invigilate the test. He couldn't decide the results of the exam, but he could decide when to start with just a word from him. In an instant, nearly tens of thousands of Baiding began to walk towards Yumu Peak step by step. There were dozens of mountain roads in the entire cloud-mist peak. The number of disciples recruited each year varied, but the number of people who came was never less than hundreds of thousands. Anyone under the age of 30, who had a fairy spirit pearl, and whose cultivation had reached the earth immortal realm could participate in the test. Naturally, this time was the same. Long Yang took a deep breath and began to calm his breathing. In his view, this was not only a test, but also a test of his limits. Although he usually liked to take shortcuts and often had crooked thoughts during battles, he was very clear that there were no shortcuts on the road of cultivation. Only when you have a complete understanding of your body, talent, and endurance will you be able to adjust the most reasonable cultivation path according to your own situation. This test, for him, was also an opportunity to understand his own limits. Although, after adding 10 steps, he himself wasn't sure whether he could pass this test and become an official disciple of Cloud Mist Island. If this kid can pass, he can consider coming to my sect to do odd jobs. While Long Yang was concentrating on going up the mountain, he didn't know that. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'll have no choice but to give up in the end, no matter how tough I am. When that time comes, what kind of experiences will I have? If I can't enter this place, will I really return to the demonic immortal island? There were people he cared about there, but at least for now, he didn't want to go back. If he didn't become an immortal, even if he went back, he would still be targeted and looked down upon. After seeing the outside world, he really didn't want to live such a muddle-headed life. It seemed like a very speechless excuse to stand out, but it really began to be branded in his bones. Perhaps it was because of that unwillingness. Bone tempering. Only when I reach the Cloud Mist Island can I truly hone my bones perfectly. So, no matter what, I must persist. Long Yang secretly decided in his heart. His whole body was already in a state of extreme dizziness. 200 steps seemed to be a matter that happened in an instant, but when it came to him, the difficulty gradually began to show. If it weren't for his cultivation, and the fact that he had already tempered his tendons and meridians when he was in the human immortal realm, even these 200 steps would be completely impossible for him. Only now did he clearly understand the importance of cultivation and strength in this world. Only when you truly reached the end and successfully forged your body to be perfect, then you could prepare for everything, achieve immortality, and be able to dominate the world. Was he really the kind of person who liked to stand on top of others? No, he just wanted freedom. He wanted to stand out and be respected by others in the truest sense of the word. Although there were times when this fellow would do some despicable things, those things weren't a big deal. Strength was the foundation of the immortal world, and only strength was what everyone really needed. Go! Long Yang subconsciously shouted and began to speed up. In an instant, almost everyone saw the same scene. Long Yang didn't look very tall, but his whole body was like a sharp sword. Withstanding the pressure, he burst out with a sharp edge and walked straight forward. That speed made countless people start to become sluggish. What's going on? There's actually someone who can accelerate after reaching 200 steps. Chapter 4175. As soon as he sped up, almost everyone turned to look at him. Disbelief and disbelief appeared on their faces in the truest sense of the word, to the point that they almost fainted. After the 200th step, it became extremely difficult. Each step took at least 1 to 2 minutes, and this was under the premise that he was fully under pressure. What's wrong with this guy? In an instant, it was like walking normally. Did he have to be so monstrous? Did he have to perform so well at a time like this? How many immortals truly adhere to the principle of keeping a low profile? After all, among the masses, this was the most unnoticeable thing. Only under such circumstances could you do something, or rather, quietly make a fortune. This was something that no one would think of, and only then would you be able to attract everyone's attention. But what's wrong with this guy? Even if he really had such terrifying strength, by exposing it during the test, wasn't it obvious that he was being targeted? Could there really be such a stupid guy in this world? How could Long Yang not know that if he sped up now, it would attract everyone's attention? He was very clear about this himself, but under such circumstances, he felt that there were gains and losses. Something like that would indeed attract everyone's attention, and the possibility of being targeted would be very high in the future. Of course, the premise was that you had to enter Cloud Mist Island to cultivate. But there were gains and losses. If you lost your low profile, you could become the focus of everyone's attention. Was it not important to become the focus of attention and the target that many people thought highly of? Since it was important, then fight for it, and fight for it. If you don't have a competitive heart, is it really possible to successfully walk the path of immortals? At least, in Long Yang's heart, there might be such a possibility, but he would never fight for it. Moreover, it was not a bad thing for him to explode at this time. After all, he had to take 10 more steps than others to be considered to have passed the test. In the next instant, many people who had the same thoughts as Long Yang also began to speed up their steps. Just as he had expected, immortals, be it humans or demonic immortals, all had a competitive heart. Many of them even forgot the limits of their own endurance and began to speed up without a care for anything else. The entire road began to become a little messy, and it was no longer as orderly as before. For 70, after reaching this number, Long Yang really couldn't go any further. It was also because he had used up a lot of energy the last time that his body didn't have the chance to withstand it at all. That kind of pressure caused him to have a mental breakdown. Under such circumstances, if it was anyone else, it would be difficult for them to continue. Of course, if they clenched their teeth and persevered, they might be able to take a few steps forward. But was it really useful? 500 steps was a guarantee. In such a situation, even if you made a few more steps, it wouldn't reach the standard. Long Yang knew that Cloud Mist Island wasn't easy to enter, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Even he felt that it was going to be difficult to enter, so much so that even he couldn't help but feel that it was extremely difficult. No, this can't go on. That's right, didn't they say that I'm not allowed to borrow external forces? Since that's the case, I'll borrow external help. His body was under strong pressure, and in the next second, Long Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Without hesitation, he took out a spirit stone from his storage ring, held it in his hand, and began to absorb it. In just a moment, the absorption of the spirit stone began to restore the physical strength that he had consumed before. He gritted his teeth and began to move forward again. In fact, his state was very normal. It wasn't that his body couldn't withstand such pressure, but that he had consumed too much of his physical strength. As long as his physical strength began to gradually recover, it might be impossible to completely make up for the deficit, but as long as his body could still bear it, continuing to walk was not cheating. Perhaps because of this, the few invigilators didn't stop him at this moment. Spirit stones could be used on this path to heaven, because at that moment, it was absolutely impossible to make the body stronger. Feeling the recovery of physical strength, Long Yang gradually began to adapt to the pressure of 500 steps. Finally arrived at this place. There were still 10 steps ahead. Logically speaking, at this time, he should continue without stopping. After all, he still had 10 steps to go. However, this wasn't the case for Long Yang. Instead, he stopped at a distance of 500 steps. Not bad, not bad. According to his current state, 510 steps shouldn't be a big problem, it just depends on what his limit is. In fact, that person had almost seen through Long Yang's physical fitness before. 500 steps, or even 510 steps, he could complete it if he persisted for a while, and it might not even be his limit. Could it be that the current him stopped to prepare to break through the limit? Many people's eyes fell on Long Yang, and they all thought so. Ha! Why isn't he moving? Seeing that he was still motionless after resting for a whole minute, many invigilators began to frown. Seeing that the people behind gradually began to catch up, those who sped up, all of them had the same performance as Long Yang before, or even a little worse. Long Yang didn't continue to move forward, and many invigilators began to be puzzled. Cheating. Humph. Relying on absorbing spirit stones to increase physical strength, I think your physical strength is only at this level, right? If only I had brought spirit stones with me. That burst of speed just now was too exhausting. My body can hold on now, but my physical strength is starting to run out. Many people looked at Long Yang with envy, jealousy, and hatred, but their hearts began to move. Similarly, some people directly took out immortal stones from their storage rings, imitating Long Yang without hesitation. The physical strength that was consumed could be replenished, and there was a high chance that they could successfully complete the test. Under such circumstances, what was a mere spirit stone? Of course, this didn't include those who had been steadily moving forward, those people were still halfway up the mountain. There were about a few hundred immortals rushing forward at high speed, and most of them regretted it. Why would I be in the limelight for no reason? It's all that guy's fault, he's a bad influence. They looked at Long Yang with a bit of resentment in their eyes. Just as they were thinking about this, a voice that left them dumbfounded was heard. Immortal stones on sale, big sale. 1 immortal stone to help you recover your physical strength, no first-grade immortal artifacts, no first-grade pills. You just need to write an IOU, and then return 2 inferior-grade immortal stones. To solve your urgent need and restore your physical strength, it's a real selfless contribution, definitely a good deal. Chapter 4176. Even the few invigilators who had previously looked at Long Yang in a different light were now staring at him with wide eyes. They looked at Long Yang, who was selling spirit stones, in disbelief. They could not help but think of him as audacious. Over the years, the number of disciples that Cloud Mist Island had recruited could be said to be countless. Rather than calling it a sect, such a huge island had more members than a country. Naturally, there were also countless immortals who had seen all kinds of immortals. However, most of the people who came to participate in the assessment and become official disciples of Cloud Mist Island still followed the rules. After all, this was Cloud Mist Island, one of the top 10 sections. It had an extremely strong reputation and an extremely strong reputation. It was not that they had not seen people who did not follow the rules, and even some cheaters, which was not very rare. However, they had never seen someone like Long Yang, who directly stopped at the 500th step and gave usury. Was this guy not afraid of being beaten to death by the crowd after the assessment? Previously, you were the one who started it, and now you turned around and gave usury. Anyone with a bit of pride in their heart would not be able to stand it, okay? They could even imagine that if it was not for the existence of the stairway to heaven, perhaps Long Yang would have already been beaten into a pig's head. Long Yang walked forward in silence with a dark face. Those who had not recovered their strength all stared at Long Yang as if they were mortal enemies. No one would have thought that this guy could actually rely on the assessment to make a fortune. Moreover, some of the people who could not hold on and did not have spirit stones on them had to be rejected. Looking at the current situation, there was no other branch. Well, no one would be so shameless as to lend a loan at this time. Here, give me one. Finally, one of the people who could not hold on took the lead and opened his mouth. In an instant, Long Yang, who was still suffering from pain, smiled happily. A white light flashed, and a spirit stone and a piece of white paper appeared in front of everyone. Long Yang did not say anything. A beam of light lit up on his finger, and he wrote and drew on the white paper for a few seconds. Then, the white paper was held in front of the person with immortal chi. I owe you. After signing and stamping, you will hand over the spirit stones with both hands. I am not deceiving anyone. The big smile on his face gave people the feeling of a profiteer. That person spat out a mouthful of blood. Was he afraid that he would go back on his word and directly ask for an IOU? From the moment Long Yang took out the promissory note, he knew very well that he was going to lose a lot of face this time. But what if he really didn't want the celestial stone? What would be the result? If worst comes to worst, I won't come to Cloud Mist Island anymore. Maybe I'll wait for the second batch a few months later. However, if he were to participate in the second batch of challenges, it would be even more embarrassing than the first time. Thinking of this, he began to understand that he had no other choice. Who told him to want to go into battle light? He didn't even bring his storage ring with him. At this moment, he was filled with regret. It was just a mere storage ring. Why couldn't it be placed anywhere else than on him? Even if there was some impact, it could be ignored. Why didn't he wear it on his hands? Even if he was very uncomfortable in his heart and wanted to beat Long Yang into a pig's head, now was not the time. He still had to compromise. After signing, Long Yang didn't provoke him anymore. He directly threw the immortal stones in his hand to the other party. This was 1 for 2. No matter who it was, they would be extremely happy with such a high-interest loan, right? In the blink of an eye, more than 100 immortal stones were all lent out by him. That mouth of his opened wide like a wicker basket. Amidst the dissatisfaction and unhappiness of many people, Long Yang turned back. No matter what, completing the test was the most important thing. Doing business was to cultivate faster, and at the same time, to obtain more resources. But at the same time, he also knew that no matter how insolent or overbearing you were, the most important thing was still to have strength. If you had the strength to cheat people and give high-interest loans, you naturally wouldn't be afraid that they wouldn't pay you back. Even if you suffered a loss, it would be a loss. But if you didn't have the strength, even if you had the promissory note in your hand and everything was justified, there probably wouldn't be many people who would really care about you. This was the reality, and it was something that you had to recognize. At this moment, he was still 10 steps away. There should be no problem. Ignoring the surprised looks of the crowd, Long Yang once again took out an immortal stone from his storage ring. He absorbed it in front of everyone, and his strength gradually recovered. In the next instant, he started walking up with big strides. You don't say, no matter what, this person's strength and talent are definitely not bad. Even if there are some mistakes in these, at least the strength of his physical body is definitely not ordinary. A few invigilators started whispering to each other. Indeed, what Long Yang did previously made them not know whether to laugh or cry. For the sake of more than 100 immortal stones, this guy had basically offended most of the disciples here. In their opinion, this was definitely not something that could make up for the loss. One must know that even though this Cloud Mist Island was only a sect on the surface, if one were to really explore it, it would be even bigger and more complicated than a country. As for the official disciples of Cloud Mist Island, they were equivalent to the privileged class of a country. They enjoyed most of the benefits of the entire island, and the things that they did were also biased towards the dangerous side. Among them, there were many disciples who lowered their heads and raised their heads. If they offended many of these privileged classes, it was obvious what the consequences would be. But even now, this guy still had a look of indifference on his face. Yes, with so many benefits, what was the big deal about offending a few people? If he was given a great opportunity, he would do it even if he offended all the disciples of this cloud mist island. If worst comes to worst, he would just run for his life. In any case, in Long Yang's heart, he might not be very good at other things, but his ability to escape was still very good. How many steps do you think he can take? From the looks of it, it won't be difficult for him to take less than 550 steps. Although an instructor was feeling uncomfortable, he still said the same thing. It wasn't that one's talent and physical body were not strong because of one's bad personality. It was the exact opposite. Immortals with bad personalities usually had a certain amount of capital. I think it's about the same. If he explodes his limit, it's not impossible for him to take 560 steps, another invigilator said. 560 steps. Among all the new disciples of Cloud Mist Island, this was not considered the best. But it was definitely considered a top figure. One must know that this batch of disciples from the entire Cloud Mist Island recruited more than 100,000 people. Even if he was considered a top figure, he would at least be ranked around 1,000. Done. After taking the last step, Long Yang twisted his neck in discomfort. He clapped his hands and prepared to leave without hesitation. What? Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? The invigilators widened their eyes, unable to believe that all of this was real. When he reached the 510th step, which was also the place that the senior mentioned, he didn't go any further. Was he going to run away? What was going on? Chapter 4177. A person's inner thoughts that others couldn't fathom would always be surprising when he did things. Just like now. Previously, Long Yang walked forward quickly because he wanted to show off in front of people, and it was the same for the usury after that. Perhaps he could indeed gain a lot of practical benefits, and even have the strength to do that, but the main reason was probably to show off in front of the invigilators, right? After all, the greater the impression one made, the better the treatment one would receive. Immortals, especially immortals in sects, most of the time, if you don't fight for it, especially people like him who had no background and could only rely on themselves, it would be absolutely difficult to get ahead. Therefore, what Long Yang did before made those invigilators dumbfounded, but it was not unacceptable to them. At least, his goal was achieved. At that time, these invigilators at least had a very deep impression of him. Whether it was a good or bad impression, his talent was reflected, and the strength of his body was also reflected. After all, he would not be worse than those who were willing to be ordinary, right? However, next, he directly reached 510 steps and gave up, which made them a little puzzled. Saying that he was low-key was actually completely unnecessary at this time. He had already left such a deep impression on people, and it was not something that could be appeased by such a low profile. But saying that he was high profile, he was not at the front at all. He clearly had the strength to move forward. To be honest, those invigilators really couldn't understand him. Long Yang sat at the gathering square in advance, crossing his legs and doing nothing. His eyes seemed to be filled with a slight smile. Based on that performance, everything was actually still under his control. As for the invigilators, after the number of people began to decrease, gradually not everyone was in charge. When they arrived at the gathering square, they all turned their attention to Long Yang. At this time, they were very curious about what this guy, who was the first to finish the exam and frequently did unexpected things, was planning. Even the middle-aged man who stopped Long Yang before was the same. I really can't guess, young people nowadays really make people speechless. After about a quarter of an hour, more than half of the immortals began to slowly gather at the central plaza. Especially the first batch. Most of them began to return and looked at Long Yang with unfriendly eyes. If looks could swallow a person, Long Yang would have been swallowed countless times by now. He was still the center of attention even after the test had ended. Needless to say, Long Yang actually enjoyed the kind of gaze this time. He no longer had any sense of shame. "Give me back the IOU." Several immortals who had disappeared for a few minutes had returned. Needless to say, he was going back to his residence to get the immortal stones. Although immortal stones were precious to ordinary immortals, they were only low-grade immortal stones. In essence, in the eyes of some so-called prodigies, immortal stones weren't that precious and couldn't be taken out. However, even if he really took it out, it would still be a little painful. However, it was better to settle this matter as soon as possible. Having an IOU in someone else's hands was a humiliation that many so-called geniuses, especially those from aristocratic families, could not tolerate. Looking at the shining white immortal stones coming back one by one, Long Yang beamed with joy. His expression was indescribable. It was as if he had eaten shit. In the next second, he picked up the IOU that he had kept earlier, checked it one by one, and collected the money. At this moment, he dreamt of lying in a pile of immortal stones and sleeping. He reached out, took out a piece, and stuffed it into his mouth. This day will definitely come in the future. After a round of transactions, his more than 200 immortal stones turned into more than 300, some of which he didn't go back to get. Otherwise, the number of immortal stones alone would probably be more than 500. This number was already quite a lot for any earthly immortal realm cultivator, especially for earthly immortals like them who had just entered the earthly immortal realm and had not even had the time to hone their bones. Many people looked at Long Yang with bloodshot eyes. It was as if they wanted to find a place where there was no one around to beat him up, and then slap him into the ground to snatch the immortal stones. However, at least at this time, they couldn't do such a thing. After all, the invigilators were still there. This kid. He's earning immortal stones quite fast. I just don't know if he can keep it. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, but didn't say anything. All right. Our debt is settled. Now it's time to settle the debt of humiliating us. Suddenly, just when everyone was about to leave and felt that there was no more show to watch, the immortal walking at the very front added. Subconsciously, everyone started to look back. It seemed like they were going to fight. Invigilator, now that we've passed the test and become members of Cloud Mist Island, you won't stop us from a normal challenge, right? He turned around and looked at one of the invigilators. The invigilator waved his hand and said impatiently, "Go ahead. Who would want to get involved in this kind of thing?" The previous invigilator had interfered on a whim. Moreover, they weren't considered members of Cloud Mist Island at that time, and there was no challenge ceremony or witness in advance. Now, a disciple, even a new disciple, wanted to challenge another one. Even if he was unhappy, he couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, the one he was unhappy with was Long Yang. He was too cunning. He couldn't wait to see him get beaten up. Almost everyone's eyes focused on Long Yang again, with a look that said, "You're doomed." Long Yang smiled. Since it's a challenge, it's considered within the scope of learning from each other. There should be some wager, right? How about? I'll use the spirit stones that I just got as a wager. What about you? Rebellious general. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. This fellow actually dared to challenge them. One should know that this group of people were true elites. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to keep up with Long Yang's footsteps. The people they recommended might not be the strongest among them, but they were definitely not weak. Did he just agree to it so easily? And he even added a wager. Oh. I see. So that's what they were waiting for. Finally, the invigilator who couldn't understand before now understood the context of the matter. No wonder that brat Long Yang went down to rest after 510 steps. It seemed that he had expected someone to challenge him. Chapter 4178. It turned out that Long Yang had already anticipated that someone would pick a fight with him, so he conserved his strength. This was more exciting than any other time. As long as the other party was not on the same level as Long Yang, his chances of winning would be much higher. And now, although the examination had ended, whether or not they would be able to find a good place to go would depend on the invigilators. They would have to leave a deep impression on them, and even their judgment on their combat level. This was much better than walking 500 steps before. That way, he wouldn't have to bear the terrifying pressure, and he wouldn't have to pay too much. It had to be said that a businessman was a businessman, especially a usury businessman. He couldn't afford to offend him. In the eyes of many people, being able to think of everything in a holistic manner was an extremely intelligent state. Standing up, Long Yang's smile was still brimming. To be honest, he didn't think too much about it. In comparison, he didn't really care about those illusory things. Only the benefits in his hands were the real benefits. Practical benefits came first. This was what he had always adhered to. To put it bluntly, if someone gave him a considerable amount of wealth and asked him to weigh the pros and cons, or even withdraw from this competition, he would not hesitate. Nothing was better than having it in his own hands. This might seem a little too selfish, but at his stage, it was always the main theme. Sometimes, if you couldn't even make the simplest choice, you would really be picking sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Looking at Long Yang's face that made people want to beat him up, the invigilator's heart was conflicted, but in the end, he still nodded and said, "I have a second-grade immortal tool. This immortal tool is also worth a few hundred low-grade spirit stones. Let's use this as a bet." After saying that, he signaled the people around him to leave. He wanted to have a good fight with this guy in front of him. Almost at the same time, countless immortals in the surroundings made way for him. Some were gloating, some had serious eyes. In their eyes, this person who had just passed the assessment and became a disciple of Cloud Mist Island had such a big show to watch. To have such a great show to watch, this was simply too worthwhile. Seeing that the other party had agreed, Long Yang didn't waste any more words. He walked forward with a faint smile on his face. He knew that even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to. "You won't go back on your word when you lose, right?" she asked worriedly. The surrounding immortals rolled their eyes. "Do you think everyone is as shameless as you?" However, if he accepted someone else's challenge just because he was in a good state right now, it would also seem like an unfair victory. Alright, this matter, Long Yang had automatically ignored it. "I want to see if the guy who cheated me of a spirit stone is really that strong." With that, the young man leaped forward. The immortal chi in his body began to flow, and every meridian began to be filled with an intense and manic aura. Blue veins popped out and celestial spiritual energy began to appear on his arms. In just a moment, only his arms began to grow larger. Die. The immortal realm focused on expanding one's meridians. Apart from one's own bloodline talent, there weren't many ways to fight. Unless one was a core member of one of the truly large demon immortal clans, it would be very difficult for one to possess magic powers or seals. Using the celestial spiritual energy in one's meridians to fight, the amount of celestial spiritual energy one could explode out was how strong one was. It could be said that this kind of battle had always been relatively simple and crude. Although this person didn't look very manic, his overall fighting style was very barbaric. He mobilized his strength and filled his body with it. Like a boxer, he gathered all the strength in his hand and smashed it. With a force of 8,000 or 9,000 kilograms, if a boulder was in front of him, it would be smashed into pieces, even if it didn't shatter in an instant. Such an ability could only be possessed by an earth immortal. Generally speaking, a so-called human immortal's attack power of around 5,000 kilograms was almost the limit, and that was with the addition of celestial spiritual energy. There was no lack of geniuses who could surpass this level of strength and reach a shocking level of power. However, those were the absolute minority. Those who wanted to exceed 8,000 kilograms were almost certainly earth immortals. But this person in front of him gave people the feeling that this was just an ordinary attack. It was definitely not an extreme eruption, but he already had more than 8,000 kilograms of strength. Coupled with the change in appearance, he was undoubtedly an earth immortal. I've never really fought with an ordinary earth immortal. I wonder if he has started to hone his bones. But to think that this little bit of strength can suppress me. It's a fool's dream. He turned around. This time, Long Yang didn't even use the most basic dodge. He clenched his fist. The celestial spiritual energy expanded to his arm. In the next second, his fist collided with the opponent's. Boom! A dull sound began to be heard. Under the explosion, almost everyone subconsciously shrank their necks. The battle between these two was really not simple and crude at all. They directly began to punch each other. The collision of strength and celestial spiritual energy didn't even use the most basic moves and routines. F***ck. The people behind him subconsciously cursed. They saw that person fly backward like a cannonball. In the next second, his entire body smashed into the wall behind him. The wall didn't show any signs of breaking. But this was the square of Cloud Island. Even the wall was made of hard celestial light rock. How could it be broken so easily? If there was no accident, this kind of power was at least 5,000 kilograms. If it was an ordinary stone wall or brick wall, it would have collapsed long ago. Extreme mortal immortal. Rumor has it that extreme mortal immortals can have an attack of 5,000 kilograms after breaking through to the earth immortal level. Look at him. Even now, he still hasn't used his full strength. How strong is his extreme strength? 11,000 kilograms. No, it should be even stronger than that. What kind of race is this guy? Many people began to discuss. There were indeed some monster immortals that relied on their strong bodies and strength to dominate the endless ocean. Rumor had it that those monsters were born with terrifying strength. However, these were just legends. Moreover, those tribes were extremely rare. How could any random one of them be one of those clans? For a moment, Long Yang's original clan became the root of everyone's curiosity. 5,000 kilograms of strength. That was 5 tons of destructive power. Was this really something an Earth Immortal who had just entered the Earth Immortal realm could have? Interesting. Immediately, the eyes of the middle-aged man burst out a ray of light. Do you still want to fight? At this moment, Long Yang spoke with a slightly solemn expression after instantly killing an earthly immortal realm expert that possessed pretty good natural talent with a single punch. He really didn't expect that with his strength and talent, he could really crush this earthly immortal who had a good performance in the assessment. It turns out that I'm much stronger than I thought. This was a fact that Long Yang himself couldn't believe at this moment. In fact, it wasn't that he was too strong, but that the group of ordinary earthly immortals in front of him was too weak. It could be imagined that in the demonic immortal island, even the most ordinary of the younger generation was not on the same level as the so-called heavens chosen in the ordinary places. After that, when he came to demonic Snake Island, all the people he fought and came into contact with were the real super heavens chosen who rose in bloody battles. How could these people be compared to the ordinary geniuses of the so-called clans here? All along, Long Yang's evaluation of himself was more or less weak, and he had been catching up. However, he did not expect that when he suddenly turned around, he would realize that he was already standing at a rather powerful height. After a brief moment of astonishment, he even felt that what he had done before was a little too king superfluous. The price of ignorance. If he had known this would happen, he would have just crushed all the way. Why did he have to use all kinds of schemes? Does anyone else want to challenge me? Lang Lang glanced at the victims behind her. Long Yang stopped playing tricks. He took a deep breath. He mobilized all the immortal qi in his dantian. It poured into his hand. Boom! The ground, which was also paved with immortal light rock, began to crack under his punch. A medium-sized crater appeared in front of all the immortals. The immortals who were just about to join forces to challenge Long Yang subconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. Shit! How could they fight? Was this the power of his outburst? 12,000 kilograms. No. It was at least 13,000 kilograms. An early-stage Earth immortal with such power was worthy of being called a Heaven's Chosen One, even in Cloud Island. Previously, those earthly immortals still thought that they might be able to defeat this guy if they joined forces. But now, they had completely lost their temper. How could a Heaven's Chosen One like him bully ordinary immortals like us at this moment? Isn't this cheap to the bone? This is clearly bullying. On the other side, the demonic Immortal Island's Chosen One who had also finished the test saw this scene. It wasn't to the extent of being dumbfounded, but a different emotion flashed through his eyes. At least 13,000 kilograms of explosive force, and this is only for an early-stage Earth immortal. Long Yang, apart from his ordinary bloodline, I'm afraid he's not ordinary at all. However, even if that's the case, it won't be difficult for any one of us to suppress him. After all, they were demonic Immortal Island's Chosen One. They were ordinary on the demonic Immortal Island. But ordinary immortals were not comparable to them. Long Yang. Do you think that you can compete with my Green Snake clan with just this bit of talent and strength you've displayed? If I really want to kill you, I won't even need 10 moves. His fierce eyes went straight to the center of the arena. Before this, Ching Su was only playing around with Long Yang. But now, he really wanted to kill him. Chapter 4180. The battle that ended quickly made countless ordinary Earth immortals know the name Long Yang. Yes, a man who did not look tall but was so handsome that it made people want to scratch his face. If that was all, perhaps he would at most be a little envious. However, he was an expert at courting death, a guy who would stir up trouble whenever he had nothing to do. Such a person, no matter where he was, would probably not be quiet. However, there were few people who felt that such a person was truly normal. There were people who were envious, jealous, and even more people who hated him. However, there were very few admirers. It was really because if you admired such a bad character, wouldn't it make you seem abnormal? All of them began to arrive at the square one after another. It could be said that there were many young people who succeeded this time. 10,000 people took one path, and more than 7,000 people succeeded. Such a ratio, even in the previous Cloud Mist Island, was not small. As for those who were eliminated, either their strength could not keep up, or their temperament could not keep up, and they were afraid of suffering. They had already been directly driven out by Cloud Mist Island. Those who were able to stay were not all geniuses, but at the very least, they met the standards of the entire Cloud Mist Island. Just this alone was enough to make countless people raise their eyebrows. Long Yang, who was standing in the front row, actually did not have much change in his heart even until now. After all, many of the things that happened here could be considered as his face. If he really did not have this little bit of determination, he would not have made it to where he was now. As an immortal, he didn't even fight for the things that he should fight for when he was lacking resources. He only thought about accumulating strength and not attracting attention. Although most people were willing to do so, such people, in Long Yang's view, were destined not to achieve great things. Keeping a low profile also required capital. In fact, many times, those who kept a low profile were ordinary, mediocre, and there was nothing to say. Didn't you see? Long Yang, who originally did not show his talent, was now standing in the front. This was the result of his struggle. Could it be that at this time, he still doubted whether what he did was right? However, there were many existences in the first row that were looking at him with ill intentions. Some of them were people he recognized, so it was normal for Long Yang to feel uncomfortable all over. This time, the one who left the most was a genius from the demonic immortal island. 660 steps. It was a number that was still deafening to this day. Of course, they were not from the Long Yang pit. How could a truly determined and dazzling existence like Long Yang join in the fun like that? Therefore, although Long Yang had shown his face here this time, in terms of talent and strength, he was actually not at the top in the true sense. The endless sea domain was lacking in many things, but the one thing it didn't lack was geniuses. Long Yang was clear about this, and so were some other people. Now, except for the 100 people in the first row, everyone else, follow me. Before the chaotic square could completely quiet down, a loud voice rang out. An invigilator said in an unquestionable voice. For everyone to be able to reach this step, it could actually be said that they were official disciples of Cloud Mist Island. However, even if they were official disciples of Cloud Mist Island, the places they were assigned to were completely different. Most of the disciples would be arranged to cultivate in the various prefectures of Cloud Mist Island. The entire Cloud Mist Island had an army of millions of immortals. Everyone in the army was a true disciple of Cloud Mist Island, and they were separated from ordinary people and aristocratic families. It could be said that once one became a true disciple of Cloud Mist Island and a member of the army, one would have a higher status on Cloud Mist Island and become a member of the privileged class. The remaining few, or geniuses, would be assigned to the 3 peaks and 4 academies. They were the true elite members of Cloud Mist Island. Almost every one of them was a genius of Cloud Mist Island. Whether it was talent or strength, they were completely incomparable to ordinary disciples. They were also the true elite army of Cloud Mist Island. In fact, many people said that strictly speaking, the 3 peaks and 4 academies were the true members of Cloud Mist Island. Although this was a bit biased, it indirectly reflected the true status of the disciples of the 3 peaks and 4 academies on Cloud Mist Island. Those who remain are all Earth immortals above 550 steps. I believe you've done your homework before coming here. 3 peaks and 4 academies. You should be familiar with this name, right? The invigilator immediately revealed his purpose. In fact, everyone already had an idea in mind. Everyone who remained was a so-called genius. Since that was the case, it was reasonable for them to become members of the 3 peaks and 4 academies. How many people had come here just for the 3 peaks and 4 academies? How could they not have done their homework before coming here? It said that the true combat power of Cloud Mist Island is the 3 academies and 4 academies. All the resources needed to break through to the sky immortal level are almost free. The treatment ordinary disciples can't even imagine. They can even punish ordinary disciples of Cloud Mist Island at will. It's the true gathering place of elites, and in a real sense, it's the highest level of disciple organization on Cloud Mist Island. Many people began to read this out loud as if they were reading a textbook. Even Long Yang, who didn't know about the 3 peaks and 4 academies, was a little surprised at this moment. All the resources needed to break through to the sky immortal level were almost free. Just this alone would cost thousands of low-grade spiritual stones. This was almost equivalent to saying that everyone could become a sky immortal. How many people could resist such a temptation? Even the geniuses were the same. One should know that there were countless young geniuses in the endless ocean, but there were still very few who succeeded in becoming a sky immortal. Not even 1 in 10,000 was considered a lot. The earth immortal level and the sky immortal level were completely different and could not be compared. In terms of combat power, a real peak earth immortal would have an explosive force of more than 50,000 kilograms. But even if you were a Tao disciple, you would never be able to break through 200,000 kilograms in the earth immortal level. But a sky immortal was different. Even a half-step sky immortal would have a terrifying force of at least 500,000 kilograms. This was a qualitative leap, and it was also the dividing line between a real immortal and a powerful immortal. It was almost guaranteed to become a sky immortal. This alone was enough to make countless young people jealous. Cloud Mist Peak, Hanging Sword Peak, Green Phoenix Crevice, Demon Slaying Academy, Solid Rock Academy, One Mystery Academy, and Heavenly Tao Academy form the 3 peaks and 4 academies. Chapter 4181. In fact, many people had learned about the 3 peaks and 4 academies before, so they naturally had their own considerations for the place they wanted to go. Of course, this didn't include people like Long Yang who had only heard of them but had never come into contact with them. Right now, he was in a very helpless state. He didn't know what these guys were talking about, and which of the 3 peaks and 4 academies was more suitable for him. As a genius recognized by the Cloud Mist Island, the people here naturally had the right to make their own choices. This was a two-way choice. If you had the ability, you could choose any of the 3 peaks and 4 academies. Similarly, if you barely passed, then you could only be chosen by others. To be honest, Long Yang still didn't know how his talent and combat ability were. He didn't have a clear measurement. Naturally, he had some other ideas about the things he had done and the methods he had used. However, these weren't the main points. The main point was that he could enter the 3 peaks and 4 academies, which was something he didn't expect before. After all, in the Cloud Mist Island, there were very few people like him. There were more than 10,000 members, and now there were less than 100 people left. One could imagine how high the elimination rate was. To put it bluntly, it was already an incredible miracle for someone to be able to stay in the 3 peaks and 4 academies. Naturally, there might be a certain chance of success if you went to hide and fight for something else, but under such an unknown premise, it was still a little risky. Why do I feel that there's something unusual about this? It's like entering the 3 peaks and 4 academies is even worse than entering the ordinary army. Long Yang frowned, and he didn't know why there was a very indescribable feeling in his heart. Logically speaking, being able to enter the 3 peaks and 4 academies and enjoy cultivation resources and treatment that you didn't even dare to think about yourself, no matter from which angle you looked at it, it was a great thing. Whether it was in terms of status or other aspects, there was no comparison between the two sides, but why did he always have this feeling in his heart? At this moment, Long Yang really began to feel a little overwhelmed. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he was in awe of the unknown. Especially when he saw how serious those so-called invigilators were, Long Yang's mood became even heavier. It was as if what he was about to face was completely different from what most people had imagined. What exactly was different? What kind of secrets were hidden inside? Long Yang didn't know, but he had a hunch. Long Yang, are you willing to come to my demon slaying academy? After a while, the proctor who had been optimistic about him finally asked. To be honest, although Long Yang hadn't been in contact with this person, his impression of him wasn't bad. Before the exam, he also told him about the importance of the exam. Although he didn't explain about the 3 peaks and 4 academies, it was also a good choice for Long Yang to be familiar with him. Wow! Many people started to be shocked at this moment. 3 peaks and 4 academies, 3 peaks and 4 academies, these were the 7 relatively powerful forces on Cloud Mist Island. However, there was still a certain difference between them. The 3 peaks were the strongest forces on Cloud Mist Island. In contrast, the 4 academies were slightly inferior. However, the Demon-Slaying Academy had always been the leader of the 4 academies and had always been extremely strict in recruiting disciples. Long Yang was only in the limelight during the exam. How could he enter the Demon-Slaying Academy to cultivate? Many people had expressions of disbelief on their faces, and even Long Yang felt that it was inconceivable. In that case, did he have a choice? Alright, this guy had always thought that he had just sneaked in. Even if his talent had really reached the level of the Cloud Mist Island's Heaven's Favored Ones, he would still be at the bottom of the Heaven's Favored Ones. He couldn't be compared to the true elites of demonic Immortal Island at all. However, it seemed that the 3 peaks and 4 academies were not the only ones who could choose him. He also had a choice. At the thought of this guy's heart began to float. That kind of affirmation of himself. No matter where he went, he could really be happy. In fact, people like him were indeed not as utilitarian as those old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. However, it was still a very good thing to be able to show his face. Right now, Long Yang had fallen into a state of elation. If I join, can I make a small request? For example, immortal stones or something. I don't need a lot, just a little more will do. Long Yang raised his hand. His smug look made people want to press him to the ground and give him a good beating. Suddenly, the invigilator's calm expression turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it, this guy is indeed a guy who will shine brightly with a little sunlight. He's simply inhumane. At this time, I'm already giving you face by asking. I'm treating you like a true elite, yet you still dare to make a request under such circumstances. How greedy must you be to think of such a way to court death? If it wasn't for the fact that the invigilator was a more serious person and was unwilling to fight with the younger generation, Long Yang would probably have a bloody nose and a swollen face. However, even so, it was impossible for him to throw away his face and force Long Yang to join. The invigilators here were all elites of the 3 peaks and 4 academies. They had an insufferably arrogant identity. Sometimes, they still had to maintain their dignity in front of others. Long Yang's cheap mouth had completely lost the benefits that he should have. Even now, he still didn't know in his heart. As for the others, they were completely speechless. They really didn't expect that this money grubber could actually do such a thing in such an environment. This was picking up sesame but losing watermelon. He usually looked so shrewd. Could it be that he was really so smug that he didn't care about anything else? Some of the people who wanted to recruit him had no choice but to reconsider at this moment. Chapter 4182. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became awkward. They knew that Long Yang was a troublemaker. He could even do things that you wouldn't even dare to look at when you didn't expect it. He was a weirdo. However, there was no weirdo who could walk further and further on the path of seeking death. Now, even his future was ruined by him. What was this? Could this guy still act like a genius? It seems like I've embarrassed the geniuses. But I'm right. Since I can choose, of course I'll go to whichever place offers better conditions. Long Yang was still unable to extricate himself from his thoughts. What a joke. If he didn't even fight for the most basic things, then wouldn't he become one of the commoners in the 3 peaks and 4 academies? Perhaps this was already dazzling enough in the eyes of others, but for someone like Long Yang who wanted to stand out and had seen a lot of things in the demonic Immortal Island, it was still far from enough. Everything needed to be fought for and worked hard. Under such circumstances, Long Yang was actually under a lot of pressure. However, this was not the demonic immortal island, nor was it the place where everyone looked down on him. On this point, he began to have some ideas. No matter what, this place is a good place. If he can really take root and live here, or even do something of his own, for the current Long Yang, this is also a great thing. Then come to our solid rock courtyard. But let me say this in advance, there will be no preferential treatment. The invigilator looked at Long Yang speechlessly. He really had the urge to slap him. But no matter what, no matter how good this guy was at courting death, his talent and strength were not bad. Even if he came to the solid rock courtyard, he still had a certain amount of room for development. Recruiting disciples, living to enrich one's strength, all of this was based on strength. An existence that frequently courted death was more likely to become an expert in the true sense. At the very least, in the face of danger, he still had a certain amount of ability. This was much better than those who had not experienced such things. Although his talent and strength were not too outstanding, it was enough for those people in the solid rock courtyard to mention him. Alright, Long Yang, who was depressed just now, didn't say anything at this moment. He knew very well that with his innate talent and ability, the 3 peaks and 4 academies would definitely not give him any preferential treatment. Since that was the case, it didn't matter which one he would choose. Although the solid rock court wasn't considered the strongest among the 4 courts, it was still much stronger than the other armies outside of the 4 courts. Sometimes, it was better to take things as they came. If you didn't have the ability or potential to do so, even if you did get a certain amount of support, you would only become the target of jealousy. Come on. This person will follow me from now on. Even though I might not accept him as a disciple, but my Heavenly Tao Academy will accept a piece of trash without a problem. These words caused Long Yang's gaze to shift towards that person. It was a familiar rebuke, a familiar voice. Wasn't he the middle-aged man who had increased the difficulty level for him earlier? Long Yang felt bitter in his heart. He didn't expect this person to be one of the invigilators. Before, he was still thinking about how to avoid his gaze. Now, it seemed like this middle-aged man had been eyeing him since that time. Thinking of this, Long Yang felt as if he was falling into endless darkness. A voice came out from his heart, "Don't go with him. Don't go with him." He didn't know if it was the voice in his subconscious or something else. What? You look like you're unwilling. Are you looking down on me? Turning his head, this slovenly middle-aged man stared at Long Yang casually. Long Yang felt a knife-like gaze coming towards him. Then, his entire body felt uncomfortable. It felt like thousands of ants were crawling on his body. He hadn't felt this kind of fear in a long time. The more it felt like this, the more Long Yang made up his mind to not fall into this person's hands. Boss Jiang. The expressions of the invigilators changed. They wanted to say something but stopped as they looked at the slovenly middle-aged man. Others didn't know, but they clearly knew that over the years, most of the people recruited by Boss Jiang were dead. Among the 4 courtyards, almost every courtyard had such a group of people. They might not be the most talented, but they definitely had great potential. But because of this, a group of people could never be full. Every time they recruited disciples, they would pounce on them like hungry wolves. Almost every time they recruited someone, it was equivalent to a death sentence. Surviving for no more than 5 years had become a common characteristic of those few groups. Although, if you really survived and didn't die, your strength would truly be incomparably strong. Logically speaking, this kind of thing was not something they needed to care about. But thinking about it, this guy wasn't that annoying. It was really a pity that he died in the hands of Boss Jiang. Have you forgotten the rules of the 3 peaks and 4 courtyards? Don't force me to make a move. Kid. Come, I'll take you to the Heavenly Academy to familiarize yourself with the place and find a place to stay. Turning around, the middle-aged man called Boss Jiang waved at Long Yang. Long Yang still hadn't recovered from his shock. You've already decided where I'm going. What if I don't want to go? Even if I'm a so-called genius, I don't have any human rights, right? Now, he knew that the guy in front of him was definitely not a good person. Especially when he saw the other invigilators looking at him with sympathy, Long Yang immediately knew that something was wrong. This was the rhythm of dragging him to his place. If it was before, no matter what happened in the 3 peaks and 4 courtyards, it wouldn't matter to him. Even if he really entered the Heavenly Academy, would there be any other changes? To him, it was definitely not a bad choice. But what's with this inexplicable panic? It seems like I'll be in danger the moment I go in. What's with this premonition? Can I not come? Even if I have to withdraw from the Cloud Mist Island disciple competition, I won't go with you, okay? Subconsciously, Long Yang took a step back. He really had a premonition that he was going to die. Chapter 4183. Can I not go? Long Yang said carefully. He really didn't want to get involved with this so-called Boss Jiang. One look was enough to tell that this guy wasn't a good person, but now it seemed like he had no choice at all. Didn't you hear what he said before? He didn't give you a chance to refuse and let you go with him. Thinking of this, Long Yang wanted to turn around and escape. Too scary, this place is too scary. Bang! He felt a heavy blow on his back. Before he could calm down, Long Yang felt dizzy. After that, he started to become blurry, and only saw a figure appear. He grabbed his ankles, which was like dragging a dead dog. Speechless, almost all the immortals and cultivators were speechless at this moment, looking at the 2 people who were playing tricks in front of them. Yes, that middle-aged man was also playing tricks. They heard of people forcefully taking people. This kind of thing might not be uncommon in this place. But there really wasn't anyone who would force someone like this. Who would directly beat someone to the point that he couldn't resist and directly drag him away. Many people began to feel sad for Long Yang. You have nothing better to do, so you courted death here. Now look at you. Someone finally taught you a lesson, right? Evil people will be tortured by evil people. Don't do anything shameful, otherwise, if you meet someone stronger than you, you might end up like Long Yang. It might seem like you are in the limelight, but in the future, you might not be able to bear such a thing. Thinking of this, many people began to shake their heads. It's better not to think about it. This guy's ability to court death was stronger than all the new disciples here combined. What else could he say? Long Yang, who wanted to cry but had no tears, was dragged into a huge courtyard. This was where the headquarters of the Heavenly Tao Academy was located. Along the way, many new disciples were surprised when they saw him. This guy's entrance style was quite unique. He was dragged in like a dead dog, and his face was full of reluctance. Since when did the Heavenly Tao Academy become like this? Some of the older disciples were already used to this. Others might not be able to do such a thing, but Boss Jiang, what kind of things couldn't he do? It wouldn't be strange if they dragged in a new disciple today and a super prodigy tomorrow. He directly threw Long Yang into a single suite. This guy didn't even look at Long Yang. With a wave of his hand, a token and a storage bag appeared in Long Yang's bosom. He said, "This is your identity token at the Heavenly Academy. Your identity information and your contribution points at the Cloud Mist Island will all be issued through this token. There are basic earth immortal cultivation methods in the storage bag, plus some scattered spirit stones for you to use. If there's anything you need, go to the straw hut in the backyard to find me. Of course, if you ignore me, you still have to report to me 3 days later. If you don't, you know the consequences." It was just a simple smile, but Long Yang's hair stood on end. It was his bad luck to meet such an unreasonable guy. After some simple messages, Long Yang finally accepted his fate. He had no choice but to accept his fate. In such an environment, he did not want to be beaten up again. He was not as strong as him, and he was as shameless as him. What else could he do? Such a person could easily take your life in a matter of minutes if he found you an eyesore and caused some trouble. Just bear with it. At least, it seemed that Boss Jiang didn't have any bad intentions towards him. When Long Yang's spirit entered the token, he immediately felt the message inside. So far, he didn't have any contribution points. This was something that could only be obtained by accepting missions or exchanging at the Cloud Mist Island. 100 low-grade spirit stones for 1 contribution point. What a scam. Thinking about it carefully, his 500 low-grade spirit stones could only be exchanged for 4 or 5 contribution points. Long Yang realized that he was still very poor, very poor. I have to find a way to earn money. Subconsciously, he began to think of many ways to earn money. It was not so easy to get his hands on such a thing. But on second thought, in a place like the Cloud Mist Island, the new disciples might not have a lot of low-grade spirit stones, but the old disciples probably had a lot. With a little bit of effort and some tricks, it wouldn't be difficult to earn low-grade spirit stones or even contribution points. He threw the token down and began to open the storage bag. Well, there were a few sets of cultivation techniques for Earth Immortals and some basic resources. Not even a single hair more. It seemed that this guy was really as stingy as he had shown. Bone tempering technique. He picked up a cultivation technique and began to read it. Generally speaking, there were very few fixed and rare cultivation techniques before the Sky Immortal level. Human immortals absorbed immortal chi. As long as they understood the rules and routes of the immortal chi in their body, everyone's cultivation method was similar. Cultivation techniques that had been made public would naturally not be precious. As for Earth Immortals, they were mostly bone tempering at this stage. Naturally, this bone tempering technique was also not rare. Only when one reached the Sky Immortal level and began to understand Tao and have a rapid increase in combat power would each immortal choose different cultivation techniques according to their physique and cultivation methods. Bone tempering techniques were essentially the same. Even though there were some differences, the effects were not that different. Of course, if one did not have the slightest background and focused on building a car behind closed doors, especially when there was no bone tempering technique, it would be very easy for one to go berserk. The cultivation method of immortals is to transform into a human body and start to cultivate. The entire human body has a total of 206 bones, which can be roughly divided into 4 major categories: limbs, torso, spine, and skull. The method of bone tempering is similar, but the order is different. Generally speaking, the order is limbs, torso, spine, and finally skull. Successfully tempering one of these major categories means that you will be promoted by a small realm. Those who successfully temper all the bones are the limit of an Earth Immortal. However, there are very few who can temper all 206 bones. There are only a few in the entire Cloud Island. It seems that the cultivation method of this Earth Immortal is really a bit special. Long Yang murmured to himself. Which one should I start with first? Right now, my signature move is the Iron Head art. Should I temper my skull first? Can I exert the greatest power in this way? He did as he said. He began to mobilize the immortal chi and his own chi according to the operation method in the bone tempering technique. Little by little, it entered the skull. Suddenly, his head began to burst out a ray of golden light. Something unexpected happened. Chapter 4184. Snatch it. Old Man Du Miao was the first to fly out. He released his poison qi, which spread into the surroundings. This was a very direct method to prevent others from approaching. What Old Man Du Miao released was his ultimate poison. Ordinary people would find it very difficult to approach. Even experts at the 9th heavenly layer of Earth source like Zhao Ba and Ai Hui would not be willing to touch it. Even if they had the strength to resist the poison, they would have to spend most of their energy to resist it. This would lead to a certain loss in battle strength. However, Old Man Du Miao was in his peak state. Under the interference of the poison, the dragon bone spear would definitely belong to him. Attack! We can't let him take such a good item. Zhao Ba also rushed out. He was now like a mad dog, daring to bite anyone. Humph! You dare to snatch it from me? Old Man Du Miao snorted coldly. He unleashed his divine might, conjuring a huge, pitch-black hand. The hand was covered in poison. It seemed to cover the sky, directly enveloping the dragon bone spear. This preemptive strike was truly amazing. It prevented others from approaching. The dragon bone spear was within his grasp. Old Man Du Miao already smiled. In his opinion, as long as he obtained the dragon bone spear, no one would dare to snatch it from him. It would undoubtedly be like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. In the entire land of exiles, there was no one who would dare to snatch something from him. However, just when Old Man Du Miao thought that victory was in his grasp and that he was about to obtain the dragon bone spear, a figure suddenly broke through the obstacles like a gust of wind. Even Old Man Du Miao's poison could not affect the figure at all. Paw! A dragon claw grabbed the dragon bone war spear before extermination poison Old Man could. In the next moment, the figure flickered and appeared 100 meters away, causing Old Man Du Miao's hand to miss. The other great evildoer's efforts were all in vain. Who is it? Old Man Du Miao was flustered and exasperated. He was the first to roar. Everyone looked at the figure. Who else could it be but Jiang Qin? Jiang Qin held the dragon bone spear in his hand. The source dragon in his body became restless again. Even the dragon bone spear trembled violently, as if it was resonating with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin could feel an incomparably vigorous energy from the dragon bone combat spear. It was the energy of origin. The origin of this energy was the same as Jiang Qin's. Without guessing, Jiang Qin could tell that this was the treasure of the cosmic dragon. Jiang Qin had a feeling that if he could refine this dragon bone combat spear, he would be able to unleash a tremendous amount of power. With this spear in his hand, he would be able to kill the 10 evildoers with ease. However, he still needed some time to refine the dragon bone battle spear. Although his bloodline was very suitable for refining the dragon bone battle spear, it was his first time coming into contact with the items of the universe dragon. He still needed some time to get used to it. Jiang Qin, it's you. Zhao Ba's eyes widened. His eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. He hated Jiang Qin the most right now. Whenever Jiang Qin's face appeared before him, Zhao Ba would lose his mind. His hatred for Jiang Qin had reached the point where he was gnashing his teeth. Little bastard, hand over the dragon bone spear. Otherwise, I will let you experience all the pain in the world. Old Man Du Miao was flustered and exasperated. He was the leader of the evildoers. In this land of exile, no one had ever dared to snatch something from him. The dragon bone spear was just about to fall into his hands when a brat suddenly appeared out of nowhere. How could Old Man Du Miao not be furious? Brat, this is not something you can touch. Evil Hui also spoke up. The evildoers unleashed their auras. Torrential waves of aura surrounded Jiang Qin. It was like an inescapable net, not giving Jiang Qin any chance. Damn! Has this Jiang Qin gone crazy? He still dares to step forward to snatch the dragon bone spear. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Right now, Xiao Ba is looking for Jiang Chen everywhere, wanting to kill him. If I were him, I would run as far away as I can while the evildoers are fighting over the dragon bone spear. Yet, this brat came knocking on my door. He must be sick in the head. Offending Xiao Ba is not enough. Now, he even wants to offend old man Dumia as well. It's over. This brat is snatching food from the tiger's mouth. He will die for sure. His actions have offended all the evildoers. In the land of exile, the prestige of the evildoers is inviolable. Whoever dares to do so will die. Jiang Chen has offended all the evildoers in one go. How can he survive? That's right. I don't know what this brat is thinking. He still dares to jump out at a time like this. The Dragon Palace has opened so many times. Very few people have dared to fight against the evildoers. That's because those who have fought against the evildoers have all died. Many people were shocked. Clearly, no one had expected that Jiang Chen would still dare to jump out at a time like this. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the situation before them as an inescapable net. In such a situation, there was no chance of escape. Everyone, I'm sorry. This dragon bone spear is mine. As the saying goes, the most precious treasure of the world belongs to those who are capable. If you can't snatch it, you can only blame yourselves for not being able to do so. Jiang Chen boasted shamelessly, not giving any face to the evildoers. Of course, there was no need for Jiang Chen to give any face to the evildoers. In Jiang Chen's eyes, these evildoers were nothing but trash. The so-called 10 great evildoers was just a title they gave themselves. Once they left the land of exile, they were nothing. Furthermore, they were fundamentally different from the innocent people who came in. They committed heinous crimes outside and were guilty of many crimes, which was why they were exiled. To put it bluntly, even if the door to the land of exile was opened, none of them would be willing to walk out. Instead of being beaten up by everyone outside, they would rather live a carefree life here and be high and mighty kings. Little b****, do you think that you can have the dragon bone spear just because you have it? It seems like you don't understand your own strength at all. Evil Hui said. Brat, give me the dragon bone spear. I guarantee that you will not have to worry about anything in the land of exile. Old man Mia Poison extended his hand. His expression changed faster than the flip of a book. Just a moment ago, he was gnashing his teeth at Jiang Chen. Now, he was offering an olive branch. Give it to you. Old Poison, how can trash like you be qualified to have such a sacred item? Jiang Chen sneered, not giving any face to old man Mia Poison. Fine, I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. I'll kill you now. Let's see how you take the dragon bone spear. Old man Mia Poison's expression changed once more. His fury soared. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. He wanted to see just what gave this reckless fellow the guts to be so arrogant. Even if he didn't have the dragon bone spear, just what Jiang Chen had said was enough for old man Mia Poison to kill him. Chapter 4185. Old Poison Extermination, let me kill him. I won't let you snatch this battle spear away. I only want his life. Xiao Ba was the first to attack. His hatred soared to the heavens. As long as he could kill Jiang Chen, there was nothing else he desired. A monstrous aura floated in the void. Xiao Ba attacked, using all his strength. He had seen how powerful Jiang Chen was and knew that Jiang Chen had a way to escape. Therefore, this time, he didn't want to give Jiang Chen the slightest chance. Ha, I'm done playing with you. Jiang Chen laughed, not putting Xiao Ba in his eyes at all. After all, with a heaven-defying divine tool like the sky-ascending stairway, Jiang Qin couldn't find anyone to fear. Only Star Lord level experts could restrict his movements. Jiang Qin naturally wasn't a match for Zhao Ba and Old Poison Extermination. After obtaining the Dragonbone Battle Spear, he immediately used the sky-ascending stairway, wanting to escape. No matter how chaotic this place was, it had nothing to do with him. However, when Jiang Qin used the sky-ascending stairway, his expression suddenly changed. The sky-ascending stairway that had always been successful in the past had lost its effect at this moment. No, rather than saying that it had lost its effect, it was more accurate to say that the sky-ascending stairway had been restricted by some mysterious power. And this mysterious power came from the mysterious dragon palace behind him. Damn, I'm going to fail miserably. Jiang Qin almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. Something unexpected happening to the sky-ascending stairway was simply asking for Jiang Qin's life. These guys in front of him weren't easy to deal with. Let alone the others, this Zhao Ba was determined to kill him. Seeing that Zhao Ba's attack was about to reach him, the sky-ascending stairway was useless. Just as Jiang Qin was about to reach a dead end, the Dragonbone Battle Spear in his hand moved restlessly once more. A dragon-shaped pillar of light suddenly rippled out from the Dragonbone Battle Spear. The direction of the pillar of light wasn't Zhao Ba, but the dragon palace behind him. Next, Jiang Qin was pulled by the dragon-shaped pillar of light. With a swoosh, he actually entered the dragon palace and disappeared along with the Dragonbone Battle Spear. Rumble, powerful energy fluctuations surged out. Zhao Ba had used all his strength to attack, but all of his attacks hit nothing but air, causing the void to tremble. However, in the end, he had not achieved his goal. He had not been able to injure Jiang Qin in the slightest. What? Zhao Ba turned pale with fright as he stared at the door of the mysterious dragon palace in shock. For a moment, he couldn't react. In other words, Zhao Ba had never expected that Jiang Qin would be able to enter the dragon palace. Of course, Zhao Ba was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone, including the 10 evildoers, looked at the dragon palace in shock. F***ck, he actually went in. How is this possible? This dragon palace clearly has a powerful restriction that prevents outsiders from entering. It must be because of the battle spear. This guy is really lucky. It's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. Don't forget how many powerful demonic beasts walked out of the dragon palace just now. In my opinion, Jiang Qin will be in danger once he enters the dragon palace. Many people began to discuss and express their opinions. In the face of this mysterious dragon palace, no one dared to make a firm conclusion. Most of them were just guessing. Haha, you're all wrong. In my opinion, the door of the dragon palace is really open and all the demonic beasts inside have run out. At this moment, there can't be any danger in the dragon palace. There are a lot of treasures in the dragon palace. I can't let that guy get away with it. I'm going in now and all the treasures inside will belong to me. Ai Hui burst into laughter. He had to admit that some people's thoughts were always so strange and different from the masses. After saying that, Ai Hui soared into the sky and turned into a beam of light, flying towards the door of the dragon palace. Bang! A beam of light rippled out from the gate of the dragon palace. Evil Radiance left quickly, but returned even faster. The beam of light hit Evil Radiance's body precisely. Even with Evil Radiance's strength, he was bounced back hundreds of feet. Barf! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Ai Hui's mouth. After being killed by the door of the dragon palace twice in a row, Ai Hui was so depressed that he almost fainted. F***ck, Ai Hui rolled his eyes and couldn't help but curse. Why was he always the one getting hurt? Some people think they're infallible, but they don't know how ignorant their actions are. Someone mocked. What did you say? Ai Hui was furious. He was already depressed enough, and now there were people making sarcastic remarks around him. How could he live? What? Want to fight? That person was not afraid of Ai Hui. They were both 10 evildoers, and his strength was not below Ai Hui's. Moreover, Ai Hui had been injured by the door of the Dragon Palace twice, and his combat power had been reduced by half. To put it bluntly, if Ai Hui dared to fight him now, he had the absolute ability to make the land of exile only have 9 evildoers left. Ai Hui was angry, but he could only bear with it. The situation was different now, and it was not realistic for him to flaunt his strength as usual. In the end, he would not be able to gain any benefits, and he would even get into trouble. His life might even be in danger. In a place like the land of exile, there was no such thing as reason. In the distance, the Huang dog saw everything and then disappeared. With his strength, he didn't dare to jump out at this time. In this troublesome place, once the Huang dog appeared, the wrath of the 10 evildoers would definitely be transferred to him. Xiao Ba, in particular, would be happy to kill him. Now that Jiang Qin was not around and he had lost the assistance of the stairway to heaven, the Huang dog was not a fool. He wouldn't come out at this time to court death. If there was anything depressing, it would be that he couldn't enter the Dragon Palace with Jiang Qin. The Huang dog was also very interested in the mysterious Dragon Palace. Now that Jiang Qin went in alone, the Huang dog didn't have to worry at all. He knew Jiang Qin's bloodline. Entering the Dragon Palace would not pose any danger to Jiang Qin. Instead, it would be a great opportunity for Jiang Qin. This opportunity would become the biggest turning point for Jiang Qin in the eternal world. The Huang dog left, but he would secretly pay close attention to all the movements in the Dragon Palace. Once Jiang Qin came out, he would jump out again. Moreover, the Huang dog's cultivation had already reached the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. He also needed some time to stabilize his cultivation. Jiang Qin would probably not come out for a while in the Dragon Palace, so he could use this time to stabilize his cultivation. On the other side, in the mysterious Dragon Palace, Jiang Qin entered the Dragon Palace under the guidance of the Dragonbone Battle Spear. The inside of the Dragon Palace was extremely dark, and an invisible pressure filled the surroundings. Jiang Qin frowned, feeling like he could not move an inch. Not only that, the Dragon Palace was too dark. Jiang Qin's divine sense was even restricted, so he couldn't explore the situation inside. The only light came from the Dragonbone Battle Spear in his hand. However, the light on the spear was extremely weak, so the area it could illuminate was extremely limited. Chapter 4186. A gust of cold wind blew past and Jiang Qin couldn't help shivering. Even his hand that was holding the dragon bone battle spear couldn't help but tremble. Jiang Qin looked around. There was nothing around him. It was as if Jiang Qin had entered a frozen space. It was indescribably gloomy. What's going on? Jiang Qin frowned. The scene in the Dragon Palace was completely different from what he had imagined. At the same time, Jiang Qin's heart was filled with doubts. This place was too mysterious. There were at least 8,000 demonic beasts that walked out of this place. In Jiang Qin's opinion, there should at least be a group of demonic beasts here. However, he didn't expect it to be so peaceful, like a real land of exiles. There wasn't even a strand of hair, let alone demonic beasts. Facing such an environment, the only explanation that Jiang Qin could think of was that all the demonic beasts had walked out. After all, the gate of the Dragon Palace was open just now. Buzz. The dragon bone battle spear buzzed and trembled violently in Jiang Qin's hand. It even transmitted a will. The will wasn't very clear, but Jiang Qin could roughly understand it through his bloodline. I know. The reason why I can't see the true appearance of the Dragon Palace is that I haven't been recognized by it. If I want to be recognized by it, I have to start with the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. As long as I refine this battle spear, I will be recognized by the Dragon Palace and even become its master. I don't know what the Dragon Palace is, but its level is definitely not low. This is because the Dragon Palace could confine the sky-climbing stairway. This is the first time this has happened since I got the sky-climbing stairway. Jiang Qin murmured to himself. He wasn't an idiot. His lifetime of cultivation had given him unparalleled experience. Even though he had entered this mysterious Dragon Palace, he didn't show any signs of panic. Through the will of the Dragonbone Combat Spear, he quickly knew what he had to do next. He wouldn't allow the Dragon Palace to trap him in this place. The Dragonbone Spear was shaking more and more violently, and the Golden Origin Dragon was circling around the spear, clearly very interested in it. Alright, I'll refine this Dragonbone Battle Spear first and gain the recognition of the Dragon Palace. Then, I'll be able to see the foundation of the Dragon Palace. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He immediately sat down with his legs crossed, placed the Dragon Bone Spear in front of him, and began to refine it. As for what was going on outside, Jiang Qin was not worried at all. As the saying went, if it had nothing to do with you, he would just let it go. No matter how chaotic the land of exile was, it had nothing to do with him. There was no one here worth his attention. As for Big Yellow, Jiang Qin wasn't worried about him at all. This dog was an old fox, very cunning, and had many ways to protect himself. If he hid himself, even if all the great warriors of the land of exiles were dispatched, they still wouldn't be able to find him. When the dragon transformation skill was unleashed, the blood in Jiang Qin's body began to boil. After the evolution of the dragon transformation skill, the bloodline in Jiang Qin's body was no different from the bloodline of the universe dragon, or even more powerful. Under Jiang Qin's control, the Golden Origin Dragon entered the Dragonbone Battle Spear. In an instant, the Dragonbone Battle Spear shone brightly, and its aura soared into the sky, causing the entire Dragon Palace to shake violently. The Dragonbone Battle Spear contained the extremely noble bloodline of the Universe Dragon. This was definitely a weapon of an expert of the Universe Dragon, and its level was unfathomable. However, this Dragonbone Battle Spear had been sealed. At its peak, it would not have been weaker than existences like the sky-climbing stairway. Because of Jiang Qin's bloodline, the Golden Origin Dragon quickly gained the recognition of the Dragonbone Battle Spear. As a result, the first step of refining the Dragonbone Battle Spear was very smooth for Jiang Qin. Even so, with Jiang Qin's current ability, it was not an easy task to completely refine the Dragonbone Battle Spear. This refining process lasted for half a month. During this half a month, the northernmost area was still filled with people. The 10 evildoers appeared to be very patient, and none of them left. As for the demonic beasts that escaped from the Dragon Palace, although they fled to places not far from the land of exile, they did not cause too much of a stir. That brat Jiang Qin has been in the Dragon Palace for half a month. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could he have died in there? What are we waiting for here? I'm afraid there won't be a good show to watch. What do you know? The Dragon Palace has been floating in the sky and has not sunk. This means that there will be more changes. Don't you know the mysteries of the Dragon Palace? As long as the Dragon Palace does not disappear, there is a need to wait. Otherwise, do you think the 10 evildoers have nothing better to do? That's right. Let's continue to wait. If Jiang Qin comes out from inside, I'm afraid he will become the target of the 10 evildoers immediately. This guy stole the battle spear of Crippling Poison. Crippling Poison's face has been gloomy for half a month. Many people were talking about it. The 10 evildoers were ready for battle. So far, no one had given up on the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace had long become the most symbolic place in the land of exile. As long as the Dragon Palace existed, there might be changes. The 10 evildoers would not miss it, and neither would the experts in the land of exile. After all, in the land of exile, people did not have much to do on normal days. Instead of going back and doing nothing, they might as well wait and watch the show. At this moment, in the Dragon Palace, Jiang Chen had completely refined the dragon bone battle spear. Dragon blood actually seeped out from the spear. The energy in the dragon blood is so dense. This is the reward the dragon bone battle spear gave me. If I refine the dragon blood, my cultivation will rise by at least 2 levels, reaching the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Also, refining the dragon blood will be a good time to test whether my bloodline is noble or the universe dragons. Jiang Chen's eyes shone brightly. The dragon blood was a treasure among treasures. Even the knowledgeable Jiang Chen could not help but lick his lips. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen directly swallowed the dragon blood. Perhaps only Jiang Chen could swallow it so ferociously. If it was anyone else, they might not even be able to obtain the dragon blood's recognition. Just the energy contained in the dragon blood was enough to make their bodies explode. However, this situation did not exist for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's bloodline was enough to suppress everything. Even the essence blood of the universe dragon had to submit to it. Boom! As the dragon blood entered Jiang Chen's body, a violent energy immediately wreaked havoc in Jiang Chen's body. It filled Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. The energy of the dragon blood was extremely domineering. It wanted to display its nobility in Jiang Chen's body. Chapter 4187. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Facts had proven that the true dragon bloodline in his body was the noblest bloodline in the heavens and earth. Even the high and mighty cosmic dragon couldn't be compared to it. In front of his bloodline, even the cosmic dragon had to surrender. This was probably the reason why the dragon bone spear had chosen him. Buzz. The dragon bone spear began to tremble once again. It felt an unprecedented intimacy towards Jiang Chen. The spear constantly revolved around Jiang Chen's body. At that moment, Jiang Chen had completely become the spear's master. At the same time, violent energy wreaked havoc within Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's cultivation broke through to the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm in an instant and continued to advance triumphantly. He broke through to the 5th heavenly layer and only stopped when he reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer. In this state, Jiang Chen was brimming with confidence. In his draconified state, he was invincible in the land of exiles. Even the 10 great villains were not his opponent. Even the most powerful old man of poison was nothing in front of Jiang Chen. In reality, in Jiang Chen's eyes, the old man of poison was the least of his worries. This was because the old man of poison was best at using poison. Jiang Chen was immune to poison, so the old man of poison, who had lost his advantage in poison, was truly unable to withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. Swish. Just when Jiang Chen became the master of the dragon bone spear and successfully reached the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, the scenery in the Dragon Palace suddenly changed. The originally dark environment suddenly became extremely bright. Dazzling light filled the entire place, turning it into a completely different country. At the same time, a beam of divine light appeared. The divine light squirmed like it was alive, appearing above Jiang Chen's head before entering Jiang Chen's body with a swish. As the divine light enveloped his body, Jiang Chen's body shook violently and his mind became infinitely clearer. The divine sense that was originally restricted was also released at this moment. The entire scene in the Dragon Palace could be seen clearly at a glance. With a move of his body, Jiang Chen could walk to any place in the Dragon Palace. This was his backyard, and he, Jiang Chen, had obviously become the real owner of the Dragon Palace. Asterisk roar, asterisk a tiger's roar reverberated in the void, and a black tiger covered in black armor appeared. This black tiger looked exactly the same as the black tiger that had appeared in the land of exile and had been killed by the 10 evildoers. However, this black tiger looked more realistic. With a flash, the black tiger arrived beside Jiang Chen, turning into a middle-aged man in black armor. The man carried the Tiger King's plate, and his body was as sturdy as a metal tower. The black tiger's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, infinitely close to the heavenly Source realm. Moreover, the black tiger's bloodline was extremely wondrous. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, Jiang Chen had reason to believe that even ordinary first heavenly layer heavenly source experts would not be the black tiger's opponent. Jiang Chen's face was calm. He wasn't nervous at all when he saw Black Tiger walking towards him, because he didn't sense any hostility from Black Tiger. Perhaps, he would need to learn all the information about the Dragon Palace from Black Tiger. The Black Tiger stopped near Jiang Chen and bowed deeply towards Jiang Chen. The Black King greets Master. Master. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. That's right. The one who has obtained the recognition of the Dragonbone Spear is the master of the Buddha Prison Palace. The Buddha Prison Palace has been exiled for 3,000 years. The new master has finally arrived, said the Black King, clearly rather excited. Is the Buddha Prison Palace the name of the Dragon Palace? Asked Jiang Chen. The Dragon Palace had the word prison in it, and it seemed to be a prison. It was not as simple as he had imagined. That's right. I will explain everything about the Buddha Prison Palace to Master, because from this moment onwards, you are the master of the Buddha Prison Palace, said the Black King. Jiang Chen nodded and prepared to listen attentively. Jiang Chen was very interested in the Dragon Palace. 3,000 years ago, our patriarch offended the Eternal Lord and was suppressed by the Eternal Lord. In fact, the Eternal Lord was afraid of the Buddha Patriarch's talent and was afraid that the Buddha Patriarch's continued growth would threaten his position as the Eternal Lord. Therefore, he found an excuse to attack the Buddha Patriarch. The Eternal Lord exiled the Empyrean Buddha Palace and it became the Buddha Prison Palace. The members of the Buddha clan were all sealed here and our cultivation was exploited. In the Buddha Prison Palace, our cultivation could not grow in the slightest for the rest of our lives. The entire Buddha clan was cursed by the Eternal Lord. My cultivation has been declining for the past 3,000 years, and not long ago, it fell from the heavenly source realm to the earthly source realm. The Black King's face was filled with sorrow. The only way to break the curse is to find a new master for the Buddha Prison Palace. Today, you are finally here. The Buddha Patriarch once served the Eternal Lord, and I am not a member of the Dragon Clan. I am just a soldier under the Patriarch. Apart from the Patriarch, the entire Dragon Clan has been implicated. I reckon that the Universe Dragon Clan won't have an easy time in the past 3,000 years. Sigh. The Black King's eyes reddened as he spoke. He recalled how mighty the Buddha army was in the past. The 3 words Buddha army had made the eternal world tremble. But now, they had been exiled to such a remote place, where they were neither human nor ghost. Although the Black King's words were vague, Jiang Chen could still understand the gist of it. This was the tragic story of an unparalleled figure that had implicated too many people. The Black King and the demonic beasts that had been sent out had all followed the Buddha army in the past, and their strength had been far greater than that at their peak. In the past 3,000 years, the Buddha Prison Palace had weakened their cultivation. In Jiang Chen's opinion, the Black King before him was most likely a Star Lord at his peak. The black tiger that went out earlier was your clone, right? Jiang Chen asked. That's right. The Black King's eyes lit up, and the way he looked at Jiang Chen couldn't help but change a little. To be honest, the Black King was extremely disappointed when he first saw the new master of the Buddha Prison Palace. The Buddha Prison Palace was so powerful and supreme, but the new master was actually an Earth Source Realm kid. But now, Jiang Chen could see through his clone at a glance. This was enough to show that the person before him had some ability. Of course, how could he be chosen by the Dragon Bone Battle Spear? The Dragon Bone Battle Spear was the life weapon of the Buddha army. Chapter 4188. Jiang Chen already had some understanding of the Buddha Prison Palace. It was the treasure of a supreme expert in the eternal world. It might even be comparable to the stairway to heaven. Now that he had become the master of the Dragon Palace, he would be like a fish in water in the eternal world in the future. Black King, are you the only one in the Dragon Palace now? Jiang Chen asked. Of course not. Those who left before could not withstand the curse of the Eternal Lord and lost their souls. They have completely lost their consciousness, which is why they could escape from the Dragon Palace. This is also the only way to escape from the Dragon Palace. Under the curse, they can completely lose themselves and leave this place. Those of us who have not lost our consciousness and ourselves have been waiting for the Master's arrival. Now that the Dragon Palace has a new master, the curse will naturally be removed. We have waited for this day for a long time. The Black King said excitedly. After saying that, his aura suddenly fluctuated. Rumbling sounds could be heard in the Dragon Palace. Silhouettes appeared from different directions. Some of them were demonic beasts in human form, some were in demonic beast form, and some were elves. Jiang Chen scanned through the palace with his divine sense and found that there were exactly 10,000 of them. Why haven't you greeted the master yet? The Black King said to the thousands of demonic beasts. Greetings, master. The thousands of demonic beasts cried out in unison and knelt on the ground neatly. Jiang Chen was shocked. This scene was a little too shocking. Without a doubt, these great demonic beasts were all in the 9th heaven of the Earth Source Realm. Moreover, according to what the Black King had said, their former cultivation must have been far higher than this. Under the curse of the Eternal Lord, they had been weakened for 3,000 years to reach their current realm. Black King, can your cultivation still be improved? Jiang Chen asked. His heart couldn't calm down at the moment. The land of exiles was nothing but trash in his eyes. The 10 evildoers couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. If he released all of these demons, the land of exiles would be littered with corpses in an instant, and not even the fowls and dogs would be spared. What made Jiang Chen even more excited was that if these people could gradually recover their cultivation, the army of 10,000 beasts would be of great use. If 1% of the demonic beasts here could advance by 1 level, they would be at the 1st heaven of the heavenly source realm. 101st heaven of the heavenly source realm would be equivalent to tens of thousands of 9th heaven of the earthly source realm. Jiang Chen would lead the army of 10,000 demonic beasts to the Sky Feather Mountain. The Feather Clan of the Crimson East region would not be able to resist. Master, as long as the curse is broken, our cultivation will slowly recover. Give me 3 days at most, and I'll be able to reach the heavenly source stage. There are at least 1,000 demonic beasts on the 1st floor of the Dragon Palace who can reach the heavenly source stage within a month. The Black King said casually, but one could feel that the Black King wasn't bragging at all. This number was actually quite conservative. What? Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He tried his best not to laugh out loud in excitement. 1,000 heavenly source demonic beasts would flatten the Sky Feather Mountain. From now on, everything left behind by the Buddha Patriarch belongs to Master, including our lives. The Black King is willing to go through fire and water for Master. The Black King clasped his fists at Jiang Qin as he spoke in a powerful voice. Very good. Black King, let me ask you, what are the upper 8 floors of the Dragon Palace? Why can't I open them now? Asked Jiang Qin. Although the assistance of the demonic beasts and the dragonbone battle spear were already a great fortune for Jiang Qin naturally wanted to know what the upper 8 floors were since he had become the master of the Dragon Palace. If the first floor of the Dragon Palace already had such great benefits, he believed that the higher he went, the more benefits there would be. This subordinate doesn't know either. According to this subordinate's guess, the people locked up there are probably the powerful figures under the Buddha Patriarch's command. The people locked up on each floor should be different. As for Master not being able to open the second floor, it should be because Master's cultivation is still insufficient. The upper floors of the Dragon Palace should open automatically as Master's cultivation increases, but Master doesn't need to worry. Although the experts on the upper floors can't come out right now, their cultivation will no longer be weakened because the curse has been lifted. Even if they can't leave the Dragon Palace, it won't affect their recovery. Every time Master opens a floor, the experts that come out will be directly used by Master, said the Black King. Hearing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help nodding his head. At the same time, he couldn't help sighing. He was once the master of a plane, but his cultivation was so low that he couldn't even open the second floor of the Dragon Palace. However, Jiang Qin wasn't discouraged at all. The more it was like this, the more excited he was. The Dragon Palace had only opened a floor, which meant that he still had a long way to go in the eternal world. This was another path to rule the world, and this was what Jiang Qin yearned for the most. Black King, you guys will continue to cultivate in the Dragon Palace. You guys can only come out when I need you guys. Without my order, no one is allowed to move. Jiang Qin said loudly to the Black King and the demonic beasts. Yes, Master. The demonic beasts responded in unison. Jiang Qin was like a sovereign, waving his hand to command the world. Master, rest assured. You're the master of the Dragon Palace now. Without your order, we can't leave even if we want to, said the Black King. Jiang Qin nodded. He was very satisfied with the performance of the Black King and the demonic beasts. Then, he walked out of the Dragon Palace. The moment Jiang Qin walked out of the Dragon Palace, the enormous Dragon Palace that was originally floating above the sea suddenly shrunk rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had become a small dot of light, completely disappearing from the land of exiles. The Dragon Palace turned into a speck of dust and entered Jiang Qin's body. It could change its size at will and could be summoned by Jiang Qin at will. Look, the Dragon Palace has disappeared. Oh my God, this mysterious Dragon Palace has been in the land of exile for God knows how many years. It suddenly disappeared as if it was never there. What happened? It must have something to do with Jiang Qin. Where's Jiang Qin? Look, Jiang Qin has appeared. This guy must have had an amazing encounter. Not only did he not die after entering the Dragon Palace, but he also made the Dragon Palace disappear. The disappearance of the Dragon Palace must have something to do with Jiang Qin. It must be Jiang Qin. He got all the treasures in the Dragon Palace. That must be it. The disappearance of the Dragon Palace and the reappearance of Jiang Qin had undoubtedly set off a storm in the land of far north. Everyone was shocked. The mysterious Dragon Palace had existed in the land of far north for God knows how long. When the 10 evildoers appeared, the Dragon Palace was already there. Now that the Dragon Palace had suddenly disappeared and Jiang Qin was the first person to enter the Dragon Palace in countless years, no one would believe that there was no connection between the two. Chapter 4189. Whoosh! Countless experts surrounded Jiang Qin, led by the 10 evildoers. From the looks of it, even if Jiang Qin had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still die here today. However, even in the face of such a scene, Jiang Qin was still calm and composed. There was even a hint of a smile on his face. Holy shit, this guy is still smiling. Why is he smiling? Is he looking down on us? Are we not afraid at all? We are the 10 evildoers. You should at least show a trace of fear and respect us. This matter concerns the dignity of the 10 evildoers. It is intolerable. Moreover, Old Man Miadu and Zhao Ba wanted to kill Jiang Qin. Looking at Jiang Qin's arrogant attitude that didn't put them in his eyes, Old Man Miadu and Zhao Ba were infuriated, especially Zhao Ba. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Qin apart. Jiang Qin, hand over your life. Zhao Ba roared. Waves of qi surged around his body and he was about to attack Jiang Qin. He hated Jiang Qin to the bone. If he did not kill Jiang Qin, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Wait. Old Man Mia Poison stood in front of Zhao Ba. Old Man Mia Poison, what is the meaning of this? This kid is trying to snatch your battle spear. Zhao Ba was furious. He did not know why Old Man Mia Poison stopped him. The disappearance of the Dragon Palace must be related to this kid. He might have obtained the treasures in the Dragon Palace. So, don't kill him for now. Let me ask him. Old Man Mia Poison said. He was clearly much calmer than Zhao Ba. Although he wanted to kill Jiang Qin, the treasures in the Dragon Palace still affected his heart. In his eyes, Jiang Qin's life was not as valuable as the treasures in the Dragon Palace. Hurry up and ask. After you ask, let me kill him. His life is mine. None of you can snatch it. Zhao Ba Lengleng said. This time, he had completely locked onto Jiang Qin's aura. With previous experiences, Zhao Ba knew that this guy was very cunning. This time, he must not give him a chance to escape. Jiang Qin couldn't help but shake his head when he saw how confident the two of them were. These 2 infamous villains in the land of exile didn't know that they were just like ants in his eyes. Not to mention the countless demons in the Dragon Palace who could kill them, Jiang Qin himself was confident that he could kill them. Jiang Qin was confident that he could kill them. Jiang Qin, let me ask you, why did the Dragon Palace disappear? The poison extermination old man looked at Jiang Qin and asked in a condescending tone. I naturally know why the Dragon Palace disappeared. But why should I tell you? Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. He just stood there and didn't even look at Old Man Dumia. This had undoubtedly deeply hurt Old Man Dumia's self-esteem. What kind of place was this? This was the land of exile. He was one of the top 10 evildoers, yet someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. This was the first time someone had spoken to him in such a manner. Brat, I advise you not to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The poison extermination old man gnashed his teeth. It seemed that he had endured Jiang Qin for a long time. If it were not for the treasures in the Dragon Palace, the poison extermination old man would have directly killed Jiang Qin without Zhao Ba's help. I prefer to drink forfeit. What can you do to me? Jiang Qin's aura fluctuated and suddenly became sharp. The strength of a peak 5th heavenly layer earth source expert was released. It was many times stronger than when he entered the Dragon Palace. What a powerful aura. How did his cultivation increase so much all of a sudden? He must have obtained great benefits from the Dragon Palace. His cultivation has increased by 2 whole levels. This is too exaggerated. This is enough to prove that the disappearance of the Dragon Palace is related to him. We must make him hand over the treasures in the Dragon Palace. The 10 evildoers all moved. When they saw Jiang Chen's great improvement in cultivation base, a blazing light emerged in their eyes. It was obvious that no one could improve their cultivation base so much in such a short period of time, unless they had encountered a heaven-shaking fortuitous encounter, and this fortuitous encounter must have come from the Dragon Palace that had disappeared. Jiang Chen's cultivation increase had aroused everyone's greed. Humph. Jiang Chen, don't be so ungrateful. There are so many people here today. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you won't be able to escape. The poison extermination old man coldly snorted. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He looked around and saw countless people charging over. Countless experts seemed to have their own intentions towards him. Jiang Chen ignored the poison extermination old man and said loudly, "I'm in a good mood today, so I can give you a way out. Those who leave the northernmost area now can keep your lives. Those who stay behind will die. Don't blame me for being impolite later. I, Jiang Chen, never give a second chance. Now is the time for you to make your choice." Jiang Chen was like a king who ruled over all living beings. He was high and mighty, and he was insufferably arrogant. He didn't put anyone here in his eyes. His words caused another commotion. However, many people laughed mockingly, especially the 10 evildoers and the 9th heavenly layer earth source experts. They treated Jiang Chen as a joke. This was because Jiang Chen's words were just too funny. Jiang Chen did not stand a chance in this situation at all. No matter how heaven-defying Jiang Chen was, it was impossible for him to take on so many experts all by himself. Basically all the experts of the land of exiled were here. What could a single Jiang Chen amount to? What an idiot. Where does his confidence come from? Shameless boasting. I've never seen such an arrogant person before. However, arrogance also requires ability. A mere 5th heavenly layer earth source dares to challenge all the experts of the land of exiled. I really don't know where his confidence comes from. Confidence. In my opinion, he's a typical example of someone who's been hit by a door. He doesn't even know his own capabilities after entering the Dragon Palace. In my opinion, he's the one who truly doesn't know his place. Amidst the endless mockery, not a single person backed down. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly when he saw this. He already knew that this would be the result. These people were all wicked beyond redemption. He would be dreaming if he wanted them to back down in the face of benefits. Since that was the case, Jiang Chen would not be polite at all, nor would he feel any psychological burden. In the distance, the Huang dog had already appeared, but he did not charge forward. The Huang dog was extremely shocked when he saw Jiang Chen's great increase in cultivation. Clearly, he had obtained great benefits in the Dragon Palace, which was why he had advanced 2 levels. This bastard's so confident. I'd like to see just what trump card he's got. The Huang dog shook his head. He knew Jiang Chen's abilities. Although Jiang Chen had reached the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, it would not be easy for him to defeat so many experts all by himself. However, with the Huang dog's understanding of Jiang Chen must have obtained some powerful technique in the Dragon Palace, which was why he was so arrogant. Chapter 4190. Looks like there's nothing more to say. Leng Leng said. Originally, he wanted to force Jiang Chen to hand over the treasures in the Dragon Palace, but he never expected Jiang Chen to be so stubborn. Since that was the case, there was no point in talking any further. All he could do was capture Jiang Chen first and torture him until Jiang Chen begged him to hand over the treasures. When it came to torture, there were probably only a few people who were better than Old Man Mia in this aspect. He had countless poisons in his body, and any one of them could make one wish they were dead. I'll kill him first. Zhao Ba's aura fluctuated as he charged forward first. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Jiang Chen was completely unfazed by Zhao Ba's attack. He did not even glance at Zhao Ba. Just when Zhao Ba's attack was about to reach Jiang Chen, a pitch-black fist suddenly appeared out of nowhere and collided with Zhao Ba's hand. Zhao Ba's expression changed drastically. It was like a ferocious beast. Even with his strength, he was unable to block it. With a cracking sound, one of Zhao Ba's arms broke. Under the impact of this force, his entire body was pushed back 1,000 feet. Who's there? Zhao Ba bellowed. His expression was extremely ugly. One of his arms had been crippled, so he had lost at least half of his battle prowess. Zhao Ba refused to believe that the attack came from Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen transformed, he would not necessarily possess such strength. Moreover, when the black fist appeared, it pulsed with a surging demon qi. It was clearly a great demon. Countless gazes looked over and saw black mist around Jiang Chen. A tower-like figure appeared. It was the Black King. Master. The Black King bowed towards Jiang Chen in an extremely respectful manner. Master. Everyone's expression changed. The 10 evildoers could all sense the Black King's strength. Although the Black King's presence was also at the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, it was many times stronger than theirs. It was not a level that was infinitely close to the heavenly source stage, but a level that had stopped at the heavenly source stage. As one of the 10 great evils, Zhao Ba was already very powerful. In the entire land of exile, aside from old poison extermination, no one would dare say that they could defeat Zhao Ba. However, even someone as ferocious as Zhao Ba's arm had still been crippled by a single punch from the black-clothed man. Half of Zhao Ba's battle prowess had been destroyed. This was too frightening. Who is this person? What a familiar aura. It's the black tiger from before. Didn't we already kill it? Why did it appear again? No, he's much more powerful than the black tiger from before. They're not on the same level at all. I get it now. The one we killed before was probably only a clone of the black tiger. This is the main body. The black tiger is a demonic beast of Dragon Palace, so it looks like Jiang Chen has already obtained the recognition of Dragon Palace. That's why the black tiger calls him master. God damn it, Jiang Chen has such a powerful helper. No wonder he's so arrogant and looks down on us. Humph. It's just a black tiger. Even if it's powerful, how powerful can it be? This is the land of exile, a place where heavenly source experts are not allowed. As long as the black tiger isn't a heavenly source expert, there's nothing for us to be afraid of. How can he fend off so many experts by himself? If that's all Jiang Chen has, he won't be able to change the outcome. That's right. It's just a black tiger. Do we have to be afraid of him if we work together? We killed his clone before, so we can kill his main body now. The 10 villains were all shocked. However, a single Black King was not enough to make them shrink back. They already had the experience of killing the Black Tiger's clone, and the 10 villains were not the only 9th heavenly layer origin realm experts present. There were at least 40 to 59th heavenly layer origin realm experts in the entire land of exile. With such a lineup, a mere black tiger was nothing. Even 2 black tigers would not be a problem if they joined forces. Jiang Chen, is this your trump card? Old man Mia asked coldly. He remained very composed. My trump card is far from this. Everyone here will die today. There's no longer any value in the land of exile. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't expect me to give you a second chance, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. The arrogance and confidence in his words were starting to make people feel afraid. This was because no matter how they looked at it, Jiang Chen did not seem like he was boasting. He was acting like he was telling the truth. Jiang Chen, you don't need to bluff. We didn't make it this far because we were scared, Evil Hui called out. He also gritted his teeth at Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. He had wanted to enter the Dragon Palace wholeheartedly, but he had been hurt twice by the Dragon Palace in the past, only to fail in the end. What he had been dreaming of had ended up in the hands of someone as insignificant as Jiang Chen. How could Evil Hui feel at ease over this? Master, I'll listen to your orders, called out Evil Hui. He did not pay attention to the words of the others throughout the entire process. I said, none of you can live. Leave this old man to me. Jiang Chen said, pointing at old man Mia Mia. Jiang Chen had always been competitive. Since old man Mia Mia was the strongest expert in the land of exile, Jiang Chen was naturally interested. He had reached the peak of the fifth heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm through the dragon blood and the dragonbone battle spear, so it was time to test his strength. Old man Mia 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 was the most suitable person. Yes, master. The Black King replied, before waving his hand in the air. What happened next caused the expressions of everyone in the extreme north to change drastically. With a whoosh, a black mass of demon chi surged into the sky. 109th heavenly layer Earth Source demons had appeared at the same time. What? My God, why are there so many demonic beasts? Every single one of them is at the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. We're doomed. We're doomed. We're completely doomed. Jiang Chen wasn't bluffing at all. He actually had such a trump card to subdue so many demonic beast experts. 109th heavenly layer Earth Source experts. Every single one of them is no weaker than the 10 great villains. How are we supposed to fight this? For a time, everyone's faces were ashen, including the 10 great villains. The stronger one was, the more they could sense how powerful these demonic beasts were. Any one of them would be no weaker than them, or even stronger. How were they supposed to fight? They could only wait to be slaughtered. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.